Chapter 13. When a case bogged down, backtrack and look for an area to shake something, anything, loose. To Eve's mind, that began with the victim's tribe, who stood as witnesses and the suspect pool. Becca DiNuzio and Angie Decker, the bride's best friends, topped that list. People knew things they didn't realize they knew, saw things they didn't register or remember without prompting. Or, in her cop experience, did things only they truly understood and hid those acts under the guise of innocence. Becca DiNuzio spent her high school years outside the shiny circle of Sean Bar. Eve well understood standing outside that sort of circle as a teenager. While she hadn't wanted entree, anything but, at that point in her life, she also understood many craved it. Had there been envy? Some resentment? Maybe some careless act or a few careless words that had rooted inside? Now the one outside stood inside. Best friend of one, cohab of the other. But how did it feel to have the man she lived with hover, her own word, over his high school love? Had the close relationship of the two halves of Sean Bar stirred up that resentment? Now Sean is about to marry, and you're not. She's about to see a dream come true, and you're not. Again, in her cop experience, people killed for less. Opportunity? No. Other witness statements put Becca on stage at TOD. But connections crisscrossed. And there was Barney. Albright asks DiNuzio to deliver the case. DiNuzio conspires with Barney to kill Albright. In interview A, Eve sat back. Bullshit. Smells like bullshit. But she'd leave it open as a possibility. More, she wanted Becca in the box to try to pry something, again, anything, she knew, had seen, sensed she didn't realize or understand. She wanted a better handle of the group dynamics, the pecking order, the allegiances. When the door opened, Eve closed the file, rose as Peabody escorted Becca in. "Thanks for coming in," Eve began. "No, it's fine. I want to help, and I was out and about anyway." With her strawberry blonde hair pulled back in a tail, her blue eyes shadowed, Becca looked around the room. "Is this where you interrogate suspects?" "Interview. It's an interview room. Please, have a seat. We'll try not to keep you long. We're going to record this." "It helps keep the details straight," Peabody added. "Why don't I get you something to drink? I don't recommend the coffee." "Oh, can I get a Coke?" "I could use the boost. None of us have been getting a lot of sleep." "Sure. Pepsi, Lieutenant?" "Yeah, thanks." Eve sat again as Peabody went out. "Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, in interview with Becca DiNuzio in regards to the investigation of the murder of Erin Albright." It sounds really official. It is. We're focused on finding who killed Erin. With the intimidation factor firmly in place, she switched tactics. "How is Shauna doing?" "Actually, a little better, I think. Because she's mad. The mad's getting her through right now. But I worry about tomorrow. We're having Erin's memorial tomorrow." "That's quick." "I know, but Erin's family and Shauna, too, wanted it as soon as possible. Because the wedding was supposed to be this weekend, and it's hard. Erin's mom actually knows someone who works for a memorial service company, so they were able to schedule it right away." Lifting her hands, She pressed her fingers to her eyes. It's a lot. I understand. Peabody, Detective Delia, entering interview. Is Shauna still staying at Angie's? Thanks. She took the tube from Peabody, cracked it. Yes. In fact, she doesn't want to go back to the apartment at all. Ever. Doesn't want the furniture or most of their things. One of my errands was to talk to her landlord to explain she'd sublet the apartment and furnished until the lease is up. She's going to find another place. Eyes full of worry, she turned the tube around and around in her hands. I don't know if that's the right thing, but it's what she wants. And she's doing all that, deciding all this while she's so upset, while she's grieving. I don't know if it's right. You're worried about her, Peabody said. That's natural. I went by their place and got their wedding dresses. Becca took a deep gulp from the tube. Took them to a consignment shop. That was hard for you, Peabody murmured. Oh, God, it was awful. We helped them pick out those dresses. Me, Angie, Donna, Jody. We made a party of it. But I think that was the right thing. I think that was right. How could she bear to look at them again? She's lucky to have a friend like you, Eve put in. We're lucky to have each other. She'd be there for me if anything happened to Greg. God, I can't even imagine it, but I know she'd be there for me. Long-time friends. But no, not really, Eve corrected. You weren't friends in high school. Not part of Shauna's or Greg's social circle. Me? She laughed a little. Hard no on that. They were gold, and I was the awkward wheeze who aced every test while always wearing the wrong clothes. High school's tough. It's so easy to get wounded at that age and carry the scars with you after. I think I was too oblivious to get any serious wounds. With the faintest smile, she sipped some Coke. A few scratches, maybe. I had a couple friends, fellow wheezes and/or nerds. One joined the Navy right after graduation, and I haven't seen her since. The other moved to London for a job about 4 years ago. We keep in touch when we can. But you weren't friends with Shauna or Greg? No. I knew them. Everybody did. And Shauna knew me, sort of, because we had a few classes together. We were lab partners on a chemistry assignment once. When we ran into each other again, I have to admit, I was surprised she remembered that, or me. Smiling, Becca sipped more Coke. Still a wheeze at the core, I guess, but I dress better now. And she and Greg? No rekindling of Sean Bar? No. They'd both moved on. Lucky for me. She fingered a gold chain with its pair of interlocking hearts around her neck. Still, I followed the code. The code? You know, about dating a friend's ex. Even though we're talking some years. When Greg asked me out, I mumbled something about checking my schedule and getting back to him, and tagged Shauna to make sure it was okay with her. I take it was. She said she'd hoped we'd give it a try because she'd seen a spark. She's my best friend for a reason, Lieutenant. She's loving, kind. She's no pushover, but I've never known her to deliberately hurt anyone. Even back when she was high school royalty, she never punched down. I hate this happened. I can't understand how it could have. You're helping us find out how and why and who by being here, Peabody told her. Shauna was all good with your relationship with Greg. What did you think when you met Erin? surprised, my first reaction, because this time I saw a spark where I absolutely didn't expect to. I said something to Shauna like, did she know Erin had a crush on her? And it looked like she was crushing back. She started to brush it off, you know. Then she blushed. "The redhead's curse," she said, tapping her own hair. She said, "Well, maybe." They just worked, fit together, made each other happy. How did your other mutual friends react? To Erin, to the relationship? Eve asked. I guess there was some surprise, like my initial reaction. And I guess some figured it was just a phase, but that figuring didn't last long because it so clearly wasn't. Greg was a little weirded out. Weirded out? Eve prompted. Yeah, he's like, WTF baffled. But he's a guy, and a guy she'd been with, her first been with, and reacted like a guy. I ran into Marcus Stillwater. Yeah, we just ran into each other on the street, grabbed a drink, and he was a little bit baffled too. Guys, she shrugged. Had she and Marcus ever been serious? No, not on either side. Buds with bennies, but nothing more than that. And it didn't take long for him to make buds, no bennies but good buds, with Erin. He tossed them a little engagement party at Tipler's. That's a bar some of us go to. It sounds like Shauna's circle absorbed Erin into it, Peabody commented. Yeah, you could say that. First, I guess, because Shauna loved her, but just as important because everyone just liked her. She was fun, talented, always up, you know? And it was so crystal how much she loved Shauna, how much she wanted to make Shauna happy, make a good life with her. You and Angie Decker seem like good friends, Eve said. Did Erin's circle do the same? Absorb Shauna? I think so. I mean, Angie, Donna, and Erin went back. I felt comfortable with them right out. I'd say we've gotten to be solid friends with helping plan the wedding, doing the shower, all of that. From what I know now, I'd say Angie and Donna, especially, had some worries Erin would get her heart broken. You know, like some of Shauna's friends, thinking Shauna was going through a phase. But it didn't last. And since you're talking circles, it's like the circle widened, or the circles interlinked. For me, the high school wheeze, having so many women friends is a personal miracle, and we sure as hell need each other right now. You're a diverse, interesting group, Eve commented, and opened the file as if referring to it. We've talked to all of you now. Artists, managers, execs, businesswomen, professional mothers, medicals, chefs, a stripper with a family who owns restaurants and real estate. She glanced up. Chichi Lopez and Erin were involved at one time. I'm not sure that's the word for it. Maybe buds with bennies again, at least on Erin's part. And like with Marcus and Shauna, the bennies stopped. And did Chi-Chi accept that as easily as Marcus did? Becca shifted and hesitated for the first time. I guess so. I don't know her as well as I do Marcus. Eve offered an easy smile. You're not as friendly. Not really. I mean, we get along fine. A bunch of us went to see her perform, and wow, that was an eye-opener. She popped her eyes wide to demonstrate. I don't mean just the naked part, but she's got some moves. Eve waited a beat. But? Okay, well, She's a little bit mean. Got a bite to her. And I try to avoid getting bitten, so we're not as friendly. Did she ever bite Shauna? Peabody wondered. A few nips. Shauna let it go. I mean, she told me, and Shauna can bite back when she needs to. To tell the truth, I think Chi-Chi was a little jealous and doesn't like Shauna very much. Or me either. She shrugged at that. I guess I don't know if she likes anybody much except Erin. Like Donna told me, Chi-Chi said to her if she was going to transition, she should have paid for better boobs. That's just mean and ignorant. Donna said she said it like a joke, but it stung. But Erin trusted her. Sure. I don't think they were as tight as they were before, but I can't say for sure, since I didn't know them when they were, buds with bennies. But friends were important to Erin. That's something else she and Shauna had in common. They kept their friends. They valued their friends. Becca, it's probable someone they considered a friend did this. I can't believe that. I guess I don't want to. When you were on stage with Shauna, when it was close to midnight and you were up there, did you notice anyone who wasn't in the club? See anyone slip out, like to use the bathroom? I think about it and think about it. Every time I close my eyes, I go right back there. I'd had a lot to drink, and believe me, I'd never pictured myself dancing half naked in a sex club. It's just a blur. Did Chi-Chi get on stage? No. Becca rolled her eyes. A few people said she should, like, show us how it's done. But she just said how she got paid for that. I don't know if she even danced much on the floor. Dressed and everything. But I didn't really pay attention or hang out with her. Who did hang out with her? Erin, I guess. Angie some. Oh, wait, she did dance some. With that guy, the one who came in. Tall, blonde, built. Sexy dance. But that was earlier. I didn't see Erin leave. I just didn't see. She glanced at her wrist unit. I'm really sorry, but I need to go. I still have some things to get done. We appreciate you coming in, talking to us. I don't know how it helps, but I hope it does. I don't want to believe it was one of us, but if it was, I want you to take them down. Peabody rose as she did. I'll walk you out. Interview end, Eve said, and opened the file to make notes. Moments later, Peabody came back, sat. We're not thinking she had any part of this. No, I played with the idea she held some resentment from high school. It sparked up when Shauna's getting married, getting everything she wants, but it doesn't hold. Add physically, she couldn't have pulled it off, and I don't see her conspiring with her cohab on it. Or with Lopez. She clearly doesn't like Lopez. Tried to, but doesn't. That was my take. But we got a couple things we didn't have. Yeah, Barney's WTF reaction. A different tone from Stillwater's, whether she saw it that way or not. The way she said it, Barney got a little pissy. Stillwater was surprised. And she put it down to guys. Some people try to see the best in people. Yeah, what's wrong with them? At Peabody's laugh, Eve shook her head. She's one of them, but she doesn't like Lopez. Didn't want to diss her, Peabody observed. But we're cops. It's murder. and she felt like she had to say what she knew or felt. Mean streak. Doesn't like Shauna. Jealous. Lopez took some shots there. Yeah. Also took at least that one at Donna, which shows pattern rather than focus. We'll run Decker through it. See what meshes, what doesn't. We've got some time before she gets here. I'm gonna grab something from vending. Fine. Or, Peabody stretched the word out, we could both get something from your auto chef and not risk ptomaine. Fine. Bring it in here. Great. What do you want? Whatever. Peabody let out a wistful sigh. I wish I could think whatever about food. My pants wouldn't just get loose, they'd fall off. Then, as you tripped over them and bashed your face, I'd have to arrest you for indecent exposure. After I took a vid for the bullpen's entertainment. I now see the wisdom in my non-whatever attitude regarding food. We'll have some pasta salad. How do you know my AC stocks pasta salad? Due to my wise attitude toward food. Okay, grab the candy bar while you're at it. You have candy in the AC? What kind? Eve gave her a long look. Shouldn't you know that? I regret I did not, but I'm being careful about candy because loose pants. Never mind the candy. Eve went back to her notes, but paused when Peabody went out. Her partner could be the dreaded candy thief, but she was being careful about candy these days. Didn't mean she didn't steal the candy bar Eve hid, then reward herself for loose pants. Right now, there was an empty candy wrapper taped behind the drawing Nixie had given her, a deliberate smack at said candy thief. And the emergency chocolate bar resided at the back of her bottom desk drawer, which took a tool and some work to remove completely. She should check on that, just in case. By the time Peabody came back with 2 servings of pasta salad, Eve was again deep in her notes. Really pretty pasta salad. Colorful. Eve noted the color came not only from varicolored pasta, but also from vegetables. Well, she'd said whatever, and she got it. The motive's not money, she began, and picked up her fork. It's not going to be some deep secret, previous crime. It's sex, passion, jealousy, maybe ego, some combination of those. Maybe all of them. If that's right, you could say killing Erin made Shauna the prize, or killing Erin because you couldn't have her, now no one can. Peabody ate, nodded. Mean streak. Lopez. Or, Eve continued, kill Erin because she took away what you wanted. Torch burning? Barney. I'd lean more there if he wasn't living with Becca Denuzio. Eve stabbed some pasta. People get away with affairs right under the noses of spouses, cohabs, lovers. All the damn time. And this isn't even that. Unless maybe Shauna slipped. Maybe had one more round with the high school hero. Regrets it, tells no one. A terrible mistake, she tells Barney, never gonna happen again. I don't love you. I don't want you. I love Erin, and we've both betrayed Becca. He agrees, at least on the surface, accepts. But he believes if Erin's out of the picture, he can have her again. Maybe all the way, maybe on the side. If she did it once, Peabody waved her fork, she'll do it again. You can play it with Lopez, too. She comes to the studio, Erin slips, and the same basic scenario, without the best friend added on. It doesn't sound like what we know of either one of them, but people slip, people cheat. And if it happened early in their relationship, it's easy to buy. Like for Shauna, is Erin really just a phase? With Erin, is Shauna really what I want? Sitting back, Eve thought it through. Mira thinks it's possible the Maui trip was the trigger. The resentment, jealousy, even the thought of eliminating Erin was there, but the trip pushed the last button. Why? Honeymoon. Not just the big dream, but honeymoon. Sex again. Peabody pointed. Not just sex, but dream sex. Sex in Hawaii. Romance, blue water, moonlit walks on the beach. Eve pointed back. Dream sex, that's good. The killer knows they'll bang like hammers on their wedding night, but now they'll do it in Maui. Dream sex, all romantic, passionate. Worse, Erin asks them to help make it happen, and in a big way. Asks close to the last minute because her first choice is stuck in Baltimore. She thinks she can take me for granted? Peabody put on her mean face. That bitch! It could play. Now, who has a garrote lying around, or the ability to put one together fast? I'd go with the first. Already has it. Because they hope to find a way to use it, kill Erin, and not get caught for it. And she gives them the way. Eve tolerated a small bit of broccoli with her pasta. I come right back to the top two on the list. And it bugs the shit out of me they both work. What if they both work because they work together? I'm playing with that. She gets the case there and gives him the swipe. That way she's in the club at TOD, visible, and he waits inside the room. Hitch. Yeah, I know the hitches, but lay them out. Why would they trust each other? They're in separate circles, interlinking but separate. If you're going to conspire to kill, you need more than motivation. You have to trust each other not to screw it up or roll. True. But why do we so often catch people who conspire to murder? Because they screw up or roll. But Becca's hooked with Barney and doesn't have much to do with Lopez. They'd have to know each other enough to know they want the same thing. Different reasons, maybe, but the same thing. Another hitch. Unless we find he spent some time in her club. And she could have vamped him. Hey! Inspired, Peabody waved her fork. She could have vamped him because, first, good-looking guy, and because she knows his history with Shauna. Maybe they hatch it all together, or she says, if you don't do this, and you know you want to, I'll tell Becca you're having an affair with me. That's not bad. But the hatching had to happen fast and be well-timed and executed. That's where it stops me. Erin already had backup. That's what she told Donna. So that means more time. And that's where it opens for me a little. Together or separately, they top the list. Reardon's the only other one who comes close, and not close enough. No reason for Erin to have trusted him or asked him to help her out. No reason for him to hook up with Barney on it, or Lopez if Erin tapped either of them. Plus, he's not as connected, and hasn't been since Shauna broke things off. Erin's not the reason she did. And he just didn't strike me, Dallas. They don't always, Eve muttered. But he's not striking me either. It's too personal for someone she dated for a few months a few years ago. He'd have pushed on her before, and she said he didn't. She shoved the bowl aside. We've got theories, angles, speculation, and nothing solid. We need some heat. Decker should be here soon. Maybe we'll get some. Eve rose to pace. The straight best friend, long-standing, well off enough to buy art, know its value. Dead artist value, but that angle's soft, and it just gets softer. It's not about money. Maybe money's an added benefit, but it's not the prime motive. She grabbed her warming tube of Pepsi, drank as she paced. She's not in love with Erin or Shauna. Was clearly seen in the club at the time of the attack. There's no motive there. And though I still wonder why Erin didn't ask her to help out with the surprise, no opportunity. She's fit enough, tall enough to have done it, but that's not enough. She stays low on the list. Like Becca, she might give us a couple things we don't have or confirm some of those speculations. Gotta try it. Most probable, she knew Erin better than anyone. Given the length of the friendship, probably better and in more detail than Shauna. They only had a year. An intimate year, Peabody pointed out. Yeah, but it takes time for the rules to kick in, for people to see just who they're with, for the stories to come out. I guess McNabb and I are still finding stuff out about each other. Not like secrets, just stuff, little bits of history and like that. Still pacing, Eve rolled the empty tube. Yeah, it takes time, and they only had a year. Decker was there longer, and take out the sex, it removes a complication. And that motive, Eve thought. Plus, I'm curious what she'll say about Barney and Lopez when it's just us, in here, no friends to hear her thoughts or feelings. She comes off a little more reserved in that area than Becca. Yeah, she does. We'll handle that. Let's clean this place up and get ready. Chapter 14. When Peabody escorted Angie into interview, Eve noted not only signs of fatigue, but recent weeping. Careful makeup did a good job disguising both, but still they showed. Thanks for coming in, Eve began. I know this is a difficult time. Please, have a seat. Like Becca, Angie looked warily around the room. She sat, and when she spoke, even her voice sounded exhausted. Am I a suspect? No, you're not. Can I get you something to drink? Peabody offered. Water. Just some water, thanks. Shauna's with Erin's family, finalizing some arrangements for tomorrow. I realized I'd felt I had to hold up for her, and it was the first time I'd been really alone since. So I fell to pieces. She was my closest friend. She was my sister. She was the one person who knew me all the way through and loved me anyway. And she's gone. She's gone. Angie closed her eyes on tears that swirled in them. So I was alone, and I fell to pieces. Peabody laid a hand on her shoulder. You needed to. I'll get your water. Lieutenant? The same, thanks. Angie, she continued when Peabody stepped out. We're doing everything we can to find the person responsible. I have to believe you are. I don't think I could stand it if I didn't. You can help us. I don't know how, but I'll try. Becca tagged me after you talked to her. She said you had a lot of questions, and she tried to answer, but she didn't think she helped. Every answer to every question helps. Angie's eyes cleared as she looked at Eve. I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't thought of it that way. Ask me anything. We're going to record this, Eve told her, as Peabody came in with tubes of water. Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, and Peabody Detective Delia in interview with Angie Decker regarding the investigation into the murder of Erin Albright. Angie shuddered once. God, hearing it like that, just hearing it, the murder of Erin Albright. She let out a long breath. Ask me anything, she repeated. Again, Angie, thanks for coming in. You helped plan the party at the Down and Dirty. Yes. Becca Denuzio and I we're going to stand up for Erin and Shauna at the wedding. We decided, when they asked us, we'd plan out the events together. The bridal shop trip, the bridal shower, the pre-wedding bash. Help with the invitations and so on. You and Erin were very close friends, but she didn't tell you about the trip to Maui? No. After cracking the tube, Angie drank. Erin loves surprises. She loved the big reveal. I knew how much she'd wished she could take Shauna to Hawaii, since it was Shauna's dream honeymoon. But Shauna's very practical, and Erin tries to be. Mostly succeeds, so they agreed they'd put it off, save until they could do it right. I had no idea she'd sold enough paintings to pull it off, or that she'd booked the trip. Visibly, Angie struggled back more tears. She would have wanted to surprise me, too. Well, all of us. Shauna at the center, and the rest of us surrounding her. That's so Erin. The costume? God, that was Erin, too. Do it large or forget about it. Make it fun or what's the point? She drank again. Do you know just one more sorrow in all this? That trip, Shauna's had that dream since she was a little girl. Now she'll never be able to go. It would break her heart all over again to go. So that dream's dead too. Maybe that's a small, silly thing, but no, it's not, Peabody said. It's not small or silly. She's holding up right now. She's so angry, and that's helping her hold up. I need to find my anger again, but right now, I'm too fucking tired to be angry. Shauna's staying with you. She doesn't want to go back to their apartment. I can't blame her, as I'm going to have a hard time going there myself. But I want to help Erin's family get her things. Becca's gotten some of Shauna's. Shauna's going to sublet it, look for another place. She can stay with me until. That's generous. You've only known her about a year. Erin loved her, Angie said simply. And she loved Erin. She needs a safe place, and I have the room. Erin would expect it of me. Becca doesn't have the room? Becca and Greg? No, not really. They'd squeeze her in. Absolutely they'd do that. But I have the room, a dedicated guest room, and 2 baths. Shauna and I have gotten to be good friends over the last year or so. With the foundation, we both loved Erin. Why do you think Erin asked Donna to bring the case to the D&D and not you? There's a question I've asked myself over and over since we found out about the case, and I realized you think whoever did bring it killed her. If she'd have asked me... Angie shook her head. No point going there. I think she asked Donna because they saw each other nearly every day, shared the studio space, and that's where Erin brought the case so Shauna didn't stumble over the surprise. And Donna thought she had a few days after the wedding before her sister had the baby. Seems like babies come when they want to, Peabody commented. Yeah. As Becca had, Angie turned the tube around and around. Donna started worrying there when her sister let her know at the last visit. The midwife said it could be any day. Oh? This was fresh, Eve thought. When was that? I'm not sure. No, wait. It had to be last Friday. I happened to talk to Donna right after she got the news from her sister. I remember because she was so excited about the baby, but really worried about the party and said she had to let Erin know. Angie lifted her hands. At the time, I thought she overreacted, and she can do that, Angie added with a smile. But I didn't know she was supposed to bring the overnight case in for Erin. You don't seem surprised or shaken by the fact we believe one of your group killed Erin. Angie met Eve's gaze levelly. I suppose because I have to believe that, too. At first I had to think it was someone else, in the club, working at the club. But what sense is there in that? Someone gets in that room with her, kills her that way, and for what? The hardly anything she had of value? Some stranger just happens to get into that room when she's in there or going in? Yet your group agreed to go to the restroom in pairs or groups, Peabody pointed out. So nobody'd get hit on or cornered. But that's not what happened to Erin. You didn't say anything about her trying to fight off something like that. You've thought about this a lot, Eve said. I have. I knew her as through and through as she knew me. She wouldn't have let anyone in that room she didn't know. If someone pushed their way in, she'd have fought or tried to. So it had to be someone she knew, and she didn't get a chance to fight. Angie pressed her lips together, and her voice went raw. She didn't have a chance. That's so much worse than a stranger, so much worse. And I want you to bury them. She shuddered again. Then her shoulders stilled, straightened. And there it is. There's the anger. Welcome back. Who? Angie's eyes, dark and hot now, met Eve's. If I had even the faintest glimmer of an idea, I'd tell you. She was my person, Lieutenant. The person who meant more to me than anyone in the world. All right. Who do you think she would have asked after Donna went to Baltimore? Or maybe after Donna let her know she might have to go and miss the party? I'm stuck there, too. I think she didn't ask me or Becca, and those would be my first guesses, because she didn't want to load on. And in Becca's case, maybe because Becca might slip. Not tell Shauna, but tell me because we were planning it all, or say something to Greg the way you do with a partner. Becca would be the first to tell you she's not always an impenetrable vault with secrets and surprises. But any of us, really. All right, try this. Who wouldn't she ask? Most likely, Eve added. Oh, well, Glenda, because Glenda would be in Europe. Probably not Jody, as Jody's so damn busy. Wanda's unlikely because also busy. Katie, because of just what happened. ER doctors have to handle emergencies. She named a few more. Moved across town, crazy workload, not altogether reliable. I don't know all of Shauna's friends well enough to say either way. Erin got to know some of them better than I did over the past year. "You've still formed a pretty tight group," Peabody commented. "Yes, we have. I like these women, and it's hard to think one of them did this." Wanda and Erin had a sexual relationship. They did, briefly, and nothing serious on either side. And honestly, I can't see Erin asking her for something like this when she knows Wanda's crowded schedule. She also had a sexual relationship with Chichi Lopez. Yes, Angie drank more water. Yes, she did. Erin certainly wasn't serious about it. I've never known her to be really serious before Shauna. Was Chichi serious? Angie set down the tube, folded her hands together on the table. It's hard to say what Chichi takes seriously. You want to know if Erin might have asked her, and I suppose it's possible. They maintained a friendship? Yes. Do you consider Lopez a friend? Erin did. Angie unclasped her hands. Chichi can be difficult. We have certain things in common. We both grew up with certain advantages. A successful family who provided emotional and financial safety nets. Chichi has a very loving relationship with her family, as I do with mine. She has a solid work ethic, and I like to think I do as well. Eve smiled. But... All right. Every answer to every question helps. Chi-Chi's either wired to, or really just enjoys shooting out sharp little arrows. She's judgmental, and can be harsh. Deliberately harsh. She'd sometimes take shots at Donna because Donna and Erin were close. Donna wouldn't tell Erin. But she'd tell you? She would, because Chi-Chi often took shots at me for the same reason. I could and did ignore them. Donna's more tender. So, territorial. Yes, that's a good term. And ego. I need to be the center of your world. Look at me. She couldn't have been thrilled about Shauna. No. She put on a good act, but no. At the same time, she had strong, proprietary feelings for Erin. I sincerely can't see her hurting Erin like this. If it had been Shauna in that room, I could see it. What's it called? Crime of passion. I could see her hurting Shauna. Did you see her or anyone slip out of the room between 11:30 and 11:45? Something else I've thought about countless times. I just didn't notice. Becca and Shauna were putting on a hell of a show. Jody was up there, at least for a while, and a few others. But it was Becca and Shauna. So out of character for both of them, so just more entertaining. I was in the crowd of us. Sort of half dancing, but mostly watching them and making noise. I figured Erin was, too. She looked down at the table. I didn't really think about it, and was congratulating myself for having helped plan the party that would be the queen of parties for months. How about people outside the group of women, she might have asked. Oh. Frowning, Angie narrowed her eyes. I didn't think of that. I don't see her asking her other studio mates. Anton's a bit of a prick, and Roy's rarely around. We, really, got to be good friends with Marcus Stillwater. He loves Shauna, and he clearly came to love Erin. Shauna and Marcus go back. I could see her asking him, but again, sincerely, can't see him hurting Erin, or anyone. She paused a moment, rubbed her temple as she thought. There's their across-the-hall neighbors, the... God, need a second. Burgers, yeah, the Burgers. Erin gave their kid a few art lessons, gratis. But I don't really see that, and why would either of them kill her? There's Clint. He's with Jody, and Erin knew him better than I did, but I can't see why she'd ask him. And there's Greg. You met him. Becca's guy, who dated Shauna back in high school. Like Marcus, I can see Erin asking him, but can't see him hurting her. Becca mentioned both Marcus and Greg were surprised when Shauna and Erin got together. Oh? Well, I'm not surprised they were surprised. I was too. But more worried, actually, that Erin would get her heart broken. Not that Shauna would do that deliberately, but that Erin was more of a fling for her. I realized differently pretty quick. So did everyone. You never had a sexual or romantic relationship with Erin? No. I like men for that. So did Shauna. Angie let out a half laugh. That's true. I'll say Erin and I never had that feeling between us, and a friendship that was so strong. I haven't met a woman who's brought me that feeling. That would be one of the reasons I worried this was a fling for Shauna. Would you say there are any of those feelings with either Marcus or Greg for Shauna? Marcus and Shauna, that was never romance. It was no strings, no worries, friend sex. I'd like to find a friend like that myself. Greg's got Becca, and from my viewpoint, they really work. I can't imagine him still having feelings like that for Shauna. It's more brotherly from what I see. Sort of big brother, though they're the same age. Becca mentioned you all went to see Lopez perform at her club. Yeah, we did. Last fall, maybe. I think about then. How many of these men were in that group? Oh, well, let me think. Not Marcus. Greg was, and Jody's guy, and a few others who are in relationships. She shut her eyes, thought, then named 4 other men. I think that's it. Did Lopez join the group after her performance? For a while. She had another couple acts, but she came out a while. I remember somebody said something about how she was mega flexible, and right in front of Shauna, she rubbed against Erin and said how Erin always liked that about her. Scowling, Angie nudged the tube of water aside. It was crude and uncalled for. But Shauna? She just laughed, then bent her leg up behind her, grabbed her ankle, and bent her leg up over her head, and said, like, me too. The scowl turned into a smile. I fell in love with her for that. I liked she set a tone. You don't bother me, sister. And I'm afraid I'm giving you the wrong impression, because Chi-Chi often rubs me wrong. It's a personality thing. But again, there's no way I can see her hurting Erin. As much as she's capable, she loves Erin. Loved her. Understood. You've been helpful, Angie. We appreciate you coming in, taking the time. I feel, after saying all this, talking like this? It had to be a stranger after all. It doesn't make sense. But neither does it being one of us. She sighed. And there goes the anger. Save it for when we find who killed her. Detective Peabody and I will attend the memorial tomorrow, if at all possible. That would be good. I think it would be good for everyone to see you there, to know it matters. Erin matters to you. She does. Interview end. Detective Peabody will show you out. As before, Eve stayed where she was, added to her notes. Then rose when Peabody came back. Let's log and file the recordings. Sometimes you're too close to see. Yeah, Eve agreed. Neither of them can see one of them putting that wire around Erin Albright's neck. Neither of them, much like Lopez, personality thing, but they can't see her doing it. You do? I can see it. Doesn't mean she did it, but I can see it. And she slides into Mira's quick profile neat enough. We're gonna do a run on all the names she gave us, the men who went with the group to the club. That connects to Lopez. As they started out, Peabody shook her head. That snark at the club? About Erin liking the flexible? Nasty, and designed to cut Shauna, to piss her off, not just at Lopez, but at Erin. Didn't work. Probably did a little, but she deflected. I haven't even met Lopez yet, and I already don't like her much. You should have a chance tomorrow. She'll probably be there. And whether or not it's her, the killer's likely to be there. She checked the time. Look, I'll do the runs, write this up. You go by the shoe store. Let's see if Lopez ever came in, or anyone else in the group, and gave Shauna any trouble. I can't see her not telling Becca if so, but maybe not. You're sending me to a shoe store? Solo? I'm saving myself the aggravation of watching you drool on shoes before I have to kick my own footwear up your ass. I'll take care of the recordings and maybe see how close McNabb is to closing down. He doesn't mind when I drool. Just get it done. I think we have enough to justify another conversation with Lopez. After the memorial. Before, I think we talked to Stillwater again, and to Barney. The first as a wit, observations, impressions. The second as suspect? In that order, yeah. Eve turned into her office. With coffee, she sat first to write up the report, and decided what the hell to copy Mira. If, when you have a chance, I'd like your opinion. Both recordings are logged and filed. The victim's memorial is tomorrow, and I expect to have more observations and conduct more interviews. Appreciate any time you have. Dallas. Fishing, Eve thought as she started the runs. But if she put any credence in Angie's opinion of who Erin might have asked, and she did, the pool had shrunk somewhat. She had a friendship like theirs, the through-and-through sort. Mavis could have answered that question on the mark. Peabody, too, she decided. Partnership, when it worked, held intimacy. God knew Roarke had that through-and-through. And still, there were things Mavis knew he didn't. Not secrets, but as Peabody had said, just things from before that hadn't come up. She remembered asking him once why he didn't have a big-ass boat since he had every damn thing, and he'd told her about a storm at sea during his smuggling days. She hadn't known, because it had never come up before. But credence or not, she did the runs, as it was possible the killer had a partner. Once done, she decided to either close that door or open it a crack wider and contacted all four. Routine inquiry, blah, blah. Two served as each other's alibi. Poker game, monthly deal, with three others. Broke up at midnight. Easily checked and verified, so she did. The third worked the night shift as an MT. Also easily checked and verified. The last, no longer with the woman he'd been with at the club, claimed to be home, in bed, but not alone. Eve checked and verified. Smaller pool, Eve thought as she rose. Her gut told her Lopez and Barney remained most likely, and so had Angie Decker's take on her friend. She headed down to the garage and decided she'd swing by the victim's apartment, see if she could talk to those neighbors. Impressions again of who visited, how often. She didn't have far to go, but the traffic made it feel a lot farther. She found parking, considered it a bonus, and walked through the hot August evening toward the apartment building. A lot of sweaty people had ended their workday, headed for happy hour or home, an after-work appointment, an early vid with a friend. She hoped the Burgers had ended their workday and chosen home. She mastered into the building and headed up. Plenty in the building, from the sound of it, had chosen home. No baby screaming this time, but an older kid's maniacal laughter that reminded her of Bella, and reminded her about the damn chair she had to make sure about before Mavis's second kid came along. When the hell was that? And how could she get out of witnessing another birth and having those images burned freshly in her brain? "Don't think about it," she muttered, and came out on the fourth floor. Since she heard another kid proclaiming loudly that she pooped in the toilet, which was followed by adult cheers and applause, she figured her luck was in. The woman who answered the buzz had short blonde hair, wore a black linen dress that had wilted some, and had bare feet. Eve could smell whatever was for dinner, and decided Chinese takeout. "Can I help you?" Eve held up her badge. Before she could speak, the woman glanced back. "Alan, I need to step into the hall with the POLICE. She eased the door shut, but for a crack. "This is about Erin. We're sick about it. I don't want our daughters to hear yet. They're too young."
"Daddy, wipe my butt!"
"Potty training," Ms. Berger said. "She's very proud. So are we." "Okay." "It's just awful. She was a sweetheart. Both of them. Erin gave Trixie art lessons." Berger smiled. "Our older girl. She's 6. It was so sweet of Erin to take the time." "Since you live across the hall, you might have noticed visitors." "Some, sure. They had a lot of friends. No loud parties, which we appreciate. I mean, we could hear some. The soundproofing doesn't exist here, but they weren't obnoxious. This is just a routine inquiry. Can I show you some photos, just to get a sense of who visited, how often?" "Sure." "Oh, yes." Berger studied Angie's ID shot. "What's her name? Andy? No, Angie. Angie and the other, pretty hair. Becca. They were here a lot, especially in the last few months, helping with the wedding." She stopped, teared up a little. "Oh, it's so awful. I haven't seen Shauna since it happened, but I just want to hug her. Becca's been by. She told me what happened. To get some of her things. And God, their wedding dresses. Yes. How about this one? Berger studied Lopez. I think so, yes. Not like the other two, but I remember riding up on the elevator with her. She shrugged. A little snooty, which Erin and Shauna aren't. Eve went through the photos, got positives, negatives, then brought up Barney's. Sure. Sometimes with the one with the pretty hair, Becca. I think they're together. Sometimes by himself. Sharp dresser, that one. I remember. I rode up with him and Shauna just last week, I think. The two of them? Yes. I guess we all got off work at about the same time. Her work's not far from here. I guess it was about 20 minutes later when they went out again. I rode down with them. She changed her clothes. It was my turn to do the laundry, so I ended up riding down with them after I changed mine. We laughed about it. I was heading down to the laundry, and they were heading out to meet their cohabs for dinner. I said I'd rather go to dinner with them, something like that. Seems to me he'd walk home with her now and then. I think Erin said they'd been friends since high school. That's sweet. Yeah, well, thanks. I'm sorry to interrupt your evening. It's no problem at all. I really liked her. Both of them. Just the kind of neighbors you want. I hope you find who did this. Eve waited until she'd gone in, then turned to look across the hall. She'd heard movement in there, and debated going in or just waiting. She didn't have to decide as the door opened. Greg Barney stepped out carrying a large lidded box. He jolted, blinked, then let out a breath. Jesus, you startled me. Did you need to go inside again? We thought you were done, but I can let you in. That's all right. Just a routine check on my way home. What's in the box? Oh, stuff from the fridgie, the AC. Becca thought of it. She thinks of things. Since Shauna doesn't want to come back, Becca said we should clear those out. Not that much in there, really. He glanced back. It doesn't even feel like their place anymore. It already feels empty, even though the furniture's there, and dishes and all that. Becca's been coming by to get things for Shauna, and Angie's going to help Erin's family get her things. He looked back at Eve. The memorial's tomorrow. Yes, I know. Shauna's lucky to have friends who do this sort of thing for her. It's nothing. A quick stop after work. She doesn't even want this. He shifted the box. Becca said just take it to our place. We can do the food bank thing or something. It's not that much. He shifted his feet, shifted the box. But, there's some perishables from the fridgie, so I'll ride down with you. And she wished she'd had a warrant or probable cause to look in the damn box. How's Shauna doing? She asked as they waited for the elevator. She's fragile right now. Maybe still in shock. Hardly eating. Not really sleeping. But she's stronger than people think. People? She's little, you know, petite. He got in the elevator car, pressed for the lobby. So people think she's delicate. She's going through a lot right now, but she'll be okay. You're there to help her. Absolutely. Are you making any progress? I know it hasn't been very long. I think so, yes. We're following leads. That's good news. He shifted the box again. It had to be somebody in the club. Some lowlife, right? I wish they hadn't gone to a place like that. A group of women going to a place like that? I don't mean to be critical, but it just seems like a bad choice. And it was, as it turns out. It was. He waited for Eve to step out in the lobby, then tried to juggle the box to get the door. I've got it. Thanks. Not heavy, but awkward. I guess you deal with this all the time. I mean, it's a job. For us, it's trauma, tragedy. I hope you find that lowlife so Shauna can start putting this behind her. Maybe somebody who works there. That seems the most logical, doesn't it? Somebody who works in a place like that? We're looking at all possibilities. Do you need a ride? I'm parked right down there. Oh, no, thanks. Not going far. And it's really not heavy. Have a good evening. She watched him walk away. The helpful friend, she thought. The very nervous, helpful friend, trying to dig out information on the investigation. And he had something in that damn box that wasn't out of the AC or fridgy. Something to think about. And since the shoe place was only a handful of blocks, she'd think about it and walk down there. Chapter 15. Before she reached the intersection, her link signaled. She saw Roarke on the display, then his face on screen. Those brilliant blue eyes smiled at her. Lieutenant. Civilian. Out and about again, are you? As I am. A meeting downtown that ran over. Where might you be? Heading to a shoe store downtown. Before I have a slight stroke due to shock, I'll assume this is field work. Your brain's safe. I had another stop in the area. She joined the river of pedestrians crossing at the walk signal. Peabody's probably already there, but I'm this close anyway now. Give me the address. I'll meet you and catch a ride home. She gave it to him. Should be a quick stop. I'll be quick as well, as I'm also close. She slid the link back in her pocket, discovered her sunshades, and put them on. On her right, a maxi bus wheezed its way to a stop. People flooded off like refugees. A trio of teenage boys, all in identical black baggies, strutted out of the flood and into a gaming store. A woman with blonde hair down to her ass sashayed, the only word for it. She wore purple micro shorts, a matching tank, and sandals with a 3-inch platform that showed off purple toenails. She carried a big flowered bag on her shoulder. A tiny, pointy-eared dog peeked out of it and goggled at Eve. Thinking of Galahad, she gave the purse dog a wide berth. 2 women headed up the block, both of them hauling shopping bags with the Fancy Feet logo. As they passed her, she heard one of them say, "There's nothing like hitting an end-of-season sale." Why were there seasons for sales? Eve wondered. If the season was ending, did you have to wait until the next year to wear what you bought at the end of the season? Then you'd probably hit the pre-season sales and end up with a closet full of pre-stuff and end-of stuff before you bought in-season stuff. A sickness, she decided. It was all a sickness. Pleased to be healthy in that regard, she paused at the store, studied the signs announcing that end-of-season sale. Up to 50% off, limited sizes. End your summer on fashionable feet. Fashionable feet, apparently meant sandals, platform, heeled, flats, or open-toed shoes, open-toed boots, which made virtually no sense whatsoever to her mind. A lot of candy colors, or more inexplicably to her, the clear ones that exposed your entire foot. But as she opened the door to mild chaos, she decided the marketing just worked. At least a dozen people sat on tiny scoop chairs or narrow benches, both with piles of shoes scattered like shrapnel. More crowded the shelves and racks, while clerks hustled to bring more boxes out, take more boxes away. The noise level reached awesome. She spotted Peabody McNabb toward the back with a mid-20s Asian woman in New York black and those weird, clear, open-toed boots. She began to weave and dodge her way back. Peabody saw her coming. "Oh, hey! Lieutenant Dallas, this is May Lou, the assistant manager. May Lou was about to tell us about an encounter with Ms. Lopez." "Truth," May Lou said, and spoke in a voice that rang with Queens. "So she comes in. The one in the picture they showed me, yeah? This is like back last fall, before I got promoted. And we weren't swamped like today, yeah? We had some customers, but Roxy had them and I was free. So I asked if I could show her something, and she gives a look that's all as if, and says she wants the manager." "Did she ask for her by name?" Eve wondered. "Nope, just the manager." And I thought, how, she's one of those, coming to bitch about something. So I went in the back where Shauna was handling some things and told her. She comes out, and she's like, "Oh, hi, Chi-Chi." I remember the name because my aunt has a cat named Chi-Chi. Anyway, the woman says how she wants to look at some shoes, which I could have helped her with, yeah? But Shauna takes care of her. "So she bought shoes?" May Lou shifted on her invisible open-toed boots, then set a fist on her cocked hip. "Nope. Here's the thing. I got busy with a customer. Then I noticed how the Chi-Chi woman's sitting there with a bunch of shoes and boxes all around. That happens. But she's being bitchy about it. And she's got Shauna down on the floor, putting her shoes on like she's freaking Cinderella, yeah? We weren't all that busy, like I said, but I bet I served 3 customers while this one's sending Shauna back and forth. So when I'm free again, I go over and I ask if I can take some of the shoes back for Shauna. And Miss Cinderella gives me that look again, and she says how a manager should be able to manage." Expressively, May Lou rolled her gorgeous onyx eyes. Then she puts her own shoes back on and says how there's nothing in this store worth having. And gives Shauna that nasty look and says nothing at all. Then she walked out like the queen or whatever. I said something like, whew, rude much? But Shauna's all, "It's no big." May Lou shrugged. "That's why she's the manager, yeah. She rolls." Anyway, we put all the shoes away, and I can see she's a little steamed, a little upset, but she just goes back to work, yeah? Shauna's totally professional and really nice, too. She put me up for promotion. I'm really, really sorry about what happened to her fiancé. Those onyx eyes went damp. She'd come in once in a while. Erin, everybody liked her. Did Chi-Chi ever come in again? Not while I was working, and I'd probably have heard if she did from one of the other staff, because, whoa, talk about tood, and not the good kind, yeah? Yeah, thanks. If you talk to Shauna, just tell her we're all really sorry. And we're gonna cover things here, yeah? Not to worry about any of it. I need to get back to it. Our big sales rocket out. Go ahead. Thanks again. She turned to Peabody. Let's step outside. And out of the mayhem to where Roarke in his perfect suit stood on the sidewalk, perusing the shoes on display. Hello, Peabody. Ian, Lieutenant. Quite a busy hive in there, I see. It's all that, Peabody agreed. A really good sale. Don't even think about it, Eve said. Hard not to. I didn't expect you guys. I decided to go by, talk to the neighbor. I'm parked there, Eve pointed. Walk and talk. Though Peabody gave the store a wistful glance, she fell in line. Roarke strolled behind them, with McNabb prancing by his side. Eve heard them launch into some e-geek thing about the Great House Project and tuned them out. I talked to Ms. Berger. She recognized several photos. Friends drop by, come around, pop in. These did, including Lopez. Berger deemed her snooty. She's not wrong. She states that Barney sometimes came in with Shauna, like after work, sometimes came with Becca, but sometimes alone. And he came out of the apartment while I was there, carrying a box. Pretty good-sized box. Of what? Since I didn't have a warrant, I can't verify. He said, at Becca's suggestion, he came over to clear out the Friggy in the AC. Oh, well, that makes sense. It does. He literally jolted when he saw me in the hallway. He was nervous. Beside Eve, Peabody weaved through pedestrians. I gotta say, cops can do that to people. You really can do that to people. Proudly. He asked about the case, also not out of line, but pushed a couple times that it had to be some lowlife, his word, on the staff or in the club outside the group. Not like Decker, Eve continued. Not that tone. Hers was rooted in hope and grief. His was like he wanted to nudge me there, or find out if that's where we focused. You're leaning toward him. Lopez is still in the running. Going into her rival's workplace, taking that time, wasting Shauna's time and trying to humiliate her, and risking Shauna would complain about it to Erin. When they reached the car, Eve stopped. Lopez didn't just get replaced in bed. She got outdone. Her type can't stand for that. She had to know she risked getting cut out completely with that stunt, but she did it anyway. Lack of control. Yeah, and that need to humiliate, to take the power. And Barney's the hoverer. He made noises about how they should never have had the party in a place like the D&D. He didn't come out and say Erin was asking for it, but it was implied. I'm starting not to like him either. And he had something in that box. Something he took out of there that wasn't from the AC or Friggy. The way he looked, the way he held it. Eve looked back toward the apartment building. Can't verify, she thought, but know it. I need to sort through this. Pile in. We'll give you a lift. We're actually going to the house. You can just drop us off, Peabody said when she read Eve's face. I mean, Mavis's gang is there, and they'd be sad to miss you, but you could just drop us off. 10 minutes. She shot Roarke a look. 10. Your call, darling. Why don't I drive? Ian, we'll just take a very quick look at the comm system while we're there. Mag, clicking in the house-to-house would be handy. He piled in. She-body, you sure you don't want them to drop us at the apartment? Grab a couple of the boxes? Well, in the front seat, Eve felt more time ticking away. Fine, fine. We'll go by there, wait, and take you to the house. We'll be fast, Peabody promised. Yeah. She ignored Roarke's amused look and put her mind back to work mode as he drove. I want to talk to Stillwater again. He's not on the list, but he's in the group. He'll have impressions. It's a stupid murder. It gains nothing. And it's not the batshit kind either. There's motive in there. Specific target, but where's the gain? Shauna can't marry a dead woman, Peabody pointed out. Yeah, and that's it. That's what we've got. Roarke slid into a parking space outside the apartment building. How do you do that? Eve demanded. How do you just find parking right where we're going? What, do you bribe the parking gods? Every chance I get? We'll be fast, Peabody promised, as she and McNabb climbed out. We'll be lightning. Eve watched them dash, hands linked, to the building. Friendships probe around, find the guilt, until you're waiting outside an apartment in a parked car. Roarke patted her hand. It won't take long. And consider this. Friendships, healthy or unhealthy, are very much a part of your investigation. They crisscross all over. But no one I've talked to, once I dig down a little, much like Lopez. Erin must have. If it had just been sex, she'd have eased away over the last year. But she didn't. Everybody seems to like Barney, Mr. Helpful who hovers. From the sound of it, you don't. He was nervous, she muttered. Why was he nervous? Okay, first, seeing me in the hall. A jolt. Not expected. But after? And you think there was something else in the box? I do. But I can't imagine what. We went through the place, and there was nothing incriminating. But he was nervous. They weren't lightning, but fast enough as they came out, each carrying a box, lidded, as Barney had. Eve noted theirs were sealed and labeled as, from behind the wheel, Roarke popped the trunk. Big thanks, Peabody said as she slid back in the car. Getting stuff over there this way is going to make the final move a lot easier, and we can put in more time helping next door. Don't want Mavis carting too much, McNabb added. And when August isn't there, somebody's got to keep an eye on Bella. Friendships, Eve thought again. They sucked you right in. Mavis tagged us as we were heading up, Peabody said. Wanted to know if we'd make it tonight. She's juiced you're coming by. I told her you couldn't stay long. She gets it. Well, that was something anyway. The gates opened as they drove up, and there was the family, sitting in the brightly colored chairs on the big front porch. Bella, hair in two high tails on either side of her head, in bibbed shorts as blue as her eyes, popped out of her kid-sized chair. Mavis didn't pop, but sort of levered herself up. Eve didn't know how. It hadn't been that long, but the belly under the snug green tee was bigger than ever. The tee matched the color of the explosive top knot of hair and the swirls all over the white tennis shoes. Leonardo, the gentle giant, took Mavis's hand and stood with her in a flowing sleeveless shirt and baggies that cropped at his ankles. The minute Eve opened the car door, Bella shot off the porch.
Das here! Das, Orc, PW, Nab, friends.
That seemed to be the theme of the day, Eve decided as she caught the flying blonde rocket.
Hi, hi, hi!
Bella beamed and gave Eve an enthusiastic and sloppy kiss. I've got this, Peabody. Roarke lifted a box from the trunk. Thanks. You can just take it around to our side. We'll drop them off. Take a look at the comm system, McNabb told her. We'll be lightning, he said to Eve. She carted the now babbling Bella to the porch. I know you can't stay. Bummer. She embraced Eve, sandwiching both the kid and the one yet to come between them. But I made lemonade. I mean, made from the recipe Somerset gave me. Who knew? And I totally abso didn't screw it up, did I, Moon Pie? It's delicious. The pitcher, glasses, and ice bucket sat on a tray on a table. Sounds good.
Das pray.
Eve could only stare. She wants me to pray? For what? Bella! Mavis laughed as Leonardo poured out lemonade. Pla, pla, pla.
Pla, 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 a. Das play.
Can't do that either, even if she knew how. I have to go to work in a minute.
Oh.
Maybe just come inside a minute. See what you think. Let's show Dallas, baby girl of mine.
See.
Bella scrambled down, and when Mavis opened the door, shot inside. Lemonade in hand, Eve followed. In the entrance, the walls were... What were they? Eve wondered. Orange. But not like an actual orange or a pumpkin, but a deeper, maybe a softer tone that somehow worked against the thick, dark millwork. Overhead, a many-armed light hung from a ceiling medallion. Most of the floor lay under some sort of protective paper, but what she could see gleamed. I love the light. Mavis grinned at Peabody. I know. They just set it up today. They're nearly done in here. The entrance gave way to the living area, walls the same color, evening sun still streaming in the windows. The fireplace, with its thick carved frame, looked old, important. For the built-ins that flanked it, she'd chosen green, deep and soft again. I've got to have color. Just have to have it. I see that. And it works. Rather than detracting from the old and important, the colors just enhance that focus. It feels like home. Leonardo looked around with an expression of utter contentment. Even without furniture, it's already home. Eve remembered Peabody had said exactly the same. Roarke said we can start moving in furniture next week. In here for sure, which is beyond mag. And over in the parlor or sitting room, over here. Stroking her baby belly, she crossed the hall to a smaller space, done in a rich, saturated blue. I think more like a den, or whatever, because the sofa I got for here says take a nap, and you can close the room off with the pocket doors. The lighting's really good, Peabody observed. It's all coordinated, but not matchy. It's modern, but it slides into the old with just the right tension. I had a lot of help. You, Leonardo, Roarke. It looks good, Eve said. Really good. It looks like the three of you. Anybody home? McNabb's voice came through a speaker somewhere. They made it work! Baby Belly jiggled and swayed as Mavis bounced. She dashed over to a switch on the wall. "We're here! You fixed it! Big slooch!"
Hi, hi, hi!
Bella shouted.
Hi, Nab!
"Hey, Bellamini, be right over." Still bouncing, Mavis turned back. McNabb wanted to add that feature, the house-to-house dealie. She patted her mountain of belly. He said they want to be on alert when number 2 decides it's time. "Then for sure," Peabody agreed and scooped Bella up. "And down the road, it's just convenience." Added security. Mavis rolled her eyes, but smiled. "I know you guys." When Roarke and McNabb came in, Bella deserted Peabody to launch at him. "There's that pretty girl."
Ugh, pretty,
she said, and batted her eyes. He laughed with her, then looked up. "Lights look just right. And I'll say the same about what I saw installed at your place, Peabody. Well done, all."
Well done, all,
Bella echoed and batted her lashes again. "Agreed, but we've got to go." "Thanks for the lift," Peabody said. "Mega thanks." "No problem." "Come back," Mavis sandwiched again, fiercely. "When you've got real time. There's a lot more done, both sides, and 2 totally awesome. I want the Dallas seal of approval." "You've already got it. But, yeah, when I've got real time." "And you rocked the lemonade," she said, and handed the glass back to her. "I really did! Tell Somerset." "Somebody will." "Here now, Bella. Go to your da. We'll see you again soon."
Bye-bye-bye, bye-bye, Orc, bye-bye, Das.
She blew kisses from Leonardo's hip as they started out. "There now." Roarke got behind the wheel. "That didn't take much time." "Not much." She glanced back. The whole group stood on the porch. Like family. Friends. All those connections crisscrossing. They're going to be stupid happy. They already are, but even more stupid happy. The house-to-house, good idea. I didn't initially suggest it. Some might find it intrusive. They don't. They've merged. Yeah, they'll have their separate spaces, separate lives and all that. But they've merged. And it's been lovely to watch. "You're tense." "Am I?" She circled her shoulders, felt the twinges. "Maybe some." She remembered she'd thought about a swim, but friendship had eaten that time away on her mental schedule. "Tell me about today. It'll relax you to talk it out." "It will. Is that weird?" "It's you, Lieutenant. And when we're home, we'll add a glass of wine, a meal." "I had pasta salad for lunch." He glanced over. "Voluntarily?" "Peabody did it. And considering how much hiking we've done around New York the past couple days, probably a good thing. Eating lunch isn't a sign of weakness. No, I just don't think about it most days. We stuffed a lot of walking and talking in this one," she said, and told him. By the time they drove through their own gates, she had relaxed, at least a little. Wine wouldn't hurt, she decided. I need to rearrange my board, write some things up, and I want to talk to Marcus Stillwater, but wine wouldn't hurt. He took her hand as they walked to the house. "Any contact with dogs today?" "None. I should be safe." And when they walked in, the cat, sitting beside Somerset, padded over to ribbon through her legs. Late, Somerset noted, but unbloodied. We ended up taking Peabody and McNabb to the house, Roarke told him. Ah, and it's coming along beautifully, I thought. I had a tour today when I took over some lemons. Instead of a snide remark, Eve felt obliged to tell him. She did the lemonade. It worked. She's a quick study, Mavis. Leaving it there, Eve started up the stairs. She feels pressed, Roarke observed, but she made time for them. Love always finds a way. There's some nice barbecued chicken. It would go well with the fries the lieutenant is so fond of. Then I'll see to it. Thanks. He went up to find her already shed of her jacket and at her board. Want to do this first. Want the visual. Then I want to contact Stillwater. Then wine and a meal before the rest. It seemed fair enough. Give me 20. 20 it is. And he went into his own office. Once she had the visual, she stepped back, nodded. She leaned where she leaned, she admitted, but she'd get Stillwater's take, then see what she'd see at the memorial. She needed a lot more than leaning. At her command center, she tried Stillwater. He answered right away. Lieutenant, is it done? If you mean, have we made an arrest? No. His eyes went from hopeful to deflated. I guess I hoped when I saw your name on the display. I just left Angie's. We finally talked Shauna into eating something and lying down a while. Rough day for her. I'm sure it was. Who else was there? At Angie's? I started to say the usual suspects, but that sounds really wrong given the circumstances. Angie, of course, Becca, Greg, Donna. Donna left when I did. I ran into Greg at Shauna's apartment building. Oh? He didn't mention it. I think he went by to clear out food. Shauna doesn't want to go back. I can't blame her. She could see what she took to be his apartment behind him. Pale gray wall, enormous screen flanked by darker gray shelves. Like Roarke, he had real books. Mr. Stillwater, Marcus, it's Marcus. Marcus, do you know Chichi Lopez? Sure, a little. Not really well. The family restaurant's great. Ever been to the club where she performs? Delights? I actually haven't. I'm more hands-on getting a woman naked, I guess. But I've heard she's talented. Right. At the moment, I'm asking for impressions. We can start with her. Okay, but like I said, I don't know her all that well. Sexy, confident. A little hard isn't exactly the word. Edgy might be better. And her relationship with Erin? That ended with Shauna. The sex part of it. Not that they didn't have a friendship after, or I guess I wouldn't have met her at all. Impressions again. How did she feel about Shauna? Shauna and Erin? Impressions? Not especially warm. He hesitated. Moving around as he did so, she caught more pieces of his living space, and what she believed was an Erin Albright cityscape. Okay. She didn't like Shauna. At least Shauna told me she didn't, and Shauna didn't much like her back. I think she told me rather than Becca or Erin because, well, I'm not one of the girls. Shauna didn't want to make waves. Chi-Chi was Erin's friend, and she didn't want to cause trouble between them. He shrugged. I figured the same. Why muck things up? And told her I thought it would smooth out as time went. You don't think Chi-Chi, I'm just gathering impressions. What about Greg Barney? I know him better. Nice guy. We don't hang much, but he's a nice guy. Really into fashion, schedules, but that's what he does. He and Becca have a good rhythm. He's like a big brother with Shauna, from my POV. Sometimes it crowded her, she told me, but he meant well. They had a thing back in high school. I'm aware. But there wasn't any animosity. Not that I ever saw, or she ever told me. I think she would have. She and Becca are really tight. More good rhythm. That wouldn't happen if there were old scars, you know what I mean? So, no scars, my impression, but a bond between all three. He's aware you and Shauna had a sexual relationship. Sure. Now he sat in a black scoop chair. He didn't have a problem with it. Not that I could tell anyway. Even when Shauna and I weren't planning on having sex, the four of us went out sometimes. To dinner, a club, just for drinks. He treated her more like a sister than an ex. Okay. She took him through others in the group to round it out, and decided he was observant, fairly insightful. I appreciate the time, she said, when Roarke came in and walked to the wine cabinet. It helps to get different perspectives on Erin's circle of friends. She had a wide one, and a good one, I think. I expect all of them will be at the memorial tomorrow. Shauna's going in with her parents and Erin's. I'm going to try to go in with Angie and Donna if I can juggle some things. Detective Peabody and I plan to come, pay our respects. Again, thanks for your time. Anything that helps, just let me know. She was my friend, too. I know, and I will. Goodbye. Eve clicked off, sat back. Was that helpful? Maybe. Maybe. He opened a chilled bottle of Sauvignon Blanc. You think you know. What I think I know toggles, but it started to settle. I want my own impressions tomorrow at the memorial. Either way, it's a stupid fucking murder. He poured 2 glasses, brought one to her. Have some wine. Pace about with it as you need to. I'll see to dinner. There were vegetables in the pasta salad. I'll keep that in mind. He went into the kitchen, followed by the hopeful cat. Eve pushed up and drank some wine. And paced about. Chapter 16. She kept pacing when he brought in plates. It's mean. Murder? He set the plates on the table by the balcony doors. As they both enjoyed the air, he opened them before turning to her. It is, yes. Sure, but sometimes it's clean in a straightforward way, or crazy, impulsive, or purposeful. This is mean and stupid and personal. Murder offends you. Roarke brought the wine to the table. It often makes you sad or angry, or both. This one also annoys you. She frowned at her board. Guess it does. You feel for the victim, always. You're their agent of justice. Eve Dallas, agent of justice. On a half-laugh, she rolled her eyes. It has a ring. You feel for those left behind, always. And when you look at that board, you know one of those claiming that loss took her life. Yeah, but that happens. Frustrated, and yes, annoyed, she shoved her hands in her pockets. It happens more often than not. And all that you handle, day after day. But for this you see that mean stupidity. A friend killing a friend, and bringing grief to so many others they claim as friends, so many others who were on the verge of celebrating that victim starting a new phase of her life. She did see it. She did feel it. And, yeah, she admitted, it seriously annoyed. That was the point, or part of it, ending it before it began. When Casto came for me in that same room at the same sort of deal, he didn't care about any of that. He just needed to end me because I was too close to exposing him. That makes sense. It's not stupid. It was logical. She gestured to the board with her wine glass. This one cared about all of that. Come eat now. You're frustrating yourself. I probably am. She walked over, angled her head at the plates. Chicken, glossy with sauce, a heap of fries, and the purple carrot she actually liked, mostly because purple. That looks really good. She set down her wine, stepped over, and kissed him. That's because I kicked Casto's ass that night, so now we can sit here and eat what looks really good. She took her seat, snagged a fry. Looks aren't deceiving here. Frustrating myself some, she admitted. I liked it better when the dead artist's painting's value seemed like a viable angle. Because murder for monetary gain at least has some logic. Yeah, it would still be mean and stupid and a little sloppy, but you could see the logic. But that's not it. Maybe, on some level, it adds a benefit because just about everyone on the board has at least one of her paintings. It's just not the reason. She sampled the chicken, found whatever coated it had an excellent tang. When Roarke topped off her wine, she decided that was fine. She was just circling anyway. Set it aside, she told herself. Let it circle, but set it aside. Why were you downtown? A meeting at your off-duty club. You get a charge out of that, don't you? Saying it's my club. As it is yours, and yes, I do. You already have tenants applying for Stone's apartment above. That asshole. Do I? You do. Once we do some vetting, you can choose. I can vet. I'm a cop. That you are. He smiled, a man who already knew the answer to the question. Would you like to? Absolutely, completely not. We'll be interviewing for managers, bartenders, kitchen and wait staff, and so on in another couple of months. Would you like to take lead on that? Stop it! Laughing, she went for a carrot. I'm giving all that to you, like a present, because you like it. Why, thank you, darling. You're welcome. As she ate, thunder rumbled in the distance. She remembered it had stormed the night of Erin Albright's murder. While the group had partied and danced and drank, the storm had rolled in and rolled out again. You're doing that security for the D&D. We are. We should have a system up and running inside a week. You're wondering how different this would be if he'd already had one. People find a way around them if they're smart enough. Motivated enough. But yeah. He'll show at the memorial tomorrow, with Rochelle. It's personal to him, too. His place. There's that. And he knew her. He liked her. People tended to like her. she added. Her across-the-hall neighbors liked her. She gave art lessons to one of their kids, wouldn't take payment. They had parties, but not loud and obnoxious. When you buy that building in your quest to own every inch of New York, add soundproofing. I'll make a note. You have a good picture of her. Yeah, I do. I have a decent picture of all of them. Still, people have, undercurrents. I'm looking at Mavis and her place, right? There she is, green hair, and who knows what it'll be the next time I see her. That doesn't surprise me. She lifted her wine, drank. Even knowing she's going to pop out another kid doesn't surprise me. Her, road shifted with Leonardo. That doesn't change basic Mavis, but it expanded her. Yeah, and literally when you consider number 2. The color in those rooms, not a surprise. But the way it works, the way the whole place works, the gardening thing, Jesus, making lemonade from actual lemons. All that can still surprise me until I step back and realize all that was always there. She just didn't have the way, the means, the people to do it. She's still Mavis, but that road shifted, and she's taking it. You shifted mine. She looked back at him. Guess I did. That goes both ways. So we're sitting here having dinner. The cat's across the room sleeping because you gave him some of that cat candy he likes. We got a breeze coming in because that and the thunder say a storm's coming. And a handful of years ago, I'd never have pictured this. You either. No, I didn't have a glimmer. Not until I picked up that gray button that came off your unfortunate suit and slipped it into my pocket. Even then, just a glimmer. You sent me coffee. And maybe I had a glimmer. I just didn't get it. But here we are. Still, under it, through it, we are what we are. I'm still a murder cop. You're still a gazillionaire. It works for us, who we are. Good thing, or I wouldn't be eating these fries made from actual potatoes. She studied him as she ate one. Do you still have that button? He reached into his pocket, took it out. She shook her head. Her heart simply soared. Sap. In this area, he said easily, but smart enough to get through those initial and formidable defenses of yours with coffee. Yeah, that was pretty damn smart. She ate a fry made from an actual potato as she studied that incredible face again. If I'd gone for somebody else, would you have killed me? Brows lifted, he picked up his wine. Now there's a sharp turn. He looked over at her board. No. I might have bought up the world's supply of coffee, then convinced you of your mistake, or, alternately, found a way to disqualify my rival. Disqualify? One way or the other, short of murder, he added. You being a murder cop would have discouraged me on that tactic. And you? Me? Oh, if you'd lured me in with your seductive coffee, then dumped me? Murder cops know a lot of ways to kill without leaving a trace. But short of that, I'd have just hounded you on your shady past until I got you tossed in a cage. She angled around to look at the board. Somebody on there didn't stop short. Killing the rival, or the one who rejected them? Not completely sure. But I know Lopez took the time to go into that shoe store to fuck with Shauna. I've got no doubt she tried to put the moves on Erin within the last year. I'd have put some money on her for it. No. Holding that bet, because Barney had something besides what came out of the fridgie and the AC in that box. He was nervous, stayed nervous, and pushed for information on the case, trying to size me up on it. She shifted back. He took something. Maybe just some little thing. And that's stupid, like the murder was stupid. He's got a thing for Shauna. It doesn't come off sexual, even romantic, but it's a thing. You're changing your bet. Not yet. She polished off the fries. Not yet, because either one of them could have done it, and both of them wanted to. A partnership? I've played with that. May play some more, but it doesn't hold for me. It wobbles, she decided. I can't see them hooking up. Not for this. Not for anything. Shrugging, she picked up her wine again, did a half toast. I'll know more tomorrow when I see them at the memorial. As she drank, lightning cracked the sky, rain poured out. Here it comes, she said. Then she rose. I've got the dishes. Is there anything I can do to help you? Runs? Finances? Not really, no. She walked to the window to watch the rain, to feel the whip of the wind. I need to write it up. And I'm going to copy Mira. Maybe writing it up will click something into place. When he joined her at the open doors, she leaned against him. Just two people, she thought, watching a storm blow its raging way over their city. I need to see them all together tomorrow. Together over death, how they react, how they interplay. I've got some of their impressions of each other, a lot of the dynamics. I need to see how it all plays out. She looked up at him. What have you got going? Oh, a bit of this, a bit of that. I'll entertain myself well enough. How about you give it an hour, then we entertain ourselves with a vid? Watching the storm, he stroked a hand down her hair. A vid, is it? If something doesn't click, I'm just going to keep circling. A vid works for me. So does an hour. She watched the storm another moment. A good thing I lost that button. And I intuited you could be won over by coffee. Yeah. Anyway, I've got the dishes. Though she didn't feel she made any progress or opened new avenues, Eve took the hour. They settled into their usual vid spot, the sofa in the bedroom. The action and complexity of the vid took her out of the investigation for a while. As did the slow, lazy sex that followed. She slept peacefully, curled between Roarke and the cat. Until she didn't. Back in the club, with Crack at the bar and the Hollow Band playing wild. Her friends, Erin Albright's friends, mixed and merged into one colorful drunk girl party. Why was she back here? Eve wondered. Nothing new here. She'd stayed sober, she thought. Getting married tomorrow. I guess I should have stayed sober, too. Beside her, Erin looked over the people, the color, the movement, as Eve did. But we weren't getting married until the weekend, and we were all having so much fun. You couldn't have known what was coming. You didn't know either. Yeah, true enough. But even if you'd been cold sober, you're not trained. An ambush like that from behind? You didn't have a chance. I love her so much. Tears gathered in Erin's eyes as she watched Shauna dance on stage. She'll never go to Maui now. It's ruin for her. They killed me, sure, but they killed something in her, too. Might have been the point. If I had it to do over, I'd know who to trust and who not to. You don't, and you didn't. Why the hell am I back here? Don't ask me. I'm dead. Looking for something she missed? What the hell could she have missed in that small room? But she followed the dream, walked out of the club area, down the hallway, and turned into the privacy room. Casto jumped her, the syringe full of the drug immortality in his hand. To protect himself, he'd take her down, he'd take her out. He managed to get a trace in her, but as she told him, she hadn't been drinking. She was getting married in the morning. He hurt her, blackened her eye, pounded her ribs, but that training, her determination to survive, met his head on, and she took him down. A little woozy from that trace, she cuffed him. She started to stumble her way to the door. The wire went around her neck, biting into her skin. Blood trickled warm down her throat as she gasped for air. Unlike Erin, she didn't claw at the wire, but threw her body back against the attacker, added an elbow jab. For a second, just an instant, the wire loosened. But as it tightened again, she felt herself weaken. Pain, cutting pain. No air, her mind starting to slip into the gray. She thought of Roarke, waiting for her. Thought of the people in the club celebrating both of them. Thought of the life she'd never know. Roarke pulled her up. You wake up now. You wake up, dammit, and breathe. Eve, breathe. She sucked in air like a drowning woman, let it out with a shudder. Still on the edge of the dream, she lifted a hand to her throat. No wire cutting into her. No blood sliding down. Jesus, Jesus, that was too fucking real. With his arms around her, with the cat butting his head against her hip, she dropped her head on Roarke's shoulder. I'm okay. It's okay. It was just so real. Galahad stopped butting his head against her and leaned heavy against her back. You were choking. You didn't seem to breathe. He drew her back as he called for lights at 10%. Ah, God, you're so pale. Shook me up a little. More than a little, she thought as she struggled to even her breathing. She'd felt the pain. She'd felt the panic. Thanks for pulling me out. She reached around, stroked a hand over the cat. You too. I was back at the D&D. Then I went into the room, fought with Casto, that prick. Had him down, had him cuffed. Then behind me, somebody, the garrote around my neck. I was dizzy, and I was losing. I was dying. Eve wrapped around him in turn. But there you were, pulling me back. I don't know how long you were struggling to breathe. I just walked in from a meeting. You're still shaking a bit. That might be you. I might be at that. Sit a minute more. I'll get you coffee. She sat, watching him in the dim light. The sleek suit, the flow of his hair, the grace in his movements despite the shock. He programmed coffee for both of them, walked back, and handed her a mug. It's nice being married, she said. I didn't know if it could work with us. Didn't see how it could. But here we are. And it's nice being married. You're well stuck with me. Both ways. She gulped down some coffee, felt alive again. Really sorry for the scare. I don't know what the hell that was about. Going back there doesn't do any good. You lived. She didn't. You relate to her because of the circumstances. I guess I do. We're nothing alike, except for the circumstances. But dwelling on those parallels is stupid and unproductive. I disagree. He smoothed her hair, then laid a hand on her cheek as color came back into it. It helps you see her, and you need to see the victim. It's screwing with my objectivity. It puts a shadow over it. If you didn't use those shadows, Lieutenant, you wouldn't be the cop you are. But Christ knows, there are times I wish it didn't get inside you as it does. Then he sighed. And yet, that's what makes you who you are. So I'm well stuck as well, aren't I? Looks that way to me. What the hell time is it? It was 5:30 when I finished the meeting, so just shy of 6. Okay. All right. Boy, am I awake. So I'm gonna grab a workout, smooth myself out some. You should try this new program, an urban obstacle course. Program New York Challenge. It earned the title. He cupped her cheek. We'll see if you're up to it. She decided it sounded perfect. The program proved it earned the title, and she proved she was up to it. Inside of 3 minutes, she broke a sweat as she ran, climbed, belayed, tunnel crawled, dodged, jumped, and swung her way through Midtown. She capped that off with 10 laps in the pool and felt normal again as she rode back upstairs. In the bedroom, Roarke and the cat sat on the sofa. The screen scrolled with stock reports. And all was right in her personal world. You were right about the program. It's a killer. I was up to it. You look yourself again, he noted. It pumped me up. She programmed coffee, took it with her to shower. When she came out, he had 2 domed plates on the table. Galahad sulked on the foot of the bed. Roarke smiled at her as he removed the domes. It seemed like a pancake kind of day. Pampering her, she thought, when she'd scared them both. It should always be a pancake kind of day. You have the memorial later. Yeah, and you're fortifying me, but not with spinach. They're not cakes, she said as she sat beside him. And don't they make them on a griddle sort of thing? But they call them pancakes anyway. She drowned them in syrup, and after the first bite, didn't care what the hell they called them. She called them good. What did you give the cat for helping pull me back? He enjoyed some smoked tuna for breakfast. And still he's pissed because he's not getting pancakes, too. She took another bite. It is nice to be married. It's stupid for me to keep thinking Erin Albright didn't get the chance to find out if it would have been nice for her. It's not stupid. Touched, Roarke kissed her fingers. It's compassionate. And how does that compassion interfere with your cop brain? Not a bit, darling Eve. Not at all. Maybe not. You have to know your victim. It's always how it works for you. Know the victim, find the killer. It's fascinating to me, endlessly. Maybe. They made stupid rookie mistakes. They shouldn't have brought the case in. Or if that was cover in the event they got spotted, they should have taken it with them when they left. Luck, Eve continued. Pure idiot luck they didn't get spotted, that they got in and out without being seen. And they stage a half-assed robbery. Stupid. But they had to take her link. There had to be communications on there. If I had enough, I could get a warrant for the suspect's ease. But I don't. The unregistered could deal with that easily enough, he reminded her. Frowning, she drank more coffee. If I felt there was any chance another life was in danger, I'd be tempted there. But I don't. The job's done. Erin was the target. Shauna's hurt is either a byproduct or an added benefit. But there's nothing to indicate anyone else is in danger. If you change your mind, it's available. She polished off the pancakes, rose. I'm going to a memorial. I'm wearing black. Understood. Just wanted to get that out of the way. We're due for a bit of a break with the heat, but you might want to go with linen. She made some non-committal sound as she went into her closet. She wasn't always 100% sure which was linen. Black tee, black jacket, black trousers and boots, belt. Easy as it got, she decided. And if the jacket and trousers weren't linen, they were lightweight. She came out for her weapon harness. I like color, she began. I do like color. But if they'd never invented it, getting dressed in the morning would be a hell of a lot easier. Creepy, she realized as she strapped her weapon on. It would probably be creepy and make it harder to identify a fleeing suspect. Boring and creepy. That said, you look respectful and formidable in your full black. I want to intimidate the hell out of my top two suspects. My money's on you, always. Rising, he walked to her, kissed her. Take care of my formidable cop. Plan to. She kissed him again, added a quick, hard hug. Yeah, it's nice being married. See you later. She started out, and it flashed into her brain, just leaped inside and stuck. She turned around and went back. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a goddamn mistake. It was deliberate. The case? God, it was amazing to have someone who got her, who got it. The case, yeah, the frigging case, and what was in it. Not a mistake to leave it there. A deliberate shot. At Shauna. The big dream, forever ruined. Her dream, and the one Erin wanted to give her, was going to give her. Eve started to pace. The killer doesn't have to take the case, the tickets, the costume, those pink shoes to the D&D, but they do. Okay, maybe cover. That's a benefit. Oh, it's a surprise. Shh. But they left them for a purpose. To destroy the dream. That's damn right. Not stupid after all. Mean, vindictive, and purposeful. Behind them, a dome crashed to the floor. Roarke turned to see the cat busily licking syrup from a plate. Bloody hell! Knock it off! Eve snapped. Down! Now! When the cat leaped down, slunk away, Roarke snarled. Now I'm insulted. That fecking cat! That's insulting he cowers off when you tell him to. Never mind that. It's a twofer. Erin's dead, but Shauna not only loses her, she loses this dream she's had. Not only loses it, but knows she was just this close to having it. Now it's gone. It's all gone. It was fucking deliberate, Roarke. I didn't see it was on purpose. You do now, don't you? And I say you're right on it. It makes a miserable sort of sense, doesn't it, then? Punish them both. Not a mistake, Eve said again. So smarter than I gave them credit for initially. The half-assed robbery? No real choice. Have to ditch the link. Something on there that relates, so have to get it gone. And the rest is window dressing. On her next pass, she scooped up the dome, tossed it back on the table. A first kill. I'm sure of that. The first kill. But not as stupid as I figured. Impulse, maybe. Opportunity not, but always planned out. Always with the purpose of taking a slap at Shauna along with it. She had to pay, too. Does it tell you who? As not being a cop, I don't see. I am a cop. And I'm not sure. It works for both Lopez and Barney. In a twisted, selfish, bitchy way, but it changes things up a little. Looks like that dream wasn't a waste of time after all. I'd so much rather you come to these conclusions without scaring the life out of me. She stepped to him, kissed him one more time. I'll see what I can do going forward. The cat made a mess of the table. See you later. Good hunting, Roarke said, and looked back at the table. She wasn't wrong there, he noted. Bugger it, he decided. He'd apologize to Somerset later. Chapter 17. She let it roll and circle and backtrack as she drove downtown. It mattered, she thought. Not only because every detail mattered, but because, if she'd hit it right, it widened the motive. Still a stupid murder, but not as stupid if it accomplished two for one. Take a life, destroy a dream. For Lopez, take the life of the one who rejected you and destroy the dream of the one she chose instead. For Barney, take the life of the one who, even years later, replaced you and destroy the dream of the one who moved on from you. It felt stronger with Lopez, she decided, and it had been a downright mean murder. The time, the place. But Barney had put something in that damn box. Nerves, a trace of guilt. She wasn't wrong there. Erin could have given the swipe and the case to either of them. The killer came in the back, almost certainly. Nothing to stop Lopez from sliding in back there, putting the case in the room, then joining the party. In fact, wouldn't that be exactly what Erin would have requested? And nothing to stop Barney, except the risk of being seen, from using the swipe, going in, waiting. She could see it both ways, and found that incredibly irritating. When she pulled into Central, she considered tagging Mira. Not yet, she decided. No point yet. Speculation, and lots of it, but not yet. She'd wait until she got a better feel at the memorial. The elevator hadn't cleared the garage levels when the doors opened. Two uniforms who didn't look old enough for a legal drink walked an obviously jonesing junkie inside. He had wild red hair, wilder blue eyes, and smelled like a dumpster that hadn't been unloaded in a week, then had its contents pissed on by a group of drunks. "Ah, come on, man," was all Eve could think of. "Sorry, Lieutenant." The wild blue eyes wheeled at Eve. "I'm the captain. I outrank you. I'm the captain. I just need a taste. Just give me a taste." As he wailed it, the second cop sighed. "Just settle down, Jack. Stronger than he looks. He tried to throw some schmuck through the window of a 24/7. When the door opened again, Eve started to step out, away from the smell. Jack the junkie wrenched away from the uniforms and launched himself at Eve like a cannonball. "I'm the captain!" he screamed it as they both flew through the elevator doors. Her hips struck the floor hard enough to sing, but she rolled clear. With his hands cuffed, Jack just slid, face and body. When he tried to scramble up, Eve simply stuck out a leg, tripped him, and sent him sliding again. Sorry, Lieutenant!" The uniforms grabbed him from both sides, hauled him up. "Jesus Christ, officers! Maintain control of your prisoner. He's slippery. I mean literally, sir. Grease pig slippery. Do you need medical?" "No, I don't need frigging medical. Maybe the fume tube, but not medical." As Jack began to shake, sob, laugh, she decided a dressing down, deserved, would only delay the process. He needs medical and the tank. Get medical to meet you at processing, for God's sake. His system's wrecked. He needs psych, and now his nose is bleeding. "In your charge," she snapped, and made her way to the glides. How the hell did two rookies get tossed out on the street together? She wondered. They damn sure needed a trainer. She sniffed at her shirt, just in case that brief contact had contaminated her clothes. Seemed clear enough. By the time she made it to Homicide, she was more than ready for another damn coffee. She walked in to see Jenkinson wearing the same mouse tie as the day before. "What? You got two of them?" "Huh? Hey, morning, boss. Reineke's hitting the break room for coffee. We got his ass. The best friend. Fucker killed his friend for nothing." The cold case, she remembered. The trip to Boston she'd authorized. "Got him as he's in a cage?" "Oh, yeah. Boston gave us the lever, Dallas. Once we got a face-to-face sit-down with the widow, she opened up about some of the inconsistencies in the bastard's statements. How she didn't think of all that when it happened, but later." Reineke came out of the break room with 2 mugs of cop coffee. "But she didn't believe he'd do anything to hurt her husband, them being such good pals and all." Reineke picked up the report, handed Jenkinson a mug. "How broken up he'd been." "How he'd been there for her," Jenkinson continued. "Helped her plan the memorial. How he'd come up with flowers to try to cheer her up. How they'd sit and talk for hours about the dead guy and cry on each other's shoulder." Sipping coffee, Reineke sat on the corner of his partner's desk. And he never made a move on her, just comforted, supported. Add she felt guilty because they'd had a fight, Eve assumed. Oh, yeah. He'd say how the dead guy loved her and knew she loved him. Married people have fights. Jenkinson gestured with his mug. Wove in there how he felt so sorry he'd let the dead guy walk home when he'd had so much to drink. How he'd lived the rest of his life wishing he'd talked him into staying the night. Then she'd automatically tell him how it wasn't his fault. Jenkinson nodded at Eve. Got that in one. He gives it some time, then he takes her out. Just friends. She's got the money and the society rung, so it's fancy parties and the gala shit. And it's, oh, you don't have to, no, you shouldn't, when she insists on buying him a tux and shit like that. Reineke shook his head. Playing the long game. Takes his time. Rakes some fancy stuff in before he makes any move on her. She falls for it, Jenkinson said. She's ripe for it. And he sweet-talks her, romances her, though she's paying the freight. Even after she marries him, everything stays nice and sweet a while. Then he starts pushing for more, Roarke added. More trips, a boat. Buys himself big dollar crap with her money and gets pissy when she draws some lines. He starts making mistakes. Jenkinson looked at his partner. They always do. Saying the wrong thing if they're arguing, like how miserable she made the dead guy, how he wanted a divorce, and the kicker? How the night it happened, dead guy wanted to stay with the best friend, but friend made him go home to his bitchy wife. Inconsistencies, Eve concluded. She starts thinking about that, and how the dead guy used to say best pal used to whine about money. How his good friend had more than he needed. How he'd made some loans the pal never paid back. You got that rich wife in your pocket, Roarke nodded. She remembered her dead husband telling her the friend said shit like that. How he'd know how to live and how to help out his pals if he had a rich wife. Bloom went off the rose. Jenkinson fluttered his mouse tie. Took a while, but that rose lost its bloom. Best pal, talking trash about the dead guy, drawing out money until she blocked him off her portfolio. She said he started to scare her, so she filed for divorce and, the house being hers, locked him out. He got back in, Jenkinson said, knew the security, how to get around it, since he'd installed. And that made her start thinking. Thinking hard enough, she had the security switched out, closed up the house, and moved her ass to Boston. She's got people there. She didn't go to the cops with the inconsistencies? This feeling she had? Nope, LT, she didn't. Jenkinson shrugged. She told us she couldn't make herself really believe he'd do something like that. Accepted he'd married her for her money, but couldn't swallow he'd kill, not all the way down swallow. After we had a talk with her, we had a talk with him. Let him know we'd reopened the investigation and were doing interviews again. That fucker's face. With a broad smile, Jenkinson shook his head. It was all right there on his face. He'd gotten away with it. He'd gotten what he wanted and never paid nothing. But now, here we come sniffing. And he started sweating, got his story mixed up, claimed, hell, who could remember? But he kept tripping up. So we brought him down here. Formal interview. Took us a while, but we got him. Guilt was eating at him some, maybe. Or we stirred it up enough to make him break. Or we're just damn good at what we do. Roarke grinned, slapped high fives. We are that. We got him. 18 years later, but we got him. Good work. Have you notified the widow? Gonna wait until like after 9. Like civilized, Jenkinson said. I think she knows. Damn clear she divorced him because she worried or wondered. Then when we showed up at the door, she knew. Close it off. Good work, she repeated, then turned to her office as Peabody came in, pink boots clumping. She had her hair in a high, flippy tail. Eve decided it could be worse. Those streaks in it could be pink instead of red. Obviously, she'd considered the memorial and had gone with black pants and jacket, even if the shirt was a pale blue. Morning, all. My office, Eve said, and headed for it. Sure, just let me stow my stuff. After Peabody pushed her bag into a desk drawer, she trotted after Eve. Did something break? No break. Eve programmed 2 coffees, one black, one regular, as she studied the board once more. Just a shift in motive, maybe. One that clicks for me. Over coffee, she laid it out for Peabody.
I can see it. Easier to fix Lopez in that box than Barney. She'd have no trouble destroying Shauna's dream trip, her wedding, or anything else. Harder for me to see Barney. Long friendship, partnered up with her best friend.
Jenkinson and Reinecke just closed a cold case. Murdered by best friend. He wanted a shot at the wife and eventually got it. Couldn't keep her, though. Guy bashed his friend's head in, hoping he could hook up with the guy's wife and her money. Maybe Barney wants to hook up with Shauna again. Peabody frowned.
Maybe he's even, carefully, suggested it, or made a little move.
Now you're following. Tested the waters, perhaps. That's a hard no, and you have the rejection angle right there again.
Okay, with that, I can see either one of them. Which one? You usually know, or at least have a strong sense once we get to this point.
If I bet on the job, Eve tapped an ID shot.
Really? Damn it, I was betting on Lopez.
Also a viable bet.
Then why Barney over her?
You didn't see his face, Eve murmured. You didn't see his face when he came out of the apartment carrying that box. I'd probably go with Lopez if I hadn't seen his face. Eve moved to her skinny window, stared outside. She says she doesn't want to go back there. And if he takes her at her word, maybe he takes something he wants.
If it was valuable,
no, nothing of value. Sentiment, more likely. Something Shauna wouldn't think about asking for, or if she does, they can't find it. Just a little something. Because she's his. His ex-girlfriend, his friend, his to hover over, to walk home from work, his.
Okay, you're convincing me.
Eve shook her head. I could make pretty much the same case with Lopez. We're going to get Shauna's permission to go through the apartment again this morning, before we go to the memorial. Maybe we'll see, or not see, what he took out in that box.
Anything I can dig into until?
Just take another pass through both of their data. I'm going to do the same. A first kill, Eve muttered. It looks and feels like a first kill. And it looks and feels to me like the wedding, only days away, was the real trigger. With the honeymoon deal cementing time and place, and the willingness to risk exposure. She paused by the board again. We need to have another conversation with Becca. Just like with the cold case Jenkinson and Reinecke just closed, she might have seen, heard, sensed something, but dismissed it. She wouldn't believe the guy she's in love with could or would kill.
And for what? Peabody added.
We'll get the what once we get the who. Eve sat back at her desk to pour through what she'd already poured through multiple times. But she couldn't shake the feeling, or maybe just the hope, that something in that background data would bring a spark. Lopez, a woman born in privilege thanks to the hard work and enterprise of those who'd come before her. Still, her work ethic stayed strong. Her choice of career put her and her body in the spotlight. She didn't strip for the money, to pay the bills, to put food on the table. She stripped for style, for attention, and because she was good at it. But the money wasn't nothing. A relatively diverse family, though the majority married within their culture of origin. Those who hadn't appeared to enjoy the same tight family and financial ties. A sprinkle of same-sex marriages over the decades, Also, by all indications, accepted. A very large family, so it didn't surprise her to see a handful of criminal bumps, a few relations who'd done some time, either in prison or in rehab. Nothing that stuck out to her, let her see some pattern. A well-off woman, closing in on 30, who'd had no legal cohabs, no marriages, no offspring. One who worked diligently at her chosen profession, and had a mean streak. Leave out the well-off, and that could describe me a few years ago. She sat back, added a big, tight, supportive family as another difference. A planner, Eve thought. She'd have to be to select costumes, work out choreography, handle her part of the real estate arm. Passionate, a temper, the mean streak, the use of sex as either revenge or solace. Add the ego, the bitchiness. You fit, Lopez. You slide in smooth enough. She toggled over to Barney and thought the same thing as she re-examined his background. Not as privileged financially, not as big a family, but a good-looking white male just shy of 30. That brought a built-in sense of privilege. A better-than-average student, part-time work during the school summers and breaks, responsible, football quarterback, team captain, lettered in high school there, and, of course, stood as the male half of Sean Bar. 2 sisters, younger, parents that had each been married once and stayed married for 31 years and counting. 2 uncles on the paternal side, 1 aunt on the maternal, and a total of 6 cousins. No, not as tight, Eve thought, as the family had scattered in the last couple of generations. 1 same-sex marriage and 1 divorce. 1 charge of simple assault among the cousins. None currently lived in New York. Since he'd majored in business management, had taken leadership courses, she assumed he'd reached his career goal. No marriages, the single and current cohab, no offspring. Another planner. Couldn't manage and lead successfully otherwise. Passionate enough to make captain of the team, pursue a singular career goal and achieve it. Ego? Yeah. Mean streak? None that showed. She glanced at the board, at his good-looking all-American face. I'm betting you just hide it better than Lopez. She doesn't give a shit who sees hers. You would. Enough, she thought, and closed the files. Enough circling. She contacted Shauna. Lieutenant, did you find them? I don't have any information for you at this time. I'm sorry. When Eve looked at her, she saw what she often thought of as survivor's exhaustion. I keep hoping. We're actively investigating, I promise you. I know this is a hard day, and I'm sorry to intrude on it. Detective Peabody and I would like your permission to go through your apartment again. The apartment? With dull blue eyes, Shauna just stared. I don't understand. We'd like to take one more look, to be absolutely thorough. I haven't been back. I'm not going to, but Becca brought some of my things. Clothes and things. Greg cleared out the food we had so it wouldn't spoil. Erin's family? They're going to get her things after today. After the memorial. Angie and Donna are going to help them. She passed a hand over her face. I don't know what I'd have done without them the last few days. Or Becca, Greg, Marcus. I don't know what I'd do. She closed her eyes. I don't know what I will do. I hope you'll arrange for the grief counseling. I need to get through today. You can go in the apartment. I don't care about the apartment. All right. We'll go through this morning before the memorial. We'd like to come pay our respects. That's kind of you. Greg says I should take a soother before, but I'm not going to. I'm saying I did so he stops worrying, but I won't. I need to feel it. All of it. You will, Eve thought after she clicked off. You'll feel it all. To take just another minute, she got coffee, stood at her window. It wouldn't help Shauna, not today, to know how many other people out there felt that exhaustion, felt that grief, felt it all. Taking a soother, hovering, wasn't bad advice, but she understood the need to feel it all. She felt it now, let herself feel it, because it helped push her to do the job she'd sworn to do. She couldn't protect Erin Albright. It was too late for that. But she could and would serve her. She walked out into the bullpen, saw all her detectives at their desks, all doing the work. Eventually, they'd be called out into the field to another scene, another body. And they'd serve the dead, as always. Peabody with me. Shauna's first? Peabody asked when she caught up. Yeah. She knew Barney cleaned out the food, so that wasn't on the sly. Erin's family is getting her things out after the memorial. Angie and Donna are helping them. Barney's pushing Shauna to take a soother before the memorial. She's going to tell him she did, so he lays off. You're leaning toward him again, and damn it, I'm nearly all in on Lopez. You first. Okay, some of it's personality. She's got a hard edge to her, and she gets what she wants. She works for it, but she gets it. She's used to getting it, and being the one who says yes or no. Erin said no to her. And if she has, or had, real feelings for Erin, say more than just sex, but feelings, how would she handle that? All right. Decent question. Decent point. When it's just sex, it's easier to move on, right? How good is the sex? One of the cops who'd shuffled on wanted to know. Also a decent question. Decent point. I'm gonna surmise pretty damn good. Not a snap to move on from pretty damn good sex. And you start thinking it was better than maybe it was anyway. Ask me about my ex-wife. That's okay, Eve told him. You can keep that one to yourself. I still say it's easier to move on from just sex than sex with an emotional element mixed in, Peabody insisted. Especially if you don't usually feel, maybe never feel, that emotional element. I had that element. The cop, a grizzled detective with tired eyes, shook his head. Started out one way, then hit the other end of that scale at the end. You get pushed to move on. It pisses you off. That, Peabody pointed at him. That's what I'm saying. Erin forced Lopez to move on, and those feelings took that dive. So she killed her and set it up to screw over Shauna's big dream. A reasonable scenario, Eve agreed. And when the doors opened to let their elevator companion off, she asked, You didn't kill your ex-wife, did you? Nah, had a kid who would have been pretty pissed off at me if I had. Me? I just imagine her miserable, and that keeps a spring in my step. Just because he didn't, Peabody began, and Eve waved her off. I get it, Peabody, and it's a solid rundown. I think you're right about the feelings. Genuine or not, who knows, but definitely feelings there.
But you still lean toward Barney?
Eve stepped out into the garage. He's one of the Mr. All-Americans. Straight white male, closing in on 30, good-looking, solid job, sharp dresser. He's also pretty much gotten what he wants. The popular boy in high school and part of the shining couple. Quarterback, calls the plays, team captain and all that. 2 siblings, younger sisters, so he's, potentially, the prince growing up. She got in the car. Like Lopez, he works, and like Lopez, works at a career of his choosing. His parents remain married to each other, live in a house in the burbs, the same house where he grew up, the same district where he, Shauna, Becca, and his younger siblings all went to school.
I don't understand how that applies.
First, he's a big brother. Maybe he takes that role too seriously. Second, he's a big brother in what reads like a very traditional family. He had, they call it a career, right? An upscale sort of high school career. He was a kind of star. Becca said royalty. She said Shauna, and think Sean Bar, was high school royalty. And he did just fine in college. Not royalty, but he did fine. As she drove, she visualized it. Moves back, home first, works at a men's shop in a local, upscale again, shopping area. Then he moved into the city. But when I took a look at both, guess who moved to the city first?
Oh.
Peabody pursed her lips.
Shauna?
Yeah, like about 3 months before him. And he not only moves to the city, gets a job in the men's shop where he manages now, but moves into the same building as Shauna.
The same building?
At that time, yeah.
I missed that. It's a pisser to have missed that.
I don't know if either of us missed it before or just didn't look at that timing. Becca was already in the city, zipped straight into her job after college. She was around the corner at the time, and she and Shauna reconnected. Then the 3 of them reconnected. Shauna's dating someone else, and Barney hooks up with Becca.
But you think he moved to the city, and we're in the city because of Shauna?
I think it's possible. And now, what? She's dating another woman? She's engaged? She's getting freaking married?
An ego thing? Like, what's wrong with my penis?
It's a solid point. That wasn't a damn pun.
It would be a good one.
Eve pulled into the now familiar loading zone, flipped on her on-duty light. So his ego, led by his penis, decides Erin has to go, Eve continued. Or his big brother deal demands he has to go to save Shauna from making a mistake. A combination of both would work. She considered as they hiked to the apartment building. It's something to bounce off Mira. Both yours and mine.
But you think it's him.
At this point, Peabody, it's a gut thing. It's the deli meat. Let me make you a sandwich. And Becca's casual, stop hovering. Like he tends to do that. It's the walking home with her from work, and it's the timing when he moved here and where he moved. At the building, she took out her master. And topping all of that, his face when he saw me in the hall, the way he shifted the box, the way he tried to pump me for info and kept tossing out the lowlife theory. And I didn't like the way he talked about Crack's place. Personal, maybe, but I didn't like that. or how it slid just over the edge of victim shaming. Inside, they hiked up the stairs. No proof, she added. Nothing to hang that on but my gut. Nothing to hang it on Lopez but logic. We need enough to get one or both of them in the box. Just enough for that. It's a first kill, and if a kill can be planned and impulsive at once, this one was. We'd break him. Or her. Killing's not who they are. Controlling is. Yeah, controlling, Peabody agreed. Both of them. You're right on that. Maybe benign in Barney's case, but it's still a controlling nature. They shouldn't have left the case, Eve said as they came out on the 4th floor. Whichever of them did it, they shouldn't have left the case. Should have resisted the need to add pain onto pain for Shauna. We'd have almost nothing without that. I wish we had more than we do. Hope can suck you dry. Work instead. We won't be able to tell what Barney took, but we'll go through and see if anything strikes. She mastered in. After a quick scan of the living area, she gestured left, then to the side. Photos gone, there and there. Of the two of them. She might have wanted those. I'd want those. Yeah, we'll see if we can find out. Art's still up. She walked into the kitchen, checked the fridgie. Not only empty, but spotless. Not a single spill in sight. AC's empty too, Peabody said after a check. They walked out. Peabody took the bedroom. Eve took the office, studio. The wedding dresses. They're gone. Yeah, some of Shauna's shoes from in there. Same with the dresser, Dallas. Some of Shauna's stuff. It's the size, the style makes it easy to see what's hers, what was Erin's. Eve moved into the bedroom. There was another photo on the dresser. One of those E-frames that holds a bunch of photos and scrolls them when you want. Some of the jewelry's gone, Peabody told her. I'm gonna say Shauna's again. It's the style. Erin's stuff is more, I guess, bold, artistic. Peabody moved into the bathroom. Basic supplies missing. Hair, skin stuff, some makeup, OTC meds like that. Okay. We've seen what we can see. I want to go by the gallery, speak to Frost, then we'll go to the memorial. Frost? She'll know what's happening with the art. Let's find out. Chapter 18. Glenda had just opened the gallery when they walked in. Eve supposed she'd dressed for the memorial or for work, which involved a slim black dress. She stood with a man, early 30s, black suit, burnished blonde hair in a small topknot, and held up a finger to Eve as a signal to give her a minute. Essie will prepare the Stenner watercolor for transport. Ms. Eglin's sending a messenger to pick it up around noon. Just make sure everything's ready. If Dale Weisbrenner brings in the bronze I approved after I leave, I want it placed in the South Gallery. Glenda, you've told me. We've got it. And I know to contact Mr. Gibbets about the pottery and tag Wilfred if he doesn't show up by 1. Don't worry. Please don't worry. You've got enough on your mind. Nagging you helps take my mind off what's on it. She gave his arm a squeeze as she spoke. Give me a second. As she crossed to Eve and Peabody, the man discreetly moved through an alcove to give them space. I hate memorials, she said. I can't imagine anyone actually enjoys them, but I just hate them. Add I'm barely back from vacation and taking most of the day off. I'm dumping a lot on our team. Which is an excuse, she added, not to think about how much I hate going to Erin's memorial. She's too young to be memorialized. She should have had decades more. She brushed a hand over her perfectly styled hair. And now I'm rambling. How can I help you? I'm curious whether there are any plans for Erin's art. You mentioned you hope to have a posthumous showing. Yes. Actually, Erin's mother contacted me yesterday. It seems the family and Shauna talked it over. They're going to choose some of Erin's paintings for themselves. They'd asked if I'd be willing to hold a showing in the fall. They want to start a scholarship in Erin's name for art students. She squeezed her eyes shut. Damn it. It gets to me. It's a generous idea, and Erin would love it. No question. I want to put together a proposal for the owners. They're in Florence at the moment. I want to waive or at least greatly reduce our percentage. So all her paintings, other than what she sold or gave as gifts, and whatever her family and Shauna want to keep. Exactly. None of them want to profit, and instead want to create something meaningful. She has a lot of work stored at the studio. Yeah, we saw it. Since they're planning this, there's a piece I'd like to pre-buy or bid on, whatever it is. Oh? Pizza parlor, interior. A lot of color and movement, and a lone figure sitting at the window counter. Yes, I know the piece. It's good. Not her best, if you want my opinion, which was also hers, but it's good. Can I ask why you want it? The place has a personal meaning for me. Glenda smiled a little, which means I could double its price, but won't. In any case, if you find who killed Erin, they'll want to gift it to you. I couldn't accept that, not how it's done. Understood. I'll speak to them. Personal meanings matter. Glenda looked over toward the portrait of the old woman. It's all personal now. But you'll price the paintings you exhibit and sell? Yes, that's my job. What about the paintings they keep? I'll appraise them if they want, for insurance, or simply to have a record. They haven't asked about that. Has anyone else? No. Her eyes narrowed. You'd like me to let you know if anyone does? Yes. Then I will. If money was the reason, I hope you not only find them, catch them, but they live a long, miserable life in prison. When we find them, catch them, I expect they will. Thanks for your help. They walked outside, headed for the car. It's not money, Eve said. Maybe the killer realizes that's a handy side benefit, but it's not money. Money's not personal, and this was. This was and is. But making some money off the dead artist? A sweet bonus. When they reached the car, Eve slid behind the wheel. We'll head over to the memorial. It's a little early. Yeah, this way we can watch people as they come in. Eve couldn't claim to have a fondness for memorials, but God knew she'd been to more than her share. The facility was quiet, dignified with its muted colors and subtly flower-scented air. Some light spilled through windows, but even that spilled subtly thanks to filters and privacy screens. The second-floor room contrasted with the subtle, the muted, with vases and urns of boldly colored flowers, with more strewn on a long table of photographs of the memorialized. From childhood, Eve noted, to the end of her life. On the other side of the room, another long table held finger foods, coffee, tea, more flowers. What Eve assumed was a self-portrait stood on an easel at the front of the wide room. On the other side of a standing display of flowers stood another easel with an enlarged photo of Erin and Shauna pressed cheek to cheek as they smiled out. They hadn't arrived too early for all, Eve noted. She recognized Erin's family and Shauna's gathered together near that front display. Shauna, wearing a severe black suit, her bright hair pulled back just as severely, stood with them. When she saw Eve and Peabody, she laid a hand on a woman's, Erin's mother's, arm, then stepped away to cross to them. If she'd looked exhausted on the link screen earlier, now she looked nearly gray with fatigue. She'd done her best with makeup, but it showed through. "Thank you for coming. I don't suppose you have anything to tell me." "Not yet." Shauna just nodded, looked around as if she'd forgotten where she stood. "Erin loved flowers. She liked vivid colors. We picked these for our wedding." "They're lovely," Peabody said in her gentle way. "We wanted what she'd want." She glanced up as music came on, soft but with a steady beat, and smiled a little. No dirges for Erin. She liked vivid music, too. "Would you come speak to her family and mine?" "Of course." With Peabody, Eve walked down to the vivid flowers with their bold scents and spoke with the grieving. "Is there nothing?" Erin's mother had given her daughter her eyes, and now they pleaded with Eve. "Nothing you can tell us?" "I can tell you that Erin's our priority, and we're doing everything we can to find out who took her life, who took her from you." "She was so bright." The mother looked toward the daughter's portrait. "So bright and full of life." Her husband put his arm around her shoulders as they began to tremble. "Come on now. Let's sit down a minute. Let's sit down over here." People began to sprinkle in, so Eve signaled Peabody. They'd stand in the back, and they'd watch. Angie walked straight over to Erin's parents, embraced them both, and when Erin's mother broke down, embraced her again and just held on. Donna came in, tears already streaming, with Glenda holding her hand. It didn't surprise her to see Crack and Rochelle come in, both in dark suits. Becca came in, Greg's arm around her waist as they made their way to Shauna. He held them both in a three-person hug, then kissed Shauna's forehead. He went to the refreshment table, poured 2 cups of tea, then walked back to them, urging them to take the cups. Others came, a sprinkle, then a stream. Another older couple, Barney's parents, Eve identified. They went straight to Shauna, then to her parents. Others she recognized from the party, some of them with other women or with men, some alone. Voices murmured over the music. She spotted Lopez's grandmother on the arm of a man with silver hair. And where was Lopez, she wondered. "A lot of people," Peabody commented. "I don't recognize all of them." "There's one who's not here." "Yeah, I got that. Pretty strange if she doesn't at least make an appearance." Marcus Stillwater rushed in, looking harassed. After a glance at Eve, he muttered, "Caught in traffic, damn it. Told them to leave without me, then got caught in traffic." He hurried to Shauna, embraced her, then her family, then others. Crack and Rochelle made their way to the back, and Eve. "A lot of people cared about that girl," Crack said. "You're gonna find the one who didn't." "Working on it." "The one who just came in? He's doing the eulogy. Shauna said she asked him, as she knew he'd handle it. She tried to write something out, but worried she'd just break." "Barely holding on now," Rochelle murmured. "I just can't imagine." Stillwater pinned on a mic and stepped to the front of the center of the room. His voice came clear and just loud enough to cut through the murmurs and still them. "On behalf of Erin's family, Shauna and her family, thank you all for coming to remember Erin. I'm Marcus, and while I only knew Erin a little more than a year, she brought such light and love into my life." He spoke, and spoke well, of her as a friend, a woman, an artist. His words brought tears, a little laughter, more tears, and Eve thought, probably comfort. When he finished, he invited anyone who wanted to say a few words, tell a story, share their thoughts. Angie spoke of their long friendship, Donna of Erin's unshakable loyalty. Glenda added more about her talent and her verve. Others shared personal stories. Barney stood behind Becca and Shauna, a hand on each of their shoulders. When Shauna stepped forward, he said something to her, but she shook his hand away and walked to the front. "Erin changed my life," she began in a voice that trembled like the hands she clasped together. "She expanded my life, and she brightened it. Who knew a pair of pink shoes could matter so damn much?" A low ripple of laughter, and she managed a ghost of a smile. "Without those shoes, she might never have shown me what love is, what it can be, what it needs to be. The 16 months we had together opened my world, my mind, my heart." As she spoke of love, Eve caught a movement out of the corner of her eye. Lopez came in. She wore red, stoplight in your face red. A body-skimming dress that stopped at mid-thigh she'd paired with sky-high heels in the same bold color. She moved through the crowd in a saunter that had Eve's instincts prickling. "This won't end well," she muttered, and started to follow. Lopez stopped a foot from Shauna, put a hand on one hip. "This is bullshit." Stillwater moved toward Chi-Chi, but Shauna shook her head. "Leave her alone." "What's bullshit, Chi-Chi?" "This! You! All of it! You standing there with your teary eyes and in your shop clerk's black suit, talking about Erin like you knew her. You didn't. You knew what you wanted her to be. You know what you wanted out of her, and it's bullshit." Lopez's grandmother spoke in low Spanish. Eve didn't need the language to recognize a harsh rebuke. Lopez just flicked a hand. "I knew her. I knew who she was, not the boring doormat you turned her into. She had life, and you drained it right the hell out of her. You fucking killed her. You bitch, she's dead because of you." People gasped, as expected. Stillwater moved forward again, but not before Lopez struck out with a slap that rang in the shocked silence. and neither he nor Eve moved quite fast enough to stop Shauna when her fist jabbed out. Good punch, Eve thought, as Stillwater managed to catch Lopez before, eyes rolled up, she crumpled. She had that coming. Shauna heaved out a breath. Instead of gray-tinged fatigue, her face glowed with rage. Those dull eyes went brilliant with it. I'm not sorry. She had that coming. The grandparents stood. With dignity, the woman approached Shauna. We apologize for Chi-Chi's behavior. Her disrespect at such a time. We'll take her home. She is, out. Stillwater looked up at Shauna with a mix of horror and admiration. I can carry her out, I guess. Just out of the room, Eve told him. If she needs medical attention, we'll call for it. Then she'll be charged with assault. Oh, but... Shauna started to speak, but stopped at Eve's sharp, fierce look. I hit back. Self-defense. She was overwrought, Ms. Lopez began. Yes, ma'am, she was. We'll give her time to settle down. She's coming around. If you could take her out so they can continue with the memorial, we'll take it from there. You'll make her pay a price. Ms. Lopez sighed. Perhaps that's best. We should contact our lawyer. Should she have a lawyer? That would be up to you. She's entitled to one. If you decide to bring one in, he can come to Cop Central. Peabody, go read Ms. Lopez her rights and ask if she wants medical assistance. Yes, sir. The grandmother turned to Shauna. I would apologize to you, Shauna, and to all who came to honor Erin on this solemn occasion. No, Senora. Yes, she insisted. Our very deep apologies. If you'll excuse us. With considerable dignity, she took her husband's arm and walked out. I don't want to press charges, Shauna began. Yes, you do. Actions require consequences. If it all comes down to a slap, she'll get off with the slap. You think? I'm gonna find out. Leave this to us, and finish what you're here to do. Eve glanced around the room, at the shocked faces, the fascinated ones, then left them all to it. She walked to where Lopez sat on a sofa with her grandparents, and with Stillwater standing like a baffled and reluctant guard beside Peabody. Go back in, Marcus, Eve told him. Drama's over. Sure. Okay. Wow. Ms. Chi-Chi Lopez states she doesn't require any medical assistance at this time. Fine. Did you inform her of her rights? Just more bullshit, Lopez snapped. But she rattled them off. Chi-Chi. For the first time, the grandfather spoke, and in tones of absolute authority. Mind your tongue. She set her bruised jaw, pressed her lips, the full bottom one split on the corner, together, and said nothing more. We'll forego the cuffs, Eve told her, unless you want more trouble. Go with them. Her grandmother patted Lopez's hand, then rose. Behave sensibly. The lawyer will come if needed. I don't need a damn... She broke off at her grandfather's cold stare. Yes, abuela. Thank you. Getting to her feet, Lopez walked between Eve and Peabody. It is bullshit. She snarled it once she was out of earshot. And you know it. So I slapped the bitch. Big deal. Yeah, big deal known as assault. Add verbal assault for good measure, and let's kick in disturbing the peace just for the hell of it. You're enjoying this. Can't say otherwise. I'm also doing my job. Outside, she put a hand on Lopez's head as she put her in the back of the car. We could throw in public drunkenness, couldn't we, Peabody? Well, Lieutenant, she's definitely had more than a couple this morning. So I had a couple of drinks. I'm old enough, and someone I cared about is dead. Dead because of that stupid whiny bitch. Eve pulled out into traffic. And how, exactly, is Erin dead because of Shauna? Jesus! Are you stupid? Jesus, Peabody, am I stupid? I would say the opposite of stupid, especially when it comes to murder. Why, thank you, Peabody, for that vote of confidence. But, Chi-Chi, since you ask, why do you think I might be stupid? Because it's freaking obvious! Wincing, she cradled her jaw as she snapped the words out. If not for that prissy-ass bitch, Erin would still be alive. Willing to play and understanding the rules, Peabody shifted to look back. So Shauna killed Erin? Oh, for fuck's sake! Not just stupid, brain dead. She wouldn't have the guts. She doesn't have the spine, or the brains. Some second-rate shoe store manager playing at getting naked with another woman. For kicks, for adventure. Since they plan to get married this weekend, it sounds like more than playing. More than kicks and adventure. Maybe she'd have gone through with it for the splash, for the attention, but it wouldn't last anyway. Eve pulled into the garage. How about we try this? Since you're so much smarter about this than we are, we'll go up, sit in interview. You can tell us your thoughts. We'll put off processing you for the assault. I don't give a flying fuck about the assault. Then you shouldn't give one about a formal interview. I don't. Peabody assisted Lopez out of the car, guided her to the elevator. Do you want some sober-up before said interview? Eve asked her. I'm not drunk, for Christ's sake. I had a couple of drinks. They flanked her in the elevator. Jaws swollen. Eve commented, Fuck you. Back at you. But Detective Peabody will get you an ice pack. When the doors opened for more cops, Eve edged Lopez back. For once, she'd ride all the way up. And as she did, she watched some of the bravado erode. I got us interview B, Lieutenant. That'll work. My family will take care of bail. I don't need this crap. Interview first, and maybe we can convince the injured party to drop the charges. I don't give a shit. But she did, Eve thought. Now that the bravado, some of the Dutch courage wore thin, and the situation took hold, she gave more than a shit. Then again, you shouldn't give one about an interview. Taking Lopez by the arm, Eve led her out of the elevator on Homicide's level. Want something to drink? She asked easily. Vodka martini, very dry, 2 olives. Yeah, we'll get that for you in about never. How about some water, Peabody? All around? Yes, sir. As Peabody peeled off, Lopez sneered. Figures you'd go by, sir, like a man. Does it? Funny, I think of it as genderless respect, but it takes all kinds. She opened the door to interview B. Have a seat. Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, entering interview with Lopez Chi-Chi on the matter of H-7823 and due to assault charges pending. Were you read your rights regarding those assault charges, Ms. Lopez? Yeah, and assault's bullshit. You know it's bullshit. On the contrary, I personally witnessed your assault on Shauna Honeycutt roughly 20 minutes ago.
So I slapped the bitch. She's earned worse.
Note that the accused has admitted to said assault. Peabody Detective Delia entering interview. And how has Ms. Honeycutt earned worse than a slap?
Erin's dead, isn't she?
Teeth bared, she snarled it out. Are you accusing Ms. Honeycutt of killing Erin Albright?
Like she'd have the guts, or the spine, or the smarts.
Gingerly, Lopez pressed the ice pack Peabody offered against her jaw.
But she's the reason, Chi-Chi continued. It's her fault. It's all her fault.
Eve cracked her tube of water, took a casual sip. Since we're all sitting here, how about you explain how Erin's death is Shauna's fault?
You didn't know her, all right? You didn't know Erin.
But you did, Peabody said. Her voice, as gentle as Lopez's, was strident.
You're goddamn right I knew her. She was bright and bold, really fearless. She had passion, real passion, for her art, for life, for living life. Up for anything, that was Erin. Always on the go, always doing, looking, being. Shauna killed all that. She killed all of that before somebody finished the job.
How? Those dark eyes bored into Eve's.
She manipulated her. Playing at the romance, all of it. Suddenly, Erin's staying home instead of partying. She's working on her art, sure, but she's not fucking living. Doesn't go out, starts hanging with those lame friends of Shauna's. It's all Shauna, 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 all the damn time.
And not you. Not after Shauna.
Tells me to lay off Shauna. Oh, come on, Chi-Chi, don't be bitchy. Says how happy she is, but bullshit. Laughs it off when I make a move on her the way she used to like.
That must have hurt. Peabody's eyes shined with sympathy.
Fucking A, it hurt. But it showed me just how Shauna twisted her up. Like the two of us can't have sex anymore? Like she can't swing by the club for some laughs? No, oh no. They're saving money for a nice fucking sofa? Then, Jesus, they're getting married? What the serious fuck?
You resented all that, Eve said. Who could blame you? You and Erin had something. Then Shauna got in the way.
I'm telling you, she manipulated Erin. She dazzled her somehow. White dresses, a wedding, maybe having kids down the road. That wasn't Erin.
What did you do about it? Eve asked her.
I tried talking to her, but she wouldn't listen. I tried warning the bitch off, but she ignored me. I even tried talking to Angie, since she and Erin are tight, but she told me Erin was happy, in love, and I'd end up having her cut me off if I kept it up. And Donna, Lopez rolled her eyes. She's useless. Whatever Erin wants is just perfect. Erin wants Shauna, so Shauna's perfect. They couldn't see what I could. None of them could see what I saw.
Did you tell Erin you were in love with her, Chi-Chi? At Eve's words, Lopez's eyes filled. Tears fell in a flood.
She said she was sorry. Sorry! But she didn't feel that way about me. She couldn't feel that way. She loved Shauna. She was making a life with Shauna, and she was sorry.
When did you tell her?
The morning of the goddamn party. The morning before she died. Died because she thought she loved Shauna. And she's spending the last morning of her life cleaning somebody's apartment.
You went there?
Yes, I went there. I went there to tell her. I went there to stop her from making this stupid mistake."
"Is that when she gave you the case? The case with the tickets to Hawaii?" Like a child in a tantrum, she tossed the ice pack across the table.
"She didn't give me the goddamn case. She didn't tell me anything about Hawaii.
I knew that was Shauna's thing. I knew how much Erin wanted to make it happen, but she didn't tell me, because Shauna, always Shauna." Now she laid her head down on the interview table and wept.
"She'd be alive if it wasn't for Shauna. Why didn't they kill her? Stupid second-rate shoe clerk with her boring friends and let's-stay-home lifestyle. Who'd miss the bitch? Erin was so much more. So much more."
"And feeling this way, you still went to the party that night?"
"I've got my pride, don't I? I'm not sitting at home alone. I'm not letting them all see how it hurts."
Straightening, she swiped at her face, took a long moment to compose herself. The anger hadn't drained, Eve thought, not by a long shot. But when she spoke again, her voice was more controlled. "I'd have made Erin happy. We could have had a real life together and not some pale, boring excuse for one. Now she's dead, and that pasty-faced redhead standing up there talking about her like they had some love of a lifetime. She's lucky I just slapped her." She took 2 deep breaths. "It wouldn't have lasted. Erin would have gotten tired of it. She'd have wanted to bust loose again, and that bitch would have wanted the dick again. But now Erin's dead, and it's over. Killing her, that's payback for rejection." Eyes dry again, Lopez stared at Eve.
"Look at me, for Christ's sake. She'd have come back to me, to the life, to the passions."
"I could wait. Yeah, I was pissed, but I could wait. Now, because of Shauna, there's nothing to wait for. Blaming Erin for wanting something else makes more sense." "You didn't know her," Lopez said again. "It wouldn't have lasted. She'd have come back. I could wait. Now she can't come back. And all because of Shauna's goddamn party. I don't give a fuck about the assault. Lock me up. Erin's still dead, so the fuck what?" "What did you think when you saw Shauna stripping down on stage at the D&D? Eve wondered.
"I thought, Jesus, Erin's giving up this?"
Lopez skimmed her hands down her body. "For that? And I damn well knew she'd come back." Looking into Lopez's eyes, Eve nodded. "Yeah, I bet that's just what you thought. Peabody, take Ms. Lopez down to booking. You can sit and think some more before your bail hearing." Eve sat back. "I didn't know Erin, but I know her now. Knowing her's part of my job, and I'm damn good at my job. Only one person's responsible for her death, and that's the one who killed her. If it helps you sleep at night to blame the woman she loved and who loved her, that's your damage. But I'll do my job and see the person responsible's held responsible. Shauna's why she's dead. That's all I need to know. Get her out, Peabody. Interview end." Chapter 19. While she waited for Peabody, Eve wrote up her report, made more notes on the interview. She heard someone coming toward her office. Not Peabody. But she recognized the tread and got to her feet. Commander Whitney filled the doorway, then her office. Broad-shouldered in his suit, the same color as the gray threaded through his close-cropped hair. He flicked a glance at her board. Eve said, "Sir." He gave an absent wave of his hand toward her desk chair, but she didn't sit. "You arrested, interviewed, and are now booking a Chichi Lopez." "Yes, sir." He nodded, and now his dark eyes flicked toward her auto chef. Eve didn't ask, simply programmed coffee, black, and offered it. He nodded again. "On assault?" "Yes, sir. Also drunk and disorderly and disturbing the peace. Ms. Lopez disrupted a memorial service, then verbally and physically assaulted the fiancé of the deceased. I take it, since you wouldn't waste your time interviewing this individual over an assault while conducting a murder investigation, said individual is on your case board." "She is." "She is," he agreed. "I've received and reviewed copies of your reports. Also received a call from the mayor, who is a frequent patron of the family restaurant." Politics, Eve thought, and struggled not to hiss. The grandmother contacted the mayor? The mother. Apparently there's a family disagreement on the issue. Due to the nature of the younger Ms. Lopez's career, the mayor would like to keep a low profile on any involvement. "I bet, sir." Whitney's mouth twitched just a little. "In any case, the mayor's office would like to see some leeway on the matter due to the emotional state of all parties involved." "I believe that will be up to the court, Commander." "Agreed. I'm on my way out to a meeting, or I wouldn't have interrupted you with this. While the mayor is also in agreement, the Lopez's enchiladas are exceptional, and one of the younger Ms. Lopez's cousins works in the mayor's office." Eve said nothing while he polished off his coffee, handed her back the mug. "So, I've done my duty, and have no doubt you'll do yours." He started for the door, then stopped, turned back. "Is she your killer?" "She has the nature and temperament for it, Commander. She's the center of her own world and expects to be treated as such. A slap back by the court wouldn't hurt. But no, sir, I don't think she killed Erin Albright." "I'm sure that will be a relief to the Lopez family and the mayor." "Have you got the scent?" "I do." "Then good hunting, Lieutenant." When he left, Eve turned back to her board. Yeah, she had the scent. What she didn't have was evidence. She believed strongly in following her gut, but without evidence, she couldn't make a case. Now she heard Peabody coming. "I saw Whitney as I was coming back. Is there a problem?" "The mayor likes Abuela's enchiladas." "Oh, well, shit." Eve shook her head. No real interference there. "Okay, good. Lopez is with her lawyer. The lawyer came in during booking. She was wearing Carmina's." "Carmina's what?" "Shoes, Dallas. Carmina is a shoe designer, a goddess. These were a pale, pale blue. Stilettos with little cutouts on the sides, shaped like butterflies. They're gonna run like $5,000 easy." "I'm just thrilled to have a report on the lawyer's footwear." "It's relevant," Peabody insisted. "If you can afford Carmina's, and you're wearing a suit that looks like it came right off the runway in Milan, you're probably really good at your job." "She'll probably bounce with community service and anger management." "That seems fair." "It would be." Unless she pulls a judge who decides to dismiss the charges. There should be consequences, but that's not our department. We did our job.
Yeah, but she didn't kill Erin Albright.
Eve gestured to the desk chair. Take the chair. I'm not ready to sit yet. And she programmed coffee for both of them. Why didn't she kill Erin Albright?
Logistically, Peabody began, it would have been tricky. Not impossible, but tricky. It feels like if she was going to do it, she'd have found a less tricky time and place.
Eve decided to counter and make Peabody work for it. The time and place are part of the point of the killing, ruining a celebration and destroying a dream at the same time.
Yeah, but Lopez is a hard-ass with a goddess complex. I'm so special. I'm so amazing. Look at me. And I can see her shoving a sharp into somebody's throat. Or, yeah, using a wire. But if she was gonna do it, I think she'd have killed Shauna. And she'd have felt like she deserved to.
It's Erin who rejected her. She probably hasn't heard a lot of no's in her life, and Erin gave her a big no. And Shauna pays, and pays, and pays. Peabody frowned at her coffee, then frowned at the board.
Yeah, but the way she broke down an interview, what she said, how she said it, I really believe she loved Erin, or honestly thinks she did. And yeah, people kill what they love, and a lot. But this didn't feel like the way for her. She runs hot, Dallas. Really hot. And there had to be a lot of cold to plan out and execute this killing. Maybe a hot motive, the passion, but a cold execution.
Oh, she has plenty of cold in there. Deflated, Peabody set down her coffee.
You think she did it?
No, I don't. Peabody looked up again, blinked.
You don't? Why?
For all the reasons you cited, and a couple more. If she killed Erin, where's the murder weapon? She didn't have it on her. It wasn't in the club. Sweepers went through dumpsters and recyclers, circled the block on that, which she'd have had to do if she had a bloody garrote on her.
I forgot that one. I shouldn't have forgotten that one.
She could have ditched it somehow, snipped the wire to pieces, flushed. Had to have handles, but it's possible she found a way to destroy and dispose. Possible, but that's a lot of thought. And it would have taken more time. Then she's going to walk back into the club, slip in without notice, and keep partying? Eve shook her head. I don't see her pulling it off. I can see her trying, but failing. She's a performer, but that's her body, not so much her face. Something would have showed. If Crack didn't see something in her, Angie would have. She's got a sharp eye. Eve wondered, drank coffee. All of those points can, as I demonstrated, be countered. I hope she pays a price for what she did today, but she won't go down for murder.
You think it's Greg Barney.
I know it is now. Turning, Eve studied his face on her board. Attractive, well-groomed, well-dressed, an easy, friendly smile. He smirked.
Sorry, what? He smirked? At Lopez today?
No, not at Lopez. At Shauna. Between the slap and the punch. Lopez goes after Shauna verbally. Everybody's shocked, but he's fascinated. There were a couple more fascinated, and a couple of angry reactions. Angie, for instance, was pissed. Then the slap. Certain of her ground, Eve turned back around. You've got that split second, that— Eve snapped her fingers. Everybody's holy shit, or what the fuck? But he smirked. He's looking right at Shauna with that red blaze from Lopez's hand across her cheek, and he smirks. Like, yeah, nice job. He covered it fast. He's got a good mask, but I saw it. Smirked, and you bet your ass he had to swallow a laugh. Are there counterpoints? Oh, plenty. Involuntary reaction, nervous twitch. Eve shrugged, but he enjoyed that moment. He enjoyed watching Shauna's emotional speech interrupted by a hostile drunk, and he seriously enjoyed the slap. She tapped her lapel. I turned on my recorder when Lopez started her rant. You recorded the smirk? I had a decent angle. I'm gonna have EDD enhance it. A smirk's not evidence, and we've got precious little. But I add that to the nerves outside the apartment, the way he handled the box. Add it to the no alibi that was perfectly presented as alibi, the high school relationship, the hovering. You think he's in love with Shauna? No, I don't think he loves anyone but himself. She eased a hip on the side of her desk, then pushed off again. No, not ready to sit. He lost the Sean part of Sean Bar. He'd been a star in high school, but part of that shine came from her, being coupled with her. Then they're back home after college, but she moved to the city. So he moves to the city, practically on top of her. The hovering, and the access to that shine. But she's not interested in going back to high school. So he starts up with her good friend and the self-identified high school wheeze. Gets some shine there. And Shauna's not really with anyone, or not with anyone for long. Until Erin. Until Erin. That changes everything, Peabody said, picking up the threads. She's in her first real relationship since him. And she switched teams, Eve added. Peabody frowned again. Do you think that matters? To him? Yeah, it does. It matters to him. It's salt in the wound time for someone like Barney. Look at his background, Peabody. His family is nearly universally straight waspy types. Any who aren't tend to move away. You hook up with someone of the opposite sex, eventually marry in that sector, preferably of the same race, culture, and likely creed if you've got one. You live a traditional, by those standards, life, and produce a kid or possibly two. Divorce is frowned upon, so choose that life mate wisely. But he's not with Shauna, and hasn't been for years. Why would it matter so much, matter enough to kill? Because she still belongs to him. She tapped the board, Barney's photo, then Lopez's. They're a lot alike, these two. Self-important, the center of their own worlds, tight families where I'd say they're well-loved, even admired. They both fit the profile, she thought, because they were very much alike. Both of them used to getting their way. Instead of letting it play out, hire a fancy lawyer and let it play out. Lopez's mother whines to the mayor. The fucking mayor, when her daughter gets busted for being a raging, violent asshole. I'm betting if Barney hit any bumps along the way, his family found a way to smooth them, too. Appearances, Peabody said. Looks, status. Those are top priorities for them. Yeah. Thoughtfully, she nodded. Yeah, both of them. And they were both sort of stars in high school, right? She had all those write-ups about her dancing, and he was part of the couple. and neither of them had the same shine in college. Smaller fish, bigger pool. Still, they're entitled, both of them. She's got family money behind her, but he does well enough. They're both attractive and wouldn't have trouble with those hookups. Except for her, Erin, Peabody added, and for him, Shauna. Exactly. For her, I don't think she realized how deep her feelings were for Erin until Erin was dead. So it starts with jealousy. With him, it's pride, not passion. If he wants Shauna back, it's not love, not lust, not passion. Straight pride. He may actually feel some of the love, lust, passion for Becca. She pretty well suits his needs. But he doesn't feel enough to let go of the shine. Eve eased the hip on her desk again, and this time stayed, let out a breath. And none of that's evidence. None of that builds a solid case. So the question is, how do we prove it? How do we prove it? Eve echoed. I thought leaving the case was a mistake, panic, or just stupidity. But I'm more convinced than ever that was deliberate, a part of it. Shauna had to pay, too, for bruising that pride. She pointed at Peabody. What do you want to bet? Shauna shared that dream with Barney back in high school. Their dream honeymoon. No bet. Peabody scooped a hand through the air. It slides right in. It's the salt in the wound again for him. So he gives it right back to her. Fickle bitch won't be going to Maui now. It's just mean. Yeah. And again, the mean's part of the point. He had the motive, means, and opportunity. Erin gave him the perfect opportunity. Here's a difference between him and Lopez as I see it. Lopez would have waited Erin out. Sure, the relationship, even tied up in marriage, wouldn't last. He couldn't wait. Because, for one thing, it's a personal insult. Now Eve smiled. There you go. He had that weapon ready. Maybe planning to kill her before the wedding. Maybe at the damn wedding. But the Maui thing, that couldn't be tolerated. Plus, perfect opportunity. She pushed off the desk to pace again. Erin asks him to help her with the big surprise because she trusts him. Why wouldn't she? He's not so much part of the tribe, right, but of the circle. He's Shauna's good friend. He's Becca's cohab. He's not going to the party, girls only. So it'd be easy to get him the case, the swipe, give him what she thinks is the basic timing. Just come in the back way. And he's, okay, sure, no problem. The good friend, the good guy, all happy to help. Slip in, do the kill. Need to take her link, as there's some communication on that, but he's going to stage a robbery anyway. Shouldn't have picked a place like the D&D. That's insulting, too. A sex club? That's not the place for Shauna. He covered himself well. Closed the shop himself, so we have that security footage. Meet a mutual friend at a place he's known. Buy the damn flowers. Then go home, bide your time, turn on the screen. Peabody picked up the threads again. Make sure it's programmed for something you can say you watched at the time of the murder. Take the case, the weapon, and have a short walk in the rain. He has to let her know he's there. Send a quick text or get one, because he'd still have the swipe. She slips away, a little drunk, a lot excited, and he's right there. He has to move fast the minute she shuts the door. It's easier than he thinks. She could see it. She could fucking see it. Easier, quicker. It's horrible, all that blood, but it's done. Take the link, the little bit of jewelry, leave the swipe, and get out. He could have walked for blocks to ditch the weapon, Peabody added. The link and jewelry, too. Not too far, but far enough. He has to be home when Becca tags him. He needs to be home so she can say he was home when the body's discovered and she tags him. You have to be right about the communication on the link. If we can just cobble together enough probable cause to look at his... If he's smart, and he is, he'd have destroyed it and gotten a new one. Contact Mira. See about getting me a consult. I want to run all this by her. I need to finish the report on Lopez, and I want to swing up to EDD. EDD? I want Feeney to take a look at the smirk. I'm not basing the investigation on that, but it was the capper. Meanwhile, do a search for people who graduated with him and the two women. Get impressions. Hey, that's a good angle. I'll be all over it. Eve sat, finished the report. She spent a little more time on her notes, laying on her very circumstantial evidence against Greg Barney. She took the glides to EDD. Less crowded, more thinking time, then walked into the geek carnival of EDD. Color, movement, sound. Everyone jiggled, pranced, or shook in their bibs and baggies, with the stripes, checks, swirls thereon, making constantly changing patterns. E-speak rolled like a strange foreign language. She spotted McNabb, air boots shuffling, bony hips tick-tocking, red-streaked blonde tail of hair swaying. She turned to the brown and beige sanctuary of Feeney's office. He sat, worn brown shoes crossed on his desk. With his explosion of ginger hair, wiry with threads of silver, a wild crown on his head, he tipped back in his wrinkled shit-brown suit, baggy eyes closed in his hangdog face. Before she could step back, he held up a finger. Thinking, not sleeping. In about 8 seconds, he nodded. A satisfied smile bloomed. Okay, got it, and opened his eyes. He got up, walked to his wall screen. He held up another finger, just wait, then changed the position of some lines of code or equations or whatever the hell she couldn't have translated with a stunner shoved in her ear. And there it is. He swiped something else she could interpret as save, copy, send. Seconds later, someone in the bullpen shouted, "Wee-oh! Dunked it! Wee-oh, Cap!" Fucking A right. He stepped back, picked up the lopsided bowl his wife had made, and snagged some candied almonds before offering the bowl to Eve. She started to shake her head, changed her mind, popped to. "What you after, kid?" Feeney asked her. "I sent up a recording," she began. Yeah, got that right here. Had to deal with this one first." He went back around behind his desk, manually brought the recording on screen where she'd cued it. "The redhead's about to get clocked by the brunette," Feeney observed. "Yeah. The guy, off to the left, behind the redhead, beside the blonde. Reddish blonde. Strawberry blonde. Essentially a redhead," she realized. He went from one redhead to another. Interesting. "That guy," she continued. "Watch him, okay? Run it to just after the slap and tell me what you see." Eve turned to watch again herself, without blocking Feeney's view. Over the gasps and murmurs, the crack of flesh to flesh snapped. That one hurt. And he liked it. He paused it where Shauna's head reared back, and Lopez's open hand had just started to drop. Right? First, I want to enhance until it's as close to the four of them, Slapper, Slappy, Smirker, and the Blonde, as we can get. Those basset hound eyes gave her a long look. You know enough to do this. Yeah, and I did. But the angle's a little tricky. He enhanced, zoomed, sharpened. Like that? Yeah. Slow-mo it back to right before she swings, then advance slow-mo to this point again. See how he puts his arm around the blonde's shoulders? Looks like she was gonna move in, maybe try to stop the brunette. And he stopped her. And then how he looks sort of shocked, but more like he's holding in a laugh. Yes! Vindication had Eve mentally pumping her fist. Yes, yes! Then the brunette swings, connects, and what do you see? Fucker's smirking. He's smirking. Now, if you're at a memorial for the fiancée of one of your oldest, closest friends, do you smirk when she gets clocked? Hell no. Feeney zoomed out again, then ran it back. See the guy on the right? He's pissed and moving in. If he'd gotten there before the brunette took that swing, she wouldn't have taken it. I need a copy of the zoom and enhance. Then if you can do the same with his face, the smirking fucker. Feeney nodded, worked his magic. This is the one who killed the fiancée? I can't prove it yet, but I'm damn sure of it. Good-looking face. All-American boy. When it smirks like that, it's punchable. As Eve studied the enhanced close-up, Detective Calendar strolled in. Hey, Cap! Sorry, Dallas, didn't see you. I'll swing back. In her orange bibs, and a tee that looked as if someone had tossed green paint on a white canvas, she started to step back. Hey! I know that doozer. Where do I know that doozer? Eve remembered the word, Dick, loser, and sent Calendar a sharp look. You know him? Greg Barney? Not the name, but that face. That asshole smirk. Check it, she said, and lifted a hand. Fancy men's shop guy. Downtown shop. How do you know him? Not no, but he's the one who gave me that same snarky look when I went in there. She dug into one of the many pockets of her bags, pulled out a pack of gum. She offered it to Eve, who shook her head, then to Feeney, who took one before Calendar took one herself. My brother's 21st birthday, back several months, and what does he want but this fancy shirt from this fancy designer? Seems this place was having a sale, so I poke in. And this guy, he's watching me like I'm gonna grab shit up and run for it. She shrugged, tossed her short, streaky dark hair. So, okay, I don't look like most people who shop there. Then, when I find the stupid shirt, it's just a freaking tee, but it's got the fancy guy's label on it, which means they can charge 10 times as much, and I hold it up to check it out, he comes marching over. Tells me how they prefer people don't handle the merchandise. I say how I'm thinking of buying it, and is it on sale? Snapping her gum, she slid her hands into her hip pockets. He gives me that look right there. Like I'm a bug, and he's the boot that's gonna really love squashing me. He says how that designer never goes on sale, and how I should try the L&W for a more affordable knockoff. He pissed me off so much I bought that damn shirt full price. But my brother freaking loves it, and it was his 21st. Calendar smirked back at the smirk. Is he a Vic or a suspect? Suspect. Hope you nail him good and hard. That's the plan. Can you copy all that for me, Feeney, and send? Already did. Thinking time, he told her. Take some. Yeah, I'm going to, soon as I can. Thanks. You too, Calendar. As she started out through the color, movement, and sound, her link signaled. She pulled it out as she went, scanned the text from Peabody. Mira just got a window. She can give you about 15 if you go now. On my way. Keep pushing on the high school angle. Move to college if possible. Back in 20. Movement, she thought as she hopped on a glide. Calendar had given her a new perspective of the man his friends described as a nice guy, a helpful guy, an average guy. There would be other perspectives, too. Maybe enough when they put them all together that would give her some buttons to push. Chapter 20. The dragon who guarded Mira's office didn't look very pleased when Eve strode in, but she tapped her earpiece. Dr. Mira, Lieutenant Dallas is here. Yes, I will. Go right in. She slanted Eve a look. You're on the clock, Lieutenant. Understood. Eve gave the door a quick knock, then stepped inside. Mira already stood, programming what Eve knew would be tea. She wore a slim, plum-colored dress with a short white jacket and heels that merged the two colors with tiny checks. A gold chain with little flat pearly discs draped down the purple bodice. Even smaller pearly discs dangled with purple ones from her ears. It never failed to amaze Eve how Mira managed it. I had a couple minutes to look over your report, Mira said, as the flowery scent of the tea wafted into the air. I appreciate it. It's interesting. Have a seat. Eve took one of Mira's two blue scoop chairs, accepted the tea in its fancy cup. Mira tucked a strand of mink-colored hair behind her ear and took the other. I found your side notes even more interesting. I sometimes wonder if you're bucking for my job. Not hardly, Mira smiled. You'd be good at it. But then part of being a good investigator is understanding who and what people are. Chichi Lopez, definitely narcissistic tendencies, but much of her sense of self-worth is tied to her physicality, and more narrowly, her sexuality. A difficult woman who uses that physicality and sex to attain what she wants. Attention, approval, admiration. Mira sipped some tea. It may be different with her family, but in her other relationships, emotions, genuine emotions, have played little part. So when she finds herself with genuine feelings for Erin Albright, and those feelings aren't returned, her resentment, her anger, and her bafflement are aimed at the person Erin has feelings for. Not at Erin. That's not my read, no. Erin had to be misled, somehow deceived, as in every way Lopez, to her mind, is superior to her rival. Even that confident superiority isn't enough as time passes. The rival must become a trickster, a manipulator, a liar, a cheat, a user. And in the end, when Erin is killed, the rival must be responsible, must take the blame. Mira paused, smiled again. Which, clearly, you concluded yourself. More or less. If Albright had been killed with a handy blunt object, I'd narrow on her. Crime of passion, heat of the moment, I could see it. But to plan it out like this, execute it like this? If Honeycutt was the victim, again, I'd narrow on Lopez.
I absolutely agree. So, Greg Barney.
I'd like to add something I just learned via detective calendar. Eve relayed the story.
Hearing that story didn't surprise you, Mira commented.
No. You either.
No, but again, some of our work runs in the same lane of human behavior. He enjoys his social standing, again as he sees it. From a solidly, dependably upper-middle-class background, and a classically traditional one, he rose a bit above as a teenager. Class president, star athlete, and a pairing with a popular and attractive girl that made them both stars in that arena. I don't believe either of us will be surprised to find at least some, especially on lower rungs of the social ladder, of his former schoolmates, won't remember him with particular fondness.
He's a bully, Eve said, but not an obvious one. He hovers, observes, insinuates, placates. He's ridden some on his looks, like Lopez. His job makes him a kind of boss, and in a shiny venue. Both are important to him. Appearances are important to him. I've seen Becca's high school pictures, and he wouldn't have looked twice at her back then. But since she
blossomed?
Okay, that works. She found a style that suits her, developed confidence in herself, her looks, her work. But he didn't move to the city for Becca, even if he knew she already lived and worked there. He moved because of Shauna.
Yet they remain friends.
He found a worthy substitute. And, surfacely, she's a kind of redhead too. If he follows his family pattern, he'll want to be married around 30 and to a white woman, or at least not obviously mixed race. He'll expect to have a child within 2 or 3 years, and for the woman to take leave from her work and serve as professional mother for at least the first 5 years after that. It's like a template, Eve added, and it's pretty rigid. Those who deviate tend to drift away.
Then why kill Erin?
Mira lifted a hand, turned it palm up.
He has Becca to suit his lifestyle.
Shauna was his half of the whole. He may want her back. I'm not sure about that. But she was his, then she wasn't. Like with Lopez, her relationship with Erin might have triggered feelings. It was one thing, at least acceptable, since he had Becca, for Shauna to sleep with attractive men. But she deviated from the template.
And whose fault is that?
Yeah, has to be Albright. Manipulating, using, and so on. Not half of the famous Sean Bar. He manages. Not just the men's store, but people. And Shauna moves out of that scope. She can't be managed when she's marrying someone who doesn't fit the pattern. And what about the years they were together? What does it say about that? About him?
To him, she's made a terrible mistake. She'll not only ruin her life, but smear their history together, diminish it, and him. It's very personal, as the murder was very personal.
Eve set the tea aside, then pulled out her link. She queued up the recording to the smirk. This is him, right as Lopez slapped Honeycutt. Mira took the link, studied the screen.
An unguarded instant. A mean, satisfied smile. A derisive smirk. An approval of Honeycutt's comeuppance. His feelings for Honeycutt are very complicated, aren't they? Mira handed back the link. He needs and holds on to what they were together. The glossy couple admired, envied, even revered by their peers. I believe he may have genuinely enjoyed their friendship, with him managing it, while he cemented a relationship with the old schoolmate and his former love's best friend. It says I've got someone, and during that time, you don't. No one that sticks. Until Albright. Until, Mira echoed. He may have been somewhat amused initially, then appalled when it became clear the relationship was serious. Undoubtedly alarmed by the idea of marriage, a future, when he began to disrespect, at the least, the woman who'd once been half of his whole due to what she became. And the last straw? Maui, Eve added. How could he allow Albright to fulfill that dream? More, how dare she try to? And she has the nerve to ask him to help her pull it off? You conclude Erin needed to die. The only clear way to stop the wedding, the mistake, the deviation. But Shauna had to be punished, had to suffer some consequences for her choices, for tainting what they'd been to each other, what they'd had together. That's the nutshell. Now Mira set her tea aside. I don't disagree. I need more. I think you're taking the right direction in speaking to former classmates. So much of his persona is still tied there. You might dig up some former staff. Current may not wish to speak frankly about his attitudes on the job. I'll do that. And when you interview him, when you're ready to, make him angry. I have a knack for that. Mira's smile flashed, made her eyes sparkle. You do. It's a gift. Insult that self-worth, the hidebound traditions, the high school hero's status. You'll need to push for an unguarded moment like that smirk. Pry that open? I'd be very surprised if the rest doesn't fall. You think he did it too. I'm reading your reports and notes, and you certainly lean there. So that's a factor, but I believe he's earned his place as your prime suspect. When Mira's personal link signaled, Eve started to rise. Mira gestured her down again as she took the link out of her jacket pocket. It's Dennis. 1 second. Hello, Professor. Dr. Mira. Just his voice had Eve going soft inside. She could see him in her mind's eye, the sweet face, the soft green eyes and musk-gray hair. Say hello to Eve. She's with me at the moment. Hello, Eve. How are you? I'm fine, thanks. Not just soft, she had to admit, but a little bit gooey inside. I was just leaving. Oh, not on my account. I just wanted to let Charlie know I fixed the leak. Did you? Mira's smile broke out again. You're so clever, Dennis. No more dripping and no need for a plumber. And since it's a good night for grilling, I'm marinating some ribs. That sounds perfect. I should be home on time. I'll be here, waiting. We'll have some wine, won't we? I just have to find the corkscrew. It's never where I think it is. Second drawer, right of the stovetop. See you soon. It's never soon enough. Goodbye, Eve. Enjoy the rest of your day, and best to Roarke. Bye, Eve murmured. Mira slipped the link away again. Dennis gets a bit antsy toward the end of summer. He only teaches one class in the summer term, and he likes to think he's handy with tools around the house. Sometimes, surprisingly, he is. Other times... With a laugh, Mira rolled her eyes. Oh, the chaos, the cursing. But the man's a genius with a marinade. It's lovely to know I'll go home to wine and a good meal. It is. Roarke might not be a genius with marinade. She didn't think either of them knew the first thing about marinade, but he always made sure she had a good meal. I need to get back to it. Thanks for the time and the insight. I think you had more than enough of your own in this case. It helps to have some confirmation. I know he did it, she said as she rose. I know how he did it, and if I don't have all the why, I have most of it. Make him angry, she repeated. I don't think I'll have a problem there. She started for the door, paused with her hand on the knob. It's nice, being married. This time, Mira simply beamed. Yes, it is. The right life partner makes all the difference. Wasn't it clever of both of us to choose so well? I used to think I didn't choose so much as tripped into it. You don't trip, Eve. Well, not very often. When she left, she got the gimlet eye from the admin that suggested she'd gone over her allotted time. Probably had, she considered, as she kept right on going. But it had been worth it. Former staff. A good angle. Make him angry? She'd have done that anyway, but it was a solid tip to do that as quickly as possible. When she walked back into Homicide, Jenkinson, his tie, and his partner were missing, as were Baxter and Trueheart. Santiago and Carmichael huddled at his desk. Eve hoped they consulted on a case, and weren't making a bet that Santiago would surely lose. Peabody signaled her. Jenkinson and Reinecke caught one. Baxter and Trueheart are with the suspect in Interview A, and I talked to some former classmates. Actually, 3. 2 were full of Sean Barr, and how Barney was such a star on the field and an inspiration otherwise. But then I got an earful from a Julian Prouder. Fill my ear. Okay. He was careful at first. High school. Who remembers? Who cares? But then it turned out he remembered a lot and cared a bunch more. Let's see. She pulled her notes, though Eve could tell she didn't need them. Puffed up prick. Stuck up jerk with a stick up his ass. More than happy to narc on a fellow student for any infraction, but kept it down low. Any guy who so much as looked at Shauna too close became a prime target for just that. He said Barney would wait and watch for a misstep, then pounce. Apparently Prouder wasn't among the best dressed in that era. Family of 3 boys, and he was the youngest, so hand-me-down time. He said Barney liked to sneer and snark at him about his clothes, but again, down low, because he liked to pretend he was above the fray. And Shauna wasn't one for snarking that way. A different perspective. Keep at it. I'm going to dig up former employees at the men's shop. Let's see what they think about Barney's managerial style. That's a good one. More Mira's than mine, but yeah. Then, she decided as she went to her office, she'd take another page from Feeney. She'd put in some thinking time. It took her a while, but when she found one, a Leroy Vic, she hit gold. Yeah,
I can talk about Greg Barney, the fuck. Vic, age 35, mixed race, sun-streaked brown hair, scowled on screen. I had an opportunity for a manager's position at Orlando's in Brooklyn. My wife was having a baby, and we wanted to move there to be closer to our families. It would have been a step up for me, a solid raise. I worked 5 years at On Trend, the last 2 as assistant manager under that prick. And what does he do? He gives me a crap eval. How my work ethic declined. I've taken too much time off. My customer service tended to be shoddy. You disagree with that evaluation? Damn right. I always covered for Greg or anybody when they needed some time. Did I take some time, too? Sure. My wife had a real shaky first trimester and she needed me. I had the time coming, and I took it. But my work was never, ever shoddy, and I had top sales 6 months running. Can you speculate why his evaluation was so poor? I can tell you why. He didn't want me to get the job. I wouldn't have known about the eval, but the outgoing manager at Orlando's told me. He said how I'd aced the interview and so on, so I confronted Greg about it. And he said, like he's my keeper or something, how it was for my own good, how I couldn't handle that job and was making a mistake taking on the responsibility when I had a kid coming. I see. What did you do about it? I wanted to quit, but my wife talked me out of it. And she was right. What I did? I made copies of my sales records, and I contacted some of my regulars, asked for references, and I got them. I got passed over for the manager's slot, but I got a sales position, and I took it. Then I quit. That was 2 years ago. I'm manager now, so Greg Barney can kiss my ass. He had no fucking right to do that, to decide what was best for me and my family. But he's the type who always thinks he knows best. I appreciate your input. You ought to talk to Charlene Wilson. She was in sales, and he pushed her out, maybe 1.5 years ago. Would you have her contact? Haven't talked to her in a few months, but yeah, give me a second. Muttering to himself about Barney, asshole, prick, bullshit eval, he dug it up, gave it to Eve. So, what did he do? I'm just gathering information in an ongoing investigation. Well, I hope whatever it is, I read about it. Shoddy customer service, my ass. Thanks for your time, Mr. Vic. No problem. She contacted Charlene Wilson, left a voicemail. Then she put her boots up, closed her eyes, and took the thinking time. Peabody said, I'm thinking. Though Eve had heard her coming, she stayed another moment as she was. I reached Barney's former assistant manager and have a voicemail into another former clerk. The former assistant manager shares your former classmate's opinion of Greg Barney. Eve pointed to the AC, then opened her eyes. As Peabody programmed coffee, she relayed Leroy Vic's statement. That's a crappy thing to do. It is. But more, it fits the I'm gonna screw up your life for your own good routine. I hit another who said he got the shit kicked out of him in high school, not by Barney, but because of him. With her coffee, Peabody eased very, very carefully onto the ass-biting visitor's chair. One of Barney's teammates got suspended from school and the team when someone reported he had a couple zoner joints in his locker. Since the teammate was going hard after Barney's team captain position, the guy figured Barney for the squealer.
But Barney claimed he actually saw the other kid heading into the vice principal's office right before the teammate was called down and suspended. Peabody shifted, again very, very carefully. You have to figure the guy's got no reason to lie about it now. He says he never went to the vice principal, never said a damn thing, but got his ass kicked over it anyway. He figures Barney turned it on him because his locker was next to Zoner guys and he was a member of the Clean Teens Club. They take an oath not to use illegals or drink alcohol, to eat only plant-based foods and abstain from sex. Eve glanced up from her coffee. Seriously? I take it it's a pretty small club. Anyway, when Zoner guy jumped Mr. Clean Teen, you're gonna like this. He said Barney saw it go down. And he smirked. I bet he did. Oh, yeah, he did. Gets rid of competition, covers his own ass, and gets to watch somebody he probably considered an annoyance get tuned up. Eve looked at the board, looked at Barney's easy, attractive smile. You know, he'd have lived his life smoothly bullying and manipulating. A general asshole who'd probably have carved out the life he wanted. But then Shauna had to fall for someone he didn't approve of, and couldn't be smoothly manipulated out of it. So he turned to murder. He'd feel justified, she added. In all cases, he'd feel justified. She lifted her mug toward the board. We're gonna nail his ass, Peabody. I like to think so. But up till now, the only real evidence we have, and that's still circumstantial, is he's an asshole. Next step. Thinking time had given her that. We go through the victim's apartment again, with Shauna. Barney took something out with him in that damn box. She's the only one who'd know what's missing. That's gonna be touchy. She'll stand up to it. Eve remembered the punch, the damn good punch. I'm not going to hit her with it today. Not only too emotional, but she'll have too many people around her today. But tomorrow. You have to figure her friends need to go back to work. They can't surround her all day. So tomorrow, we go by where she's staying and convince her to go through the apartment with us. Okay. But if he took something she didn't even know was there, she will. It's personal. Something he wanted for himself, or wanted back, or maybe some sort of trophy. It mattered to him enough to take it. If she notices later, well, it got lost in all the confusion, so sorry. It's worth a shot. But even with that, it's the next step, Eve interrupted. And it's gonna lead to the one after. He's slick, Peabody. A first kill, yes, but he's been honing his skills in manipulation, ass covering, that smooth bullying his whole life, so he's slick. We're slicker. I'd drink to that if I hadn't already finished my coffee. Go contact Shauna. You're just checking on her. Letting her know we charged Lopez with assault. Lay on the sympathy, and find out if she's still at Decker's for the next few days, blah, blah. How you guess her friends have to get back to work. Don't mention tomorrow. Got it. Just confirm where she'll be and if she'll be on her own. Then dig more into high school. I'll start on college. Let's build ourselves a pattern, Peabody. A profile of an asshole. You know, there are a lot of assholes in the world. Most of them don't kill people over bullshit. Eve glanced back at the board. This one did. She gave it another hour, then 90 minutes when Charlene Wilson tagged her back. Deciding her ears were full enough for now, she called it.
She walked into the bullpen just as Baxter rose from his desk. A glance at the bullpen caseboard told her he and Trueheart had closed their current case. "Wrapped it?" she said. "In a bright, shiny bow. My esteemed partner and I are heading out for a celebrational brew. We just sent you the paperwork. I'll take a look from home." "Wrapped ours, too," Santiago said from his desk as he continued to work his comp. "Just finishing up the 8s. I'm in for a celebrational brew. Carmichael? Twist my well-toned arm. Reinecke? We're waiting for the ME on ours. Gonna be accidental. Guy weighs in easy 450. Decides he's gonna sweat off the pounds and buys himself one of those hot boxes." "Hot boxes?" "Some fad, Lou," Jenkinson told her. "You buy this kit, put this box together with a temp control deal. Supposed to get a certified tech to do it, but this guy does it himself, puts on the suit that comes with it, goes in. Ends up baking himself, can't get out. Kit's got a fail-safe, so it shuts off after like 30 minutes, but he didn't bother with that. So baked." "Well, that sounds ugly." "Sure as hell was," Reinecke confirmed. "I can meet you for one brew. I got time for one, after we clear this." "I got a family thing," Jenkinson said. "Catch one next time." "How about it, Peabody? Dallas?" Eve shook her head at Baxter. "We didn't close ours. I've got work to do at home. Peabody, go home or go catch a brew." "The blue line?" she asked. "I'll see if McNabb's up for it. Meet you if he is." "Shauna's still at Decker's, Dallas, and everyone's got work tomorrow. She should be alone by 9:30. "Then we'll go by after 9:30. I got a couple more statements. I'll read them at home. Take off. Good work," she added to the rest of the squad, and headed out. She could see the steps toward closing out the case. But until that first step, the rest continued as speculation. Right now, she wanted home. Some quiet. Some mind-clearing time. A stupid murder, she thought, and found that single point infuriated her. Selfish, ugly, cruel. But she expected those elements in any murder. The stupidity of the motivation stuck in her craw. And not over a high school girlfriend, she thought as she pushed through traffic. Not that, not really. It was more, and it was deeper than that. It came down to the need to direct others' choices, to open or block the life path of people connected to him. An ordinary man, really. An average sort of guy with an average sort of background, income, lifestyle. Nothing particularly dark, nothing especially brilliant. But in his way, he'd decided he was qualified to play God. He decided what suited, what didn't. And in Erin Albright's case, who lived, who died. Her advantage wasn't just that she knew it all, was as sure of it all as she'd been about any investigation in her career, but that Barney surely believed he'd gotten away with it. She hoped by this time tomorrow he'd learn differently. As she swung through the gates, she felt her shoulders relax. Just that easy, she realized. All it took was the sight of that castle-like house rising on that green ocean of lawn, the wild late summer blooms, the glint of window glass in the evening sun. She'd update her board and her book, then maybe have that glass of wine with Roarke. Talk the whole thing over with him. Share a good meal. Then maybe try to work some new angles, as the talking things over part often gave her that potential. She parked and didn't let the knowledge she'd need to go through the gamut of Somerset spoil the homecoming. He loomed, of course, with his greeting partner Galahad beside him in the foyer, where the cool air smelled very subtly of summer flowers. Yeah, I know, she began. No blood again. Must be a record, since the anal keep track. Congratulations. He spoke dryly. I'll be sure to mark it down on my event calendar. Roarke is upstairs in his office. He had a difficult day. She'd bent down to stroke the cat and looked up, straightened, as alarm bells rang in her head. Is he hurt? Not physically, no. He's brooding, which he's quite good at from time to time. I expect you'll deal with it. If not, I can cancel my plans for this evening. I'll deal with it. She started for the stairs. Fish and chips, Somerset added. It's a comfort food for him. I've got it. She went up the stairs with the cat on her heels. He didn't often need comfort, she thought, but she could figure it out. Upstairs, she heard his voice, sharp and final, with a little more Irish leading the way. A sure sign of emotion, passion, anger, amusement, and in this case, anger. I said it's done and handled as I choose. That's the bloody end of it. She turned into the office just as he cut off whoever had been on the other end of the link. He sat, hair tied back, jacket off, sleeves rolled. Work mode, she noted. But the cold blue fire in his eyes went dark and broody. Dark and broody enough he didn't censor there. The cat trotted over, leaped onto the desk. Not now, mate, not now. He started to lift the cat off, then spotted Eve. Ah, I didn't know you were home. Just got here. So what was that about? On the link just now. Nothing. He shrugged it off as he set the cat on the floor. A work matter. It's handled. But I have a bit more to see to here. Oh no, she thought. He didn't get off that easy. What kind of work matter? It's handled, he repeated. And though the tone lacked the sharpness, it still held all the finality. It clearly said, butt out. The tone would have pissed her off if she hadn't seen the brooding under the temper. But she knew how to light the match. When my work matters put me in a mood, you want to know why? Your moods are many, he muttered, and it's not at all the same. Okay. Sometimes dealing with it meant pushing for a fight to burn off the brood, more with a torch than with a match. Oh, because your work's so important, and beyond my limited scope with me just being a cop, and you being the great and powerful Roarke. Now she quotes from classic vids. He shoved up. It wasn't the icy fire in his eyes, but all heat. I asked a simple question, she tossed back. Instead of a simple answer, you lob insults. I stated a simple fact, but take it as you will. Now, for feck's sake, give me a bit of time. Christ knows I give you all you need there. Go deal with your board and scour your daily notes and leave me to this. She said simply, no. The cat, who'd watched the exchange, decided to desert the field and jogged out the office door as Roarke rounded on her. This is my bloody space, for my bleeding business, so move on to yours. This has nothing to do with you, so go see to your own. You are my own." With that, she watched the anger drain out of him as if she'd turned a tap. Fuck it all. When he dragged a hand through his hair, when it wasn't ice or fire or brooding in his eyes, but desolation, she stepped to him, put her arms around him. "Tell me." He lowered his forehead to hers. "I had to fire someone today. Someone who's worked for me a decade." "Who?" "You know her a bit, I'd think. Alice Avery." Eve did a quick run through her mental files. "Okay, yeah. She's been to the holiday parties." "Why did you have to fire her?" "She stole from me." "Which is a haughty ledge for a thief to stand on." "No, it's not. And former," she reminded him, laying a hand on his cheek. As if that wasn't enough, she tried to throw the blame on someone else to save herself. "She could have come to me." He drew away to pace to the window and stare out. "Why didn't she come to me when she found herself in a squeeze?" "What squeeze?" "All that came out, didn't it? Too late. Her son started gambling and got into considerable debt to the wrong sort. So she skimmed and shuffled, of course intending to pay it all back. And when the skimming and shuffling came out, she tried to blame her assistant, which only made it that much worse, didn't it?" He turned back. "I'd have helped her. But she broke trust between us and would have let someone innocent pay the price. So now her life's in shambles." "Are you pressing charges?" The ice came back. "She'll pay it back. She'll have time, but she'll pay every penny back. That's my decision, and that's the end of it." "Okay." He lifted an eyebrow. "So the cop doesn't point out she broke the law?" "No. Your wife points out you did what you had to do by firing her, and what you needed to do by giving her time to pay it back." "And the son?" "I had a word with him as well. I used the threat of his mother going to prison for embezzlement as motivation for him to enter rehab for gambling addiction. Likely not the way, but it's one way, especially if you were scary Roarke." He smiled, just a little. "I suppose I was at that. I was fair pissed enough to be. Others don't fully agree with my decision. Others aren't the boss of you. If it counts, I agree with it." "It counts a great deal." "Bugger it. It counts a very great deal. And I'm sorry for my vicious mood and slapping at you when you offered to listen. I'm not the only one whose moods are many." He smiled again, just a little more. "I suppose you're not. I love you, Eve. It's a good thing I love you back. Enough that I'm gonna take care of dinner, which we're gonna eat on the patio. It's cooled off enough, and we could both use it." "That sounds like a very fine idea. Thanks for it." Chapter 21. She changed into a breezy tank and shorts, and he into a t-shirt and casual pants. The August heat lurked under a sluggish breeze, but that, Eve decided, was summer. The patio pots and planters appeared to agree, as they stood lush with color and scent, while the sky held a bold and arrogant summer blue. She figured if the alternative had been starving to death, she could figure out the grill. But under the circumstances, she took Somerset's advice. She set out fish and chips, added some brown bread and butter, and switched out wine for Guinness. Roarke took one look at the patio table and kissed her cheek. "Well, now, this is perfect, isn't it?" He sat, lifted his glass to her. "Here's to you for knowing when and how to piss me off." "It's a skill." She took his hand, squeezed it before she lifted her own glass. "And you're smart enough to know when your head's clear again, you did her and her son a favor." "A favor, is it? You could have pressed charges, or you could have kept her on, made her pay the money back, but kept her on. You'd have considered both." "I did, yes. But neither of those would have helped her or her son. In her case, doing time wouldn't have accomplished much, and keeping her on? You'd never have trusted her again, and she'd know it. So she starts over from now. She fucked up and has to deal with the fallout. And that's a favor to her. If you don't have to deal with the fallout, it's real easy to fuck up again, and it gets easier to fuck up on purpose because why not?" With a shrug, she rained salt on her chips. "She worked for you for a decade. You invited her into your home, so she's not an idiot or a career criminal. She'll remember what she did every time she makes a payment back to you. And unless the son's a complete dick, he'll remember how his actions affected his mother, which may, just may, help the rehab stick. She's not an idiot, no, and hardly one to make a career out of embezzlement. And rather than a complete dick, her son's young and foolish, barely into his 20s, and if I'm a judge, sick at heart at what the foolishness cost his mother. You're a damn good judge." She raised him on her own. The father was out of the picture when I hired her. They're very close, so while I can't quite see the favor in it, I think they'll come around after a time. In any case, a brutal day, and I'm grateful to you for taking the edge off it. Steam pumped out of the fish when she forked into it, and smelled pretty damn good. I got to needle you, so that's a side benefit for me. Other than getting knocked on my ass by a piss-soaked junkie, it's about the only action I saw today. And how did a piss-soaked junkie knock you on your ass? Couple of rooks hauled him into the elevator, which means I'm getting off because piss-soaked, and they let him slip. He rammed right into me. Jesus, the smell. I'm lucky it didn't have time to transfer. You meet such interesting people in the course of your day. And the memorial? It would take his mind off the brutal, Eve decided. I guess the highlight would be when Honeycutt's up there talking about Albright, heartfelt, touching, and Lopez comes in. Not altogether drunk, but definitely lit. She ran it through. Rant, slap, punch. I suppose that livened things up, so to speak. Shock, horror, fascination. And gave you a chance to take on Lopez in the box, I assume. Oh, yeah. She ran it through for him as they ate. And yes, she could see it took his mind off his own day. You don't think she killed Erin Albright? No. Do you? She's impulsive, careless of others, hot-headed. And no, a moment's heat, an angry strike, then yes. But not the way this was done. It's far too cool and calculating. See, a good judge. She pulled her link out of her pocket. Judge this. Greg Barney, between slap and punch. Roarke took the link, studied the screen. He looked at Eve and said, "Ah, yeah, ah." After pocketing the link again, she ate more chips. That's not the expression of a man, Mr. Nice Guy, watching his good friend and former sweetheart get clocked at her fiancé's memorial. So he's your man. Oh, he is. With any luck, I'll have him in the box tomorrow and then in a cage. What else do you have? That single question, she had to admit, centered the problem. My gut, mostly, and personality, a kind of profile of an asshole. She ran her day through for him as that day waned with softening light and quiet breezes. The last one I talked to, just before I left Central, worked under him at the shop. A woman, early 40s, married, 2 kids. She worked there part-time and said he made a habit of saying how she'd make more as a professional mother and how much better off her kids would be if she stayed home. There's another from me. She'd say how she liked working, being out in the world, and her kids were fine. It irritated her some, but she didn't think much of it. He also wondered, out loud, why she wanted to work in a men's shop. Wouldn't she be more comfortable if she insisted on working, putting in her time at a woman's boutique? Shit like that. She took the bread, slathered with butter, that Roarke offered, bit in. After a while, he started cutting her hours, hired another part-timer, a man, naturally. She took off for a school function with advance notice, but he wrote her up for it. Just continued to undermine her in little ways. Claimed some customers complained about her attitude, her service, which she said was bullshit, and I believe her on that. Eventually, she quit. Decided it wasn't worth the annoyance of dealing with him. And get this, he told her she was making the right choice for her family. More than a bit of a prick, isn't he, then? And calculating. Exactly. He takes his time, maneuvers and manipulates. No problem lying to get his way, or using his position as a supervisor to bully staff. Because in his world, he's right. He knows best. And if Shauna, whom he'd consider part of his world, won't do what's best for her, won't live as he believes she should and must, well, then he'll simply remove the impediment. And she'll need to deal with the results of her poor choices, won't she? A dead love, a broken dream, a slap in the face. Sipping her beer, Eve smiled at him. It's nice eating fish and chips with someone who sees it like I do. I can certainly see why you don't like him on a personal level, and I can see why you do like him as Albright's killer. Why don't you help me see how you intend to get him into the box, then into a cage? I can do that. Why don't we deal with these dishes? Then I'll do that while we take a walk. Now he reached for her hand. Darling Eve, are you making time for me? For us. A few things, not case-related. Did you know you're supposed to marinate ribs? Whose ribs? She laughed and polished off her beer. The kind you eat smothered in barbecue sauce if you've got any sense. In that case, I didn't, no. Why? Mr. Mira called when I was consulting with Mira. Apparently, he fixed a leaky faucet or pipe or something. Considering him, she frowned. Could you do that? I could, actually, and have done. Good to know. During their brief conversation, he said he was marinating ribs, and they'd have wine if he could find the corkscrew. You know how he is. I do. Charming and wise. Yeah, he is. She told him where to find it, and it struck me like it did this morning. It's nice being married, so it's good to make time when we can. Then, as I'm about to leave Central, Baxter tells me he and Trueheart just closed one and are heading out for a brew. Santiago and Carmichael are finishing up the paperwork on another and are going to join. Jenkinson and Reinecke are waiting for an ME report, and Reinecke will meet them because Jenkinson has a family thing. Peabody's going to see if McNabb's up for it. So they'll go hang some at the Blue Line, have a brew. You didn't want to join them? Work on my mind. She shook her head. And I just wanted to get home. But it made me think about the idea of off-duty, and how it'll be good to have another place. Maybe you want more than a fake burger and a half-decent brew. Maybe you want some music and more variety after closing one, or when you've got a hard one and need a break. It's coming along well. Also good to know. She rose. Let's get this stuff out of the way. It felt good, that walk, as the sun slipped lower and some crazed bird sang to oncoming twilight. In the grove, peaches hung like rosy balls just waiting to be plucked. Roarke did just that, handed it to her. The first bite, so sweet, so fresh, had her taking another. God, that's ridiculous! Nothing should taste that amazing. When I had them planted years ago, I wanted the look and scent of them, as well as the magic Somerset can make with them. I never imagined walking here with you, enjoying them right off the branch. I sure as hell never saw myself eating a peach or anything else right off the tree. Since she took another bite. I'd never even seen a peach tree before these. Can you grow one from the seed or whatever this is? I think it's a pit, and I suppose, how else would they get them? How the hell would I know? Peabody would. We should give her some. Peaches or pits? Well, if we give her some peaches, she'd have both. A fine idea. I'll see to it. Now, the box and the cage? Barney took something from that apartment. I knew it at the time. Nothing I could do about it, but I knew it. I'm more sure of it now. It fits his pattern, his profile. What sort of thing, do you think? See, that's a question I've been playing with. Nothing big. Nothing anyone else would notice. Family and a couple other friends have been in there getting things for Honeycutt, taking Albright's clothes and stuff, so nothing that stands out. Something tucked away, then. She pointed at him with what was left of her peach. See that? That's cop thinking, and you just have to swallow it. I don't at all, because it's thief thinking as well. And there I have the foundation. Well, maybe. She'd allow it, she decided as they strolled toward the pond. But even tucked away, not really something people would notice right off. They're bringing clothes and so on to her, and she was wearing earrings at the memorial. Not the ones she had on the night of the party, so someone brought those to her. Seems like something more between the two of them, Honeycutt and Barney. That's what makes the most sense. Something he wanted back because she didn't deserve it now. Maybe something he gave her at some point. And probably when they were a couple. That's what it feels like to me. I gave you this when you were perfect, and now you're not. You can't keep it. She sat on the bench by the pond, looked at the floating lilies. The tree with the flowing branches she and Roarke had planted seemed to have grown some. That struck her as an accidental triumph. I could be off there. Could be something else. A note he wrote her. A photograph. Maybe even something Albright gave her that burned his narrow-minded ass. Maybe something to do with the wedding the others hadn't removed yet. She tossed the peach pit. Wouldn't it be a kick in the ass if it grew a tree there? I'd say more a minor miracle. They sat a moment, enjoying the evening, the shine of the water as the sun dipped lower yet, the spread of the plants around the pond. The worst edges of his day worn away, he laid a hand over hers. And how will you know what he took? That's the sticky part. I have to convince Honeycutt, push her if it comes down to it, to go back to the apartment with me and Peabody. She hasn't been back since the murder, and she's made it clear she won't. But I have to get her to not only go back, but go through the place, to look in closets, in cupboards, in drawers, then make absolutely sure she keeps her mouth shut about it. Eve let out a breath. She's used to sharing. It's her nature to tell things to her friends, her family, possibly complete strangers. So the trick is, go back where she's staying in the morning, when we can be reasonably sure she's alone. Then convince her to go back, go through, and tell no one. She loved Albright. I don't think it'll be as sticky as you imagine to convince her to do this if she believes it will help. She's also used to trusting. As day slipped toward dusk, Eve tipped her head to Roarke's shoulder. I have to make her trust me more than she does her tribe. She may not, but she'll respect your authority. She's a rule follower, isn't she? Wouldn't that be one of the reasons, besides her looks, why Barney was attracted to her, attached himself to her? You're right about that. Honeycutt broke one of his rules, so she had to pay for it. How will that help you, if you find what he took? By getting a search warrant for his place, finding what he took, charging him with theft, getting him into the box on it, then pushing the right buttons. I'm gonna make it work. You took the edge off my day, too. Did it have one? Mostly the edge of frustration. I know he did it. I know where to find him. I know how he did it, or close enough. Why, or close enough. But I can't just knock on his door and cuff him. But you like a challenge, Lieutenant? I guess I do. He's such a weak asshole, Roarke. The motive is so idiotic it annoys me. He's so not worth it. So, you remember Erin Albright is. God, he understood her. So I remember Erin Albright is. It's small, annoying steps instead of a big takedown, but she's worth it. She lifted her head, looked at him. I forgot. I bought that painting. Or will. Your first slice of New York. Yeah. I'll like having it for that. And to remind me that sometimes it takes a lot of small, annoying steps. I need to go in, take some more of them. All right. In a minute. She lowered her head to his shoulder again. Just one more minute. I feel sorry for people who don't have a spot like this. Not the big grand scope of all this. Just a quiet spot where they can sit, with someone who matters or alone, and smooth out the edges of the day. She slid her hand into his, linked fingers. I never imagined this, any more than eating a peach off the tree. We planted that one there. Sure as hell did. It's growing, right? It looks like it is to me. It's growing. He kissed the top of her head. I suppose so are we. They went back in and up to Eve's office, where the cat lay sprawled in her sleep chair. He eyed them both as if to determine the need to retreat again. Sensing the crisis had passed, he stretched, rolled, and sprawled in a different direction. Do you really have work to deal with? Eve asked Roarke. Not really, no. I can get quite a bit done when pissed off, and did. Do you want an assignment? He slid a hand into his pocket, fingered the gray button. Will I enjoy it? You tell me. The first is to take a good look at Becca Denuzio's family. I want to see how they fit in Barney's narrow worldview. The next is to check and see if Barney's insured any paintings since the murder. He'd have had time now if he thought to. And last, to look at his finances again. There now, we're getting to the enjoyment. Can you dig down into purchases, gift-type things, specifically for women? Girlfriend gift-type things in the last 3 years? Ah, you want to see what he might buy for Denuzio, as it may lead you to what he might have bought back in the day for Honeycutt, and taken back. Yeah, I want to see if he considers Becca and her family worthy enough, and if so, what he buys his girlfriend. All right, I'll enjoy that. Not such a small step, I'm thinking, as it may save you several others. That's the goal. While he went into his office, she updated her board, then set it aside to read over the paperwork from her other detectives, signed off. Good work there, she thought, all around. Now it was her turn, so she programmed coffee and settled into it. When Roarke came back, she frowned at him. That didn't take long. No luck? How easily you doubt me. First, he sat on the edge of her command center, drank what was left of her second cup of coffee. Denuzio's parents have been married 31 years, to each other. She's the oldest of 3. I assume you ran her before, so know the basics. Her mother's a mathematician and took parental leave for each offspring. The father, an engineer, coached her younger brother's softball team. They've lived in the same house, the same neighborhood, for 26 years. Potentially worthy, then, on his scale. And your instinct continues. He insured a painting, an Albright, only this morning, valued at $4,800. As for gifts, he strikes me as, again, very stagnant and very ordinary. Cross-reference Denuzio's birthday, his mother's, his sister's, and it's easy to find. His mother, his sister's, a scarf, a sweater, that sort of thing. A girlfriend gets jewelry. The same holds for what I'd assume is Christmas, and as the date range matches for the last 3 years, what would likely be an anniversary. Add Valentine's Day. Jewelry. He tosses in a few other items for Christmas, but jewelry, yes, is the main thing. Nothing overly expensive, but not too cheap either. He frequents the same jeweler on 5th, or has for these purchases. Earrings are his go-to, but he's gone for a necklace, a bracelet now and then. She wore this necklace, linked hearts, played with it some in interview. Linked hearts. A boyfriend gift, I'd say. And for her birthday last spring, a ring. Not an engagement type. A blue topaz flanked by citrines. A blue stone, he explained, with smaller yellow ones on each side, set in silver. Yeah, I got it. She's had it on every time I've seen her. Okay, it's jewelry. And it's probably jewelry he took. She pushed up, paced. Shauna got engaged. He's not ready for that yet, but he switches up and gives Becca a ring. Symbolic, maybe. It's always jewelry, so we'll try that first tomorrow. He's got a pattern. He has tradition. This makes sense, thanks. She glanced back at her command center, where he sat still, looking so easily Roarke. Her coffee was gone, and she had nothing to do, not really, until the next morning. As if reading her, he got up, slid his arms around her. Why don't you shut this down, and we go for a swim? We can smooth out the rest of each other's edges. You just want to get me wet and naked. I absolutely do. He kissed her, slow, long, deep, to prove it. Since that means I get you wet and naked, too, what are we waiting for? Close operations, she said, and kissed him back. She woke in the morning with everything as smooth as it got. And there, on the sofa, sat Roarke and the cat, so she began a day as well as she'd ended another. She rolled out of bed and went straight for coffee. I'm so ready for today. Be ready for some rain as well, Roarke warned her. We're likely in for a storm later. Before it's over, Greg Barney's gonna find out I'm the goddamn storm. When she went in to shower, Roarke looked at the cat. She's not wrong about that, as we well know. Let's feed the storm, shall we? When she came out, he put his tablet aside. He enjoyed seeing her in a robe, which certainly explained why he couldn't resist buying them for her. This one was as close as he dared come to pink, with its deep rose tone and in silk that shimmered just a little. He took off the domes as she sat, and found himself pleased when she gave the full Irish a nod and a narrow look. That's just right for today. You'll let me know, won't you, when you have him? Sure. I want to take him at his shop, mortify him. She shrugged as she crunched into bacon. Not necessary, but it's a personal wish. She glanced at him as she dug into her eggs. You'll have a better day today. I will. What's done's done. I'll move along to what's next, as will you. Don't wear black today. She paused as she cut into a fat sausage. Oh, come on. Wear a strong color, but not black. He'll understand and respect the cut, the fabric. Add a strong color, and you'll intimidate just a bit along with it. A vest once you're in the box, so your weapon's visible. I like that part, she mumbled. It wouldn't hurt, at least until he notices, to leave this out. He slid a hand over to lift the chain of the giant's tear diamond she wore under her shirts. I don't like to wear it out on the job. Cops don't wear big fat diamonds. Exactly. This, the weapon, the clothes, the woman in charge. For his type, there'll be some confusion along with the intimidation. He won't like you and Peabody being in control. He manages people, and he's superior to women. She considered as she ate. Okay, those are solid points. And you've made it so fricking complicated, I'm gonna say you pick it all out, which was your plan anyway. Consider it my contribution to helping him into a cage. I was there at the crime scene, Eve, and saw her in the room where you once were. He settled on a jacket in a strong, sharp blue, and a vest in something like dark copper, but thankfully not shiny. The pants matched the jacket, but had a stripe of that something like dark copper down the sides. And somehow she had a pair of boots in the same tone. He added a collared shirt in white. She studied herself in the shirt and vest and weapon, and decided, as usual, he'd been right. Take the diamond out. When she did, she nodded. Okay, it made a statement and a contrast, but she tucked it away again. Maybe in the box, just for a few seconds. It's all you'll need. He rose when she swung the jacket on. He pulled her in and kissed her. He doesn't stand a chance against you. But take care of my cup in any case. He patted her hip, where he'd discovered a bruise the night before. And watch out for piss-soaked junkies. You can bank on that one. She cupped his face, looked in his eyes. Take care of my gazillionaire. I will. Don't worry. She wouldn't. Or not too much, she thought, as she started downstairs. She just found it disconcerting when he lost his balance. But he'd found it again, so she wouldn't worry too much. And she was about to take what she was determined would be the last steps in bringing down a killer. She worked on her strategy, first in dealing with Shauna Honeycutt on the way downtown. She could leave any needed softening and stroking on that to Peabody, and the push she'd handle herself. In the garage, she took the elevator halfway up before escaping the chaos of change of shift for the glides. Since she'd beaten her squad in, she went straight to her office, then tagged Peabody. ETA to Central? Just got here. Waiting for elevator. My office as soon as you get here. Knowing the elevator, Eve waited a couple of minutes before programming coffee. When she heard Peabody's clump, she sat, then pointed to the mug of coffee and to the visitor's chair. Sit. I'll fill you in and tell you how I think it's gonna go. It's going to be jewelry, she began, as Peabody snagged the mug. You think he took some jewelry from the apartment? Yeah, and here's why. Chapter 22. When Shauna opened the door of Angie Decker's apartment, she looked like someone recovering from a long, enervating illness. She stared at Eve with hope sparking in her deeply shadowed eyes. We don't have anything to report yet, and we're sorry to intrude. Could we have a minute? Sure, of course. The apartment smelled of flowers, some of which, Eve noted, had been at the memorial, and the apartment felt empty but for the three of them. Is Ms. Decker here? No. She had to go to work. People have to start living their lives again. She gestured toward a tablet on the table. I'm starting an apartment search. Trying to, because it's hard to imagine. Tears swirled. Shauna pressed the heels of her hands against them as if to push them back. She won the struggle, dropped her hands. It's just hard, but I can't stay with Angie indefinitely. I had next week off anyway, so I'm hoping I can find a place, something in the same neighborhood, and start moving in. Is this about Chi-Chi? Not directly. You should know she's agreed to plead guilty to the assault in exchange for mandatory community service and anger management training. Fine, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I'm sorry. Let's sit down. Actually, I need to ask you for something. All right. Oh, the painting. Glenda told me you wanted to buy one of Erin's paintings, the one she did of the pizzeria. She thought it would cheer me up. It did. A little. Sitting, she looked around blankly, like someone just waking from a hard sleep. Shauna, we need you to come with us, to go through your apartment with us. What? Panic leapt into her eyes. Why? You're the only one who'll know for certain if anything's missing. But Erin wasn't killed there. It wasn't a break-in. I don't understand. It's a loose end we need to tie up before we can move to the next stage of the investigation. What stage? What stage? She pushed out of the chair. We were supposed to be married on Saturday. Do you know what we should be doing today? We should be putting up decorations for the wedding. We should be laughing and arguing about what goes where, and checking with the florist. We didn't order a lot, but we each wanted bouquets and flowers on the tables we'd set up. Now I have those. She pointed at the flowers on the table. I have those. From her memorial. Now you want me to go back to the apartment where we lived together, made all these plans, where we had a life together? Yes, I do. Do you think I killed her? It wasn't anger, but absolute devastation. Do you think I'll go there and break down and confess I killed the woman I loved? No. You're not, nor have you ever been, a suspect. Then why? How could this possibly help you find who killed her? Because if something's not there that should be, you'll know. She dropped into a chair again, covered her pale face with her hands. God. I know I'm being stupid about this. I know it's weak, but it's not stupid, Peabody corrected. It's not weak. It's grief. And it's human, and it's hard. We wouldn't ask if we didn't think it's important. Dropping her hands, Shauna stared at Peabody. Becca and Greg have gone in to get some of my things, to clean out the food stuff. And Donna and Angie helped Erin's family get some of her things. But you know what they removed, Eve said. Yes. Shauna closed her eyes, took a breath. When she opened them again, she looked at Eve. You really think doing this will matter? Will help you find who killed her? Yes. I need to get my purse. When she walked away, Eve shook her head. She doesn't believe me. Doesn't believe this matters. But she's doing it. It's hard for her, but she'll do it. Yeah, she's tougher than she looks. But it's going to hurt. Let's make it as quick as possible. Shauna said nothing as they drove the short distance from apartment building to apartment building. She broke her silence when Eve pulled into a loading zone. I bet delivery people hate when you do that. Eve flipped on her on-duty light. You win that bet. Under the circumstances, Eve tolerated the elevator ride to 4. Outside the apartment door, Eve waited while Shauna hesitated. Peabody laid a hand on Shauna's arm. Maybe ask yourself what Erin would do. She'd go in, get it done. Shauna unlocked the door, opened it. It looks so much like us, she murmured. Who we were together. She used to say I had all the style, she had all the color, and how frosty it was we were each picking some of the others up. Slowly, she walked around the living area. I was going to sell the furniture. I'd keep her paintings, and maybe a few little things, but sell the rest. That was wrong. We bought most of this together, or brought it with us from our own spaces. I was going to sell it. She brushed a hand over the back of the sofa. But no, that's wrong. We'd sit here, watch a vid. We'd have takeaway and sit over there and talk and talk. I thought it would feel empty. But it doesn't. I know I can't live here anymore, but I can take some of what we shared with me. She turned to Eve and Peabody. I should have come back before. You weren't ready before, Peabody said. I didn't think I'd ever be. She wondered a bit more. Everything's here where it should be. Honestly, I don't know what I'm looking for, or why. Let's try the bedroom. Her eyes on Shauna, Eve gestured. Becca got clothes for me, she said as she walked to the bedroom door. Toiletries and stuff. She picked up what I'd need for making the arrangements, the memorial. Outfits, clothes, jewelry? Yes. Why don't you start with the jewelry? Fine. But it's not like either of us, have anything really valuable. It's mostly costume. We were going to exchange rings, so I have those, but they weren't really expensive. She opened a drawer. Here they are, she murmured. Right here. She opened the ring boxes, brushed a finger over each. Then she slipped one on the ring finger of her left hand. I have skinnier fingers. And put the other on the middle finger of her right. It fits well enough there. Is it just whack that it makes me feel better wearing these? Eve said simply, No. I'm going to wear them both. At least for a while, I'm going to wear them both. Okay. She breathed out. I have these sapphire studs my parents gave me for my 21st. It's my birthstone. Most valuable I have, and they're right here. She went through carefully, piece by piece. Everything's here, except what Becca brought to me. Erin has more. She has more, not expensive, just more. And I know her parents took some pieces. But that's all your jewelry? Yes. Oh, well, no, now that you mention it. I have some sentimental pieces. I don't wear them, but... She crouched down, opened the bottom drawer. Then, sitting back on her heels, frowned. That's funny. Did I move the box? Eve cast her mind back to the search the morning after the murder. A small red box, hinged lid. A few pieces of jewelry inside. Yes, that's right. High school stuff. Nothing I've worn since, really, but sentimental. Peabody finished after exchanging a look over Shauna's head with Eve. Yeah. She pushed through the other items in the drawer. Gym clothes, Eve remembered. Old sweats and things you'd wear if you expected to get sweaty or dirty. I must have moved it. It's just a few things Greg gave me back in our day. A sweet little ring, some earrings, a necklace. Birthdays, Christmas, Valentine's Day, that kind of thing. She rose. I must have put them somewhere else. Maybe the closet. No, you didn't. I saw them in that drawer the day after the murder. I don't understand. Shauna went to the closet anyway, rose on her toes to look at the top shelf. I don't know why Becca would have moved. Trailing off, she turned. Color poured into her face. You think Becca? That's ridiculous. And it's awful. She would never hurt Erin. Plus, for fuck's sake, she was on stage with me when it happened. Tell me who knew where you kept those pieces. Well, She ran a hand over her hair. I guess everybody could have. I bought the little box years ago because sentimental. I probably said how I liked looking at them once in a while and remembering those days. I know I said Erin didn't mind, and I remember how John had. A lot. It was one of the reasons I knew we didn't fit. As she spoke, she opened more drawers, pawed through. They're not worth anything, not really, to anyone but me. Peabody? Rio. On that, Peabody stepped out. Her face set now, and with some color back in her cheeks, Shauna turned to Eve. You knew something would be missing, and there is, but I don't understand why. Shauna, I'm going to ask you some questions, but before I do, I need to trust you. Whatever we say here stays here. You can't and won't contact anyone, speak to anyone about what we say here. Those blue eyes went hot, went sharp. You know who killed her. You know. She gestured toward the bed in a gesture as hot and sharp as her eyes. We slept there together. We didn't just have sex. We slept there, woke there, laughed there, made plans there. On Saturday, we'd have put on the white dresses we bought together, hung in that closet, and we'd have made promises to each other. You can trust me, Lieutenant, to not do anything that will stop you from locking up whoever took her from me. I believe you. How did Greg react when you started dating Erin? Some of the fresh color faded from her cheeks. You can't possibly— He gave you those pieces, Eve pointed out. He knew you kept them, correct? Yes. Yes. I told him, God, I can't remember when, that I kept Sean Bar in a pretty red box in my bottom drawer. He thought it was sweet. And when you and Erin started dating, what did he think? She reached behind her until she felt the foot of the bed, then slowly sat. He was surprised, and maybe a little, I don't know, disappointed? You have to understand, his family is very set. Man, woman, husband, wife. She chopped a hand in the air at each word. They're not mean about it, just set. So he was surprised and maybe disappointed, but angry. Shauna rubbed a hand between her breasts. I guess a little. It was more like, what the hell, you know? At first he thought, she was a kind of bad influence. I can't remember exactly what he said, but we had a little fight about it. You had a fight? More a disagreement, and it was over a year ago. I told him what I did with my life, who I slept with, and so on wasn't any of his business. I was pretty harsh because I was already in love with her, and he was so critical. But we made up. He apologized. And he and Erin got along fine. More than. You can't expect me to believe my oldest friend would have... Who else could have taken the box, Shauna? Who else did that jewelry mean anything to? I must have misplaced it. No, you said you saw it after, but... Would Erin have trusted him? She wanted to surprise you with something you dreamed of, and Donna was out of town. Would she have trusted him? Her eyes went dead. Yes. He knew about Maui. When you were together in high school, the two of you talked about it. Yes. Her voice sounded dead as well. After college. We'd get married after college when we both had jobs. And we'd honeymoon in Maui because I'd wanted that since I was a little girl. She didn't weep. Her eyes stayed dull and dead, and she didn't weep. Why wouldn't she trust him? He was my oldest friend. I've known him since middle school. Dallas? Peabody spoke from the doorway, then nodded. Shauna, we're going to take you back to Angie's. I need you to stay there, and I need you to keep your word. Do you think I'd speak to him about this? She got to her feet. He knew where I kept the jewelry, and taking it was petty. He can be petty, but that's something you overlook in a friend. She would have trusted him. I trusted him. He always thinks he knows what I should do, what's best for me. I overlooked that, too, or ignored it. And if I got pissed about it, he'd back off, apologize, just trying to look out for you, Sean Barr. He'd call me that to make me laugh. She laid a hand on her heart. In here, I'm not ready to believe he could do anything like this. But in here, she touched her other hand to the side of her head. I can. Oh, God, I can. She dropped both hands. I'll keep my word, but I need yours. You have to tell me. If you prove it's true, you have to tell me right away. You have my word. When they dropped her off, Eve watched her walk inside. She won't contact anyone, least of all him. But let's make this as fast as possible, too. We got the search warrant for his apartment. When we find the box, and we have to hope like hell he didn't toss it all, he wouldn't. Sean Barr's too important to him. Okay, when we find it, we'll get the arrest for robbery. Enough to take him in, sweat out the rest. He'll have excuses for taking the box, Eve continued as she drove. He's going to be sure, at first, he can talk his way out of this. He sells, he manages, and we're just women, after all. Then this should be fun. Not for him, Eve said, and considered it a stroke of Roarke luck when she zipped into a place right outside the apartment building. A third-floor unit, almost within shouting distance of where Shauna and Erin lived. No cams, crap security. She mastered in, hit the stairs. The soundproofing was better than Shauna's building, but not by much. This time, instead of wailing, a baby laughed somewhere on the second floor, though she decided it was hard to tell the difference. On 3, she knocked first. NYPSD, Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody, record on. Please open the door. When she got no response, she knocked a second time. Dallas and Peabody entering premises by master for a duly warranted search and seizure. She mastered in, looked around while Peabody secured the door behind them. Not too dissimilar from the apartment they'd just been in. More stylish, Eve supposed, not as bold and bright, but a similar footprint. One of Erin's paintings hung in the living area, a street scene showing Barney's men's shop. A gift, no doubt, and now insured for its increased value. No clutter, she observed. No lived-in mess, and well coordinated, like a man's suit.
You could say that, Peabody agreed. Nothing out of place.
He wouldn't keep it in a communal area. Bedroom, his space in there. They took the short hallway, turned. Nice and neat, but you can see they've been busy and distracted for a few days. Things a little jumbled on this dresser, hers, perfume bottle, little dish with stuff tossed in. This one's his, and that highboy, too, I'd wager. He'll have more than her. Got himself matching shoehorn, clothes brush. Eve started to the highboy. One closet, so communal. It won't be there.
I've got his dresser.
Eve took the highboy. She opened the top drawer first. She had about 4 inches on Becca, and the drawer hit her about chin level. Socks, folded, not rolled, and color coordinated in dividers. She pulled it all the way out. Jesus, this is too easy.
You're kidding.
Nope. He slid it in the back of the drawer behind some red socks. Eve took it out, opened it. And here's Seanbar. Ring, couple pair of earrings, necklace, 2 bracelets. She bagged it, sealed, labeled. Would he keep the garrote? Hard to believe that, but since we're here. A few minutes later, Peabody called out,
Not the garrote, but I've got piano wire.
Peabody held up the package.
And funny, they don't have a piano.
Bag it, Eve said, and let's go bag him. With, Eve thought, when she double-parked in front of the men's shop, as much humiliation as possible. Several horns blasted as she stepped onto the sidewalk. She ignored them. The display window showed a couple of fake men. One wore a sharp charcoal suit with needle pinstripes that made her wonder if Baxter shopped there. The other, though it was sweltering August, wore a forest green sweater with black leather pants. It had a scarf in dull gold tossed jauntily around its neck. She stepped into cool air, scented with something between pine and cedar. Summer stuff, though sweltering August, was displayed on a sales rack or neatly folded on shelves. Suits, hung in sections by designers, comprised most of one wall. Dress shirts, crisp and folded, were stacked in cubbies. Casual wear took the opposite side, and accessories, ties, cufflinks, wallets, belts, and so on, had glass displays in the center. It boosted her to see one of the staff with a customer, while the other approached her with a smile. "Good morning, ladies. Nearly afternoon now. How can I be of service?" You can get the manager. His young, slick, handsome face showed concern. "Oh, is there a problem?" "Apparently." "Where's Greg Barney?" "He's in the dressing room area with a client. If I could assist, you can, by getting him. Of course. Just one moment. As he hurried off, the shop door opened. Eve recognized Alessandra Charo, personal shopper, from a case they'd recently closed. And Charo recognized her. Beaming smiles, she stepped forward in red stilettos and offered a perfectly manicured hand. "Why, Lieutenant Dallas, we meet at last. I helped you identify a murderous teenager by his Stubbins." "I remember. Shopping for Roarke?" "No, on duty." "Really? How exciting. I'm just here to make some selections for a client, whom I assume has no murderous intent." "Good luck with that." As Barney came out, Eve walked toward him. "Oh, Lieutenant, Detective. If I'd known. You've charged that terrible woman." "Yeah, we did. And now it's your turn. Greg Barney, you're under arrest for robbery." "What? What? That's insane. I've never stolen anything in my life." She sort of hoped he'd resist, but apparently he was too shocked to make a fuss as she cuffed him. "You have the right to remain silent," she began, as Peabody flanked him, and they started out. "This is some crazy mistake. Roderick, take over. I'll have this sorted out in no time." "Bet you don't. You have the right to an attorney and/or legal representation," Eve continued as they walked him out. "I'd absolutely love to dress you," Charo called out, "more than ever." "I take care of that all by myself." She continued the revised Miranda, and Barney, flushed to the roots of his hair with mortification, continued to protest his innocence. "This is outrageous," he began to sputter when secured in the back of the car. "You've embarrassed me at my place of business." "Hope so," Eve thought as she got behind the wheel. "I'm not a thief. What am I supposed to have stolen? How could you do something like this?" "With a warrant." "I don't believe you. I haven't stolen anything, so you can't have a warrant." "Right here." Helpfully, Peabody held up the warrant she'd printed out on her PPC. "I assumed the two of you were reasonably competent, but now I see why it took you days to arrest that stripper for Erin's murder." Peabody started to speak, caught Eve's slight headshake, and let that ride. "I told you it was some lowlife, and it was. Shauna should never have associated with someone like that, and wouldn't have except for Erin." "Keep talking," Eve thought. "Records on. Rights read." "Now you come into my shop, in front of clients and staff, and drag me out like some common criminal." "I don't recall any dragging. Do you recall dragging, Peabody?" "No, sir, I don't. And the record will show no dragging involved. He actually came along fairly meekly." She shifted to smile at him. "Thanks for your cooperation." "It shows what happens when the flighty are given authority." "Now we're flighty," Eve observed. "Peabody, we're incompetent, flighty draggers." "Maybe, but he's the one in cuffs." Pride swelled in Eve's chest as she pulled into the garage. "And here we are, home again." When they got him out of the back, he jutted out his chin. "I can tolerate mistakes. People make mistakes. But there's no excuse for humiliating me at my workplace. There will be recompense." "Counting on that," Eve said, and led him into the elevator. "Detective Peabody is going to process you. Then we'll have a nice chat, the three of us, in interview. The sooner this is sorted out, the better." His chin continued to jut as the elevator stopped to let in more cops. And once we do, you will come to the shop, apologize to me in front of my staff, and you will contact Mr. Henrik and Ms. Charo and explain your mistake." One of the cops in the car slid an amused glance in Eve's direction. "Doesn't know you very well, does he?" Eve just smiled. "Not yet. He's about to." Chapter 23. Smarter, Eve decided as she prepped for the interview, to have yelled lawyer right off the jump. But he considered himself in the clear on the murder, and as far as he was concerned, hadn't stolen anything. Add he considered himself smarter than a couple of female cops, and he decided to forgo that one. For now. Tagging a lawyer also meant someone else knew about his arrest. He didn't want that. She put the evidence bags in an evidence box, added some crime scene photos to a file. Then, checking the time, tagged Roarke. His face filled the screen. "Lieutenant, you just caught me. Lunch meeting coming up. Well, bon appetit there. Just letting you know I'm bringing Barney into the box. For the murder. That'll be the end result. We're starting off with theft. What he took out of Shauna's apartment that day. I knew it. Now I know what. Some baubles he'd given her back in high school. She kept them in a box for sentiment. I guess he couldn't have that, so when he had the chance, alone in her place, he took the box. He hid it in his sock drawer. His sock drawer? Not very clever. Well, it's the top of one of those highboy things. He has his socks folded, in dividers, color-coordinated. It's a red box, so with the red socks. Do you do that with yours? The folding, coordinating thing? I don't think I've ever been in your sock drawer. Why would you? But you're welcome to. As if I had anything to hide, I would be a great deal more clever. If I could postpone this meeting, I'd come down and watch you break him. Always an education. Gone, she noted, was the sad, broody, angry Roarke of the night before. He looked like busy, in-charge Roarke now. We will break him, and I appreciate the assist in getting him this far. Any time, Lieutenant. I'll expect to be fully briefed when I see you at home. Check it. Later. She clicked off, then gathered her things for interview A. She sat as if studiously studying the file when Peabody let him in. The giant's tear hung, flashing, outside her shirt. Record on. Have a seat, Greg. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, and Peabody Detective Delia in interview with Barney, Greg, in the matter of file number R/T-98721. Also of interest in this interview, file number H-7823. Mr. Barney, have you been read your rights? You know very well I have. He fussed with his tie. You recited them to me yourself after deliberately humiliating me at work. Well then, let's get started. I demand to know, right now, what I'm accused of. Just what are you deluded into believing I stole? Why don't I show you? After opening the evidence box, she removed the evidence bag with the red trinket box. He went very still, and his face went from annoyed to a cold, hard mask. Where did you get that? Where you put it? Your sock drawer. Lots of fancy socks, Greg. Red box, red socks. Found it in about 10 seconds. And what gives you the right to go into my home, to paw through my personal belongings? Peabody?
Why, that would be this warrant.
Duly executed, Eve added. This and what it contains are not your property, Greg. Hence, theft. I knew this was a ridiculous mistake. He huffed out a breath, leaned in a bit. I gave what's in that box to Shauna. Gifts. Yes, gifts. Are you aware that once you give a gift, it no longer belongs to you? Hence, I repeat, theft. I took them for safekeeping. Shauna's not been herself, as you should understand. She's had a trauma and isn't thinking straight right now. She's talking about selling most of her things, and since I know she values those gifts, has kept them for years, I didn't want them to get somehow lost in the shuffle. So you took them without asking her. Hence, I'm forced to repeat, theft. She would never think of it that way. People are going through her apartment, friends and relatives of Erin. Who knows what they might take? I just wanted to keep them safe until she's feeling better. So, worried about thievery, you committed same. Oh, for God's sake! He waved that away. Contact Shauna. She'll say it's fine. Yet you hid this. She tapped the box. I didn't hide it. I placed it. In the back of your sock drawer. Without mentioning it to your cohab. That's Becca, isn't it? Also a good concerned friend of Shauna's. I may have mentioned it. I don't recall. Peabody, why don't you step out and contact Becca Denuzio, since Greg's memory is sketchy on it? I probably didn't. He waved that away again. We've been busy, distracted. A friend was murdered. Our closest friend is grieving. You took this, with its contents, from Shauna's apartment the evening you were there, ostensibly to remove items from the AC in the fridgie. Nothing ostensibly about it. That's what I did. I thought of the box while I was clearing out. Maybe I acted impulsively. He shrugged at that. But with what was best for Shauna in my heart and mind. You decide what's best for her? She's grieving, he said with insulting patience. She's hardly in the state of mind to make logical choices. This is a waste of time. A 5-second link call to Shauna will straighten this out. And then I damn well expect those apologies. Right. You didn't much like Erin Albright, did you, Greg? He managed to look shocked and insulted at once. Of course I did. She was Shauna's fiancée. And I'm very grateful you, finally, caught her killer, but that doesn't excuse— Yeah, we caught her killer. Eve tapped the box again, then, taking it out of the evidence bag, opened it. What do you think, Peabody? Sweet, pretty, immature, but suitable for a high school girl. They're classic. He spoke coldly. Timeless. Simple, yes, but classic, so used to dress up or dress down. Well, you're the fashion guy. Still, she kept them separate from her other jewelry. She didn't wear these anymore. She could have. Her choice. Yeah, hers. Like Erin was her choice. You were her choice once. Sean Barr. In high school. Happy memories, yes, and a strong bond between us. But I'm in a committed relationship with someone else. From high school. His jaw tensed, then jutted again. It's entirely different now for all of us. It really is. Shauna was also in a committed relationship. I'm aware. And now you'll help her rebuild her life, move past the trauma. I'll certainly try. Because you look out for her. Making her sandwiches, walking her home from work when you can manage it, giving advice, doing favors. His long sigh added a fresh layer to that insulting patience. Friends tend to do all of that. Good friends, real friends, certainly do. Now, I'd like to leave. If you just contact Shauna, we've talked to her already, Peabody said. And she couldn't think of why you, or anyone, would take that box and the jewelry inside. That concerned him, Eve noted, as his eyes darted away. Because you haven't let me talk to her, explain to her, as I think I've clearly explained to you. So you took it upon yourself to go into her bedroom without her knowledge or permission, go through her dresser without her knowledge or permission, remove a box containing jewelry without her knowledge or permission, then hid same in your own bedroom, in your own dresser. That's your explanation for stealing? She could actually see the muscles in his face tighten. You're being deliberately obtuse. His tone, deeply patronizing, carried an edge of ripe temper. Obtuse and flighty? I wonder what's next. I simply didn't want Shauna to do something she'd regret, and given her emotional state, are you her therapist too? Peabody widened her eyes. A man of many facets. Oh, blow me. When that edge went jagged, the smile Eve held inside was broad and fierce. Sorry, Peabody countered. Performing sexual acts in interview is frowned upon. This is bullshit. I was acting in the best interest of a friend who tends to act on impulse and emotion in the best of times, which these clearly aren't. Now, I'm done with this. I'm leaving. Sit your ass down. The whiplash in Eve's voice had him jerking. We're in charge here, she reminded him. He sat, but eyed her with derision. You won't be when this is over. Trust me on that. I'm a police lieutenant with a dozen years behind my badge. Do you think I'm afraid of some guy who sells overpriced ties? Some guy who steals some cheap jewelry from a friend and hides it in his sock drawer? I manage a well-respected men's store that caters to a discerning clientele, and the jewelry I gave Shauna wasn't cheap. It may not compare to that rock around your neck, but it wasn't cheap. It was appropriate. This? Deliberately, she lifted the diamond by its chain. I just wear this for sentiment. Which was absolute truth, she thought, as she dropped it under her shirt. So you stole and secreted this appropriate jewelry because you were looking out for your impulsive, emotional friend's best interest? I removed them to safekeeping for Shauna's best interest, yes. You like to decide what's in others' best interest. Such as, she opened the file. Leroy Vick, a former assistant manager at your place of employment. You decided it wasn't in his best interest to move to Brooklyn with his pregnant wife and take the manager's position at another store, and took steps to prevent that. What is this? Outrage sizzled and burned 2 spots of color in his cheeks. You dug up a former employee? A classically disgruntled employee to try to undermine me? He wasn't ready for the position and lacked the necessary leadership qualities but served as your assistant manager? Assistant is key, Barney snapped back. I was doing my best to groom him, mentor him. A few more years under my supervision, and his sales were excellent, and his previous evaluations prior to this desired move, also excellent. He wasn't ready. Barney did the chin-jut thing again, and this time folded his arms. And what does my decision as a manager have to do with any of this? In your capacity as manager, you also decided what was best for Charlene Wilson. Oh, for God's sake. On several occasions, you suggested Ms. Wilson should resign her part-time position and take professional parent status instead. She had children at home. I see. So, in your opinion, women who choose to have a child or children shouldn't also choose to work outside the home? If I recall correctly, Charlene's professional mother's stipend would have been more than her monthly pay from On Trend, where she worked essentially a handful of hours a week. Especially after you hired another part-time, male employee and cut her hours. That was a managerial decision, and I don't have to explain it to you. No, you don't. Mostly because it explains itself. You like to manage people. You get to decide what they should do, how they should do it, how they should live, what's best for them. Then you take the necessary steps to see they stay inside the lines you've drawn. Eve studied him, tapped her fingers on the table. It makes me wonder, Greg. What do you do when they refuse to stay inside those lines? How far would you go? Obviously, stealing isn't off the table. I've explained that. I'm not going to keep repeating myself. Shauna will understand and will back me 100%, so your intimidation tactics are a waste of time. If you had any common sense, or any respect for the position you somehow found yourself holding, you'd let me speak with her and clear this up. I bet it pissed you off she put what you gave her in a box. Peabody drew his attention back to her, and stuck the box in a drawer with her gym and slop clothes. Never wore what you gave her. You don't know the first thing about it. Tell us about it, Greg, Peabody urged. Tell us how it felt to have Shauna put Sean Barr away and live her life the way she chose. How even after college, she wasn't interested in taking Sean Barr out for another spin. That was a mutual decision. We'd both moved on. Speaking of moving, Eve picked up, after college, after a brief adjustment period back in the old neighborhood, she moved to Manhattan, and you followed right along soon after like a puppy, even moved into the same building. For employment, and convenience to my employment. So the fact you took employment near hers, moved into the same apartment building, had nothing to do with good old Sean Barr. Why shouldn't I move into the same building as a good friend? He demanded, but looked away. When it's convenient to my work. Then, lo and behold, you start dating another old schoolmate. And one Shauna's connected with, made good friends with. In fact, what they both consider best friends. What's strange about that? Becca and I began seeing each other, initially through Shauna. We fell in love. Did you? Or was she just second choice because Shauna didn't want you? How How dare you? He slapped a fist on the table. How dare you speak about the woman I'm going to marry that way?
Oh, you're engaged. Peabody clapped her hands together. Congratulations.
Not yet. We will be. When you decide? Eve asked. When you decide it's the best time, it's best for her. That's how it works. As he had during the arrest, he sputtered. When I feel it's right, I buy the ring, I pick the time, the place, and I propose. And naturally, she accepts. You decide when and where you'll get married, then if and when to procreate. And if you do procreate, she'll set aside her career until such time as you decide the offspring is old enough for her to pick it up again. If ever. Not that it's any of your business, but when I take a wife, I will be head of the household. When we have children, I will provide for them, and she will mother them. This is how strong families are built. Take a wife, Eve thought. That was a good one. So, parents who both opt to maintain a career aren't building strong families? That's my personal opinion, to which I'm entitled. Sure you are. But what if both parents are men, or both are women? Who's the mom who stays home then? The fact there's that question only demonstrates why such arrangements only foster confusion and difficult family dynamics. I want to speak to Shauna, now. But this conversation is so interesting. Aren't you interested, Peabody? Fascinated. You know, my aunts Gracie and Lottie have been married for, golly, I think it's 40-odd years. 3 kids, grown now. I think it's 6 grandkids and counting. Gracie's a large animal vet. You know, horses, cows, like that. Lottie's a teacher. History, high school level. They're a pretty strong family. In your opinion, Barney commented. Yeah. Peabody just smiled. Everybody's got opinions. Of course, I come from a free-ager background. Peabody caught the smirk and only smiled more brightly. And we're big on tolerance and inclusion. And from my scan of your background, yours isn't in the free-ager area. Decidedly not. No offense, he said to Peabody. Oh, absolutely none taken. Given your background and stated opinions, Eve began, what did you think when Shauna became involved with Erin? That she was, again, acting on impulse and the emotion of the moment. She dated men who disappointed her, or didn't suit her, so she experimented. Unwisely. How unwisely? He let out an impatient breath. Aren't we sitting here right now due to that? Aren't I being interrogated and humiliated because of that? You've arrested the woman responsible for this upheaval in our lives, a person Shauna would never, ever have associated with prior to her involvement with a woman like Erin Albright. A woman like Erin? A lesbian, for God's sake. A street artist, basically living hand to mouth, who counted strippers, trans people, gay people, people who constantly engaged in indiscriminate sex among her so-called friends. Freaks and losers. Clearly, you didn't approve of the relationship. Fury lived in his eyes as he leaned forward. I've known Shauna since we were 10. She comes from a strong, traditional family. She may have pushed some limits in college, that's almost expected, but she maintained her basic values, which you feel mirror yours. Until Erin. He spread his hands. What happened to Erin is tragic. It's horrible, and only more so since she was killed by someone she believed was a friend. I completely agree. Bolstered, he nodded. How it affects Shauna is heartbreaking. As someone who basically grew up with her, who cares deeply about her, it breaks mine. In time, she'll move past it and find herself again. Pick up those old values, Eve said, and put away the lifestyle that was more bohemian, Peabody suggested. Bohemian, good one. Is that accurate, Greg? Yes. So as tragic, horrible, heartbreaking as it is, Erin's death cleared the way for Shauna to get back to where she belongs. I don't forgive Chichi Lopez for what she did, but it does. Yes. Well. Eve looked at Peabody, nodded, looked at Barney, nodded again. No wonder you had to kill her. What? He surged up. Are you out of your mind? Sit down. I will not listen to this. Sit down. Eve rose slowly. Or I'll put you down. And believe me, I'll enjoy it. You have no right to treat me this way. But he sat. No cause to say such things to me. You've got Erin's killer. You arrested her. We arrested Lopez for assault on Shauna, not for Erin's murder. That was your assumption, and boy, did that fit right in for you. The stripper with the garrote in the sex club. Hey, like Clue, love that game. But, Peabody pointed out, it turns out to be the overbearing ex-boyfriend with the garrote in the sex club. Sure does. And when you add ex-high school boyfriend, it's only more pathetic. I take mementos for safekeeping, and suddenly I'm a killer? That sure helped. You looked so damn guilty and twitchy when you walked into that hallway and saw me. I knew you'd taken something you shouldn't have. You should have left that alone, and I might not have started focusing on you the way I did. That was weak. That was stupid. Like it was stupid to try to push the low-life stranger killer in the sex club on me. I'm a fucking professional. That only proves I care about my friend, not that I killed anyone. If you try to tell Shauna I did, I'll sue your lying ass off. Oh, she already knows. She knew when she couldn't find the red box with the cheap high school jewelry. She's been over you for years, Greg. Now she's done with you. No more Sean Bar. She'd never believe you. Never. Why? Because you're so good at playing the great guy, good friend? One who hovers, manipulates, and thinks he knows best? Who believes that so deeply he'll kill for it? For her? You killed Erin for her. You had to protect Shauna, whatever it took. Had to save her from making a terrible mistake. Save her before she married another woman, a bohemian, good word, who would and had led her astray. How could she love Erin, Peabody added, when she'd been half of Sean Bar? How could she disrespect you and what you are by loving a woman? She didn't love Erin, but that's beside the point. She was about to marry Erin, Eve pointed out. She was caught up, but beside the point. What is the point? I didn't kill anyone, you idiot! In fact, I more than tolerated Erin. For fuck's sake, I have 2 of her substandard paintings in my apartment. It's obvious now you haven't been able to pin this on the stripper, so you're looking for a scapegoat. I will not be your scapegoat. Eve tried on some insulting patience and believed she wore it better. Then you shouldn't have been stupid, Greg. And you were. So damn stupid. She rounded the table as his face splotched red with angry color as she moved behind him, leaned in just a little. You shouldn't have left the case, the tickets, the note. You should have gotten rid of those. Nobody knew what was in that case but Erin, and you killed her. But you couldn't be sure, could you? Maybe Donna looked in it, because you sure as hell did. Now she leaned close to his ear, lowered her voice. And it burned you. Burned hard. Maui? You couldn't take that insult. You were supposed to take Shauna there, on your honeymoon. That was the dream. How could you let this happen? Shauna had to suffer too. She had to pay too for allowing it. But then, she straightened, met his eyes in the mirror. You always planned to kill Erin. Remove that obstacle. I think you hoped to kill her right before the wedding, but the whole Maui thing opened another door. I'm with Becca. Maybe, maybe not. Either way, you couldn't be disrespected this way. Couldn't have what you had smeared and defiled like this. She tapped the box as she walked around the table again. You couldn't let this lesbian, this bohemian, this street artist who had sex with strippers lure Shauna into that life. You couldn't have Sean Barr defiled. Would you take it to defiled? Yeah, you would. Defile what you were, what you are. And Shauna wouldn't listen. Peabody spoke quietly, in direct contrast to Eve. She wouldn't be manipulated and maneuvered this time. No matter how you tried to influence her, she resisted. Because of Erin. Because she loved her. She did not! Erin manipulated her, maneuvered her, influenced her. Shauna, in some sex club, dancing on a stage half naked, kissing another woman, and in public? The horror, Peabody muttered. Playing house with another woman? None of that. None is who she is. Erin twisted something in her. Oh, she could be charismatic, no question. Exciting, adventurous. It was a fling, one that went too far, but a fling. It would never have lasted, so I had no reason to kill Erin. You did it for yourself. Eve sat back as she studied him. It embarrassed you. It diminished you. And yeah, enraged you, because you're a small, petty, stupid man. I'm a man! He shouted it. And you know nothing! Yes, their relationship embarrassed me. For Shauna. She was making a fool of herself. I actually said that to Becca once, and what did she say? She laughed and said, "A fool for love." Women are so predictable. Love is the reason, the excuse, the fall guy for everything. You detested Erin. What if I did? She was ruining Shauna's future. She demeaned my past. We had something special, Shauna and I. Yes, we were young, but we had something special. We were something special. And what she was doing with Erin, what she intended to do with Erin, despite all sense, demeaned what we had and what we were. You were never going to give Shauna back that jewelry. So what? So the fuck what? I gave it to her with an open heart. I took it back because she didn't deserve to have it. Because of Erin. Yes, because of fucking Erin. Maybe I'm not as sorry as you think I should be that she's dead. But I didn't kill her, and you have nothing, absolutely nothing, to say I did. Actually, we have this one thing. Because you're a stupid man, Greg. A stupid man who thinks he's smart. A small-minded, stupid man who believes he's special. You're not special. You're pitifully ordinary. Fuck you! You have nothing! Well, we've got this. Eve reached in the evidence box, pulled out the piano wire. Something else you should have ditched. His face paled, then reddened again. I've never seen that before. We found it in your drawer, Greg. Then you put it there. You've probably planted evidence countless times, cheating to get where you are so you can strut around with your stunner and your ridiculous diamond and harass innocent people. Every minute of the search is on record, and the recording is also in evidence. Then Becca must have put it there. Whoa! On a quick laugh, Eve sat back. You're gonna throw the woman you intend to marry under the maxi bus? Eve shook her head. Yeah, you're pitifully ordinary. And talk about predictable, Peabody added. Plus, more stupid. She tapped the package. The name of the shop where you bought it's right here. And you weren't even smart enough to pay cash or go too far out of your own neighborhood to buy it. Then you fucking kept it. It took one goddamn link call to verify you bought it. What's below idiot, Peabody? I think moron. That's you, Greg. You're a moron. Tell us, why do you have piano wire in your drawer when you don't own a piano? A light sweat sheened that all-American face. This time, when he fussed with his tie, he loosened the knot. It's not against the law. Jesus. Do you honestly think we can't match this to the wound you put on Erin Albright's throat? What's below a moron? Maybe imbecile? He's getting there. A garrote's a mean way to kill, but she deserved it. So you bought the wire, and you looked up how to make a garrote. EDD's had time to go through your E's by now. Why don't you tag them up, Peabody, so we can close this out? Stop it! Stop it! None of that proves anything! If there's something below, imbecile, Peabody said, I'm out. We'll just say Greg Barney. You have the wire. You have a search for the fashioning of a garrote on your E's. You detested her. She demeaned who you were, and she was leading Shauna into a deplorable, in your view, lifestyle. And she pulled the last bag out of evidence. You kept your old link, Greg. We didn't need EDD to find your communications with Erin. She trusted you. She asked you for a favor she wanted so she could surprise Shauna. She didn't tell you what the surprise was. That was her big secret. And you agreed. It's all on there, Peabody told him. When, you asked, where, and how. Such a good guy, such a good friend. The when, the day of the party, because she didn't want Donna feeling pressured to get back in time. The where, she'd bring it to you before you left for work, after Becca had already left. Then the how. She'd meet you when you took lunch, give you the swipe. I bet she told you not to peek, that she wanted Shauna to be the first to know, but you did. And that sealed Erin's fate. Hell, it's like she asked you to kill her. She handed you the perfect opportunity. If you had a friend who was hanging off the side of a cliff, would you throw her a rope? Barney demanded. If you had a friend drowning because she'd swum out too far, would you do what you could to save her? I would. That's all I did. And in time, she'll understand. No, you did it for yourself. And you're glad she suffered, your good friend Shauna. So you could hover, the loving friend. Offer to make her a sandwich. Offer to help get stuff out of her apartment. Offer her a shoulder to cry on. Then smirk, Eve added. Yeah, I caught that. Smirk when she gets her face slapped at her fiancé's memorial. What a thrill for you. Her tears, her grief, a kind of payment for embarrassing you, for disrespecting the shine of Seanbar. She shoved Erin's crime scene still across the table. There's your work. I bet you're proud of it. I took a life to save a life. And I want a deal. I bet you do. Let's go over your movements of that day, that night, so we have all the details in place first. Epilogue. It took time, and to her amazement, he didn't demand a lawyer until the end. She'd given him too much credit for smarts. He ended up with a public defender who huddled with him, who then huddled with Rio. During the legal huddling, Eve dealt with the paperwork. Then she closed her murder book and began to clear her murder board. Then she huddled with Rio and left satisfied before she and Peabody went to deliver a different sort of notification. Shauna deserved to know. As a result, she drove through her home gates a little late. Not very, she decided. Plus, she'd followed the marriage rules and tagged Roarke as requested. She walked in, eyed Somerset, eyed the cat. Yeah, I'm late, and a stupid asshole of a murderer's in a cage. Then well done to you, Lieutenant. As well done as the law allows, she said, and headed upstairs with the cat. When she walked into her office, Roarke was at her board, clearing it. You're clearing my board. You said it was done, so I thought I'd save you some time. It is, and it does. Thanks. Let's have some wine. She walked over to grab a bottle herself. Hardly mattered which, as Roarke didn't stock anything that didn't meet his level, and that remained well above hers. He confessed. He did. He's an idiot. No, wait. We decided he's a Greg Barney, which is below imbecile. You actually want to hear all this? I do. Then let's sit over here, and I'll tell you. She pointed toward the sofa, brought the wine in glasses herself. He'd opened the terrace doors to the breeze that approached a wind, and it felt just fine. She ran through the interview. And that was it? Truly? He murdered a woman because her relationship with his high school sweetheart embarrassed him? A lot of his self-worth's tied up in Seanbar and his incredibly rigid worldview. Shauna deviated from both, and he blamed Erin for it. His usual methods didn't work, so... She shook her head, drank. He'd have done it again. You think so? I know it. If he'd gotten away with this, he'd have done it again. To Becca, maybe Shauna, a staff member who disrespected him. He'll get a shrink in prison, but I doubt they'll crack the wall of that worldview. Did he get a deal after all? I wouldn't call it much of a deal. Life on planet. Possibility of parole at 25 in. You're satisfied with that? Yeah. He's in the system now, and he's not smart enough to work it inside. He's just not. He won't get parole at 25. She stretched out her legs, put her boots on the table as the cat joined them. Pushing his buttons turned out to be easier than I thought, and I didn't think it would be that difficult. Talking to Shauna, then Becca after? A lot harder. A kind of notification, isn't it? He topped off both their glasses, then put his boots beside hers. The center drops out of someone's world. Shauna'd had enough time to work through at least some of it. But Becca? She loved the guy. But the guy she loved doesn't exist. Shauna wanted to go with us, and Angie got home when we were there. So they both went with us. So Becca had a circle. Some of her tribe. It helped. I guess it helped. When we left, they were packing up some of her things. She's gonna stay at Angie's for a couple of days. I guess that helps, too. We need our mates, in good times and in bad. Yeah, I guess we do. Did you tell Crack? Yeah, I felt he deserved to know. Which makes me think of Rochelle, and that leads to On Dedan. Shauna understands I can't take that painting as a gift, and the money from the sales of Erin's paintings is going to a scholarship for artists. She asked if I'd find someone at On Dedan for that particular amount. That's incredibly kind. She sees it as a way to pay me back, and she doesn't have to pay me back for doing my job. But it remains incredibly kind and clever with it. He rubbed her thigh. I'll speak to Rochelle, and she'll help you pick. I don't want to pick. Don't make me pick. It's too much pressure. Can't she just pick? It's sort of part of her job. That's right enough. That's the way we'll do it. Good. Phew. Feel the relief. She laid her head on his shoulder, then tipped her face up to kiss his jaw. Let's eat outside again. I could grill something. Would something be steak? It could be. It should be. But let's sit here and finish this glass first. With the doors open, it's practically outside. And it feels good just sitting here. She linked her hand with his. It's nice being married, she said again. My idea, I'll remind you. I gotta give you that. She sat sipping wine, the strong summer breeze blowing in, her hand linked with his, and the cat spread over both their laps. Yes, she thought. It was pretty damn nice.